90s to now a potential exoneration for Louis Riel. That's something for all of us to consider. From the perspective of the Métis Nation, we say Riel did no wrong, and if anyone should be exonerated, it should be the state of Canada. But nevertheless, that is a debate. There were a lot of private members' bills that have emerged over the last 20 years or so, and currently there's a push by government to, in fact, do that, and I've cautioned the minister who is championing this that, well, let's not move so fast. The Métis Nation is on record as not supporting an exoneration, but we are on record as seeking to rectify the wrongs that have been done to Mr. Riel, President Riel, and the Métis Nation, and say, okay, well, let's concentrate on the practical things that we can accomplish. And particularly with this new government, well, not so new anymore, but this government under Prime Minister Trudeau, we have now engaged in a summit process with the First Nations, the Inuit and the Métis Nation, and we had our summit last week on the 13th. And it offers us an opportunity over the next several years. He calls it permanent, but I assume it's only as permanent as the Liberals will form government. But while they're there, we're going to take advantage of it and move as fast and as far as we can in rectifying the injustices of the past. And I just want to say that the biggest friend of the Métis Nation over the past several years, particularly between 2003 to 2016, has been the Supreme Court of Canada, where the existence and the rights of the Métis Nation are being recognized, which is something that we've waited for a long time. Canada, we are celebrating the 150th anniversary of adopting a constitution or having a constitution and the formation of a country. The Métis Nation under Louis Riel negotiated entry of the Métis Nation into Canada in 1870. So we'll be marking, hopefully celebrating, but at least marking the 150th anniversary of the entry of the Métis Nation into Canada in the year 2020, our 150th anniversary. And I've told the government, if we want to do things, let's work between now and 2020 and see what we can accomplish in terms of honoring Louis Riel and the Métis Nation. So that's an objective that we have. So I'm looking forward to that engagement between the Métis Nation and Canada. And of course, we're looking towards the support of all Canadians in this quest. So again, I'm pleased that I've had the opportunity to say a few words. This is an important time in the history of the Métis Nation, and we look forward to positive engagement and finding our rightful place in this great country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Chartier. It's now my pleasure to introduce Professor Stephen Toop, who is Director of the Munk School of Global Affairs and Co-Chair of the University of Toronto's Truth and Reconciliation Response Committee. We're about to lose him to become the 346th Vice Chancellor of the University of Cambridge, but I'm in denial. So I'm not going to think about that today, and I'm going to welcome Stephen.
Well, thank you very much, Linda, and I do want to first acknowledge that we are on unceded territory of our First Nations cousins, and we're very grateful to be here. I know. It's a real honor for all of us at the Munk School of Global Affairs to work so closely with friends in the Faculty of Arts more generally, in music, in English, etc., to work together to bring these programs to a wider audience. So on behalf of the Munk School and all of us who work together I want to welcome each and every one of you and say how honored we are that you've chosen to be with us this morning for what I think is going to be an absolutely fabulous series of conversations. It's now my pleasure to invite the Right Honourable Adrienne Clarkson to introduce the Chief Justice of Canada.
Good morning, everyone, and it's so terrific to see so many of people out. The interest in Louis Riel, the interest in the opera, that is the cultural and permanent artifact, man-made, that we can give to his memory and to his effort and to the moment that he gave to Canada and will always be part of us, is recognized by all of you, and those of you who haven't seen the opera are in for an extraordinary experience. I also want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the New Credit Mississaugas and that this unceded territory. And all those words are very important, and we are now used to saying them at the beginning of everything, but it is important that we remember them and know them. Unceded is very important. So we are here by their permission and their graciousness. When I say the number 28, and you look at this elegant woman here, you might think that's her waist size. I know her waist size. And it's not her waist size. It is the number of years that this extraordinary person has been on the Supreme Court of Canada. 28 years, the end of this last month. Beverly McLaughlin, the Right Honourable Beverly McLaughlin, has been on the Supreme Court of Canada. As we walked down here, I saw kids rushing to their exams, and I thought, some of you have never known another Supreme Court Justice, another Chief Justice of Canada, except for Beverly McLaughlin. And that is a wonderful thing. She's an extraordinary person, and really one could say that you could write a novel about her or do a movie about her, and people would say, oh no, that can't happen. A little girl growing up on a ranch outside Pincher Creek, Alberta, a town of 3,500 people or so, now boasting a very nice, very well kept up two-lane driveway at the edge of town called Bev McLaughlin Drive. I think I can probably safely say that she's our only Chief Justice who knows how to deliver a calf. And I know she does know because we discussed it once. And that maybe is the root of her pragmatic common sense and the best disguise, she is the best disguise I know of for a steel-trap mind. She's a pioneer for women. She went to the University of Alberta. She did a BA and MA in philosophy, then moved to law, where she practiced and then went to the bench. In 1985, she became Chief Justice of the BC Supreme Court, and 1988 rather, and 7 months later, Prime Minister Mulroney appointed her to the Supreme Court of Canada in 1989. And in 2000, she became Chief Justice of Canada. She became Chief Justice a few months after I became Governor General, and it was wonderful for me to realize that I had this extraordinary woman who, if those of you who may not know, the Chief Justice of Canada is in effect the surrogate for the Governor General, the Deputy Governor General, and gives royal assent to bills when the Governor General is not there. And I have two royal assents that I gave when I was Governor, one royal assent that I gave when I was Governor General, of which I'm the most proud and which I'm always thinking of when I think giving royal assent, and that was to the Nisga'a people for their treaty in 2001. To sit there and look at Joe Gosnell, the chief, and all the people in their button blankets and realize we were giving royal assent to that was extraordinary. And the other one, unfortunately, I had to go to hospital, and Chief Justice gave royal assent to it, and that was to the Marriage Act in 2005. And that has been a big landmark for us, and I know it has been for her in her career as well. I think that what we have in somebody like the Chief Justice is a person who has made it possible for us as Canadians to understand what the currents of life are, what our life is in Canada under the Charter, what our life is like now, what our relationship, particularly to Indigenous peoples and to the Métis, are. Under her watch, we have developed all of those things, and we have become knowledgeable about these things because the court has been open, seems to be consensual, and most of the quotes from the judgments are extremely well written and understandable. All of our Supreme Court justices, I think, are admirable people and do great things, but she, particularly as the Chief Justice, still writes a lot of the judgments. And this is a very, very interesting and good thing because she writes so wonderfully and clearly. And that reflects her belief that the court belongs to the Canadian people and should reflect the Canadian people. I believe that she's been somebody who has understood what our country is about. She has felt it very, very deeply. She speaks both our official languages. She started to learn French with, I'm sure, underneath knowing that she would be one day called to our Supreme Court because she was the ideal person to be called to it. And what she has done for Indigenous people, what the court has done while she has been the Chief Justice for a record-breaking 17 years. There has been no other Chief Justice in Canada who has been Chief Justice for 17 years. We will always remember the work of Beverly McLaughlin because not of the time, but because of the energy that she has put into everything. And because of something that she brings to it, which I think has reverberated with those of us who have no legal background, but who read these judgments. And these judgments are very important to us ever since the Charter came into being. The judgments have to be read by us to be understood. And for her, I think she has been somebody who has realized that judgment isn't just about a coldly neutral cutting away of things to an evaluation of positions, which is what a lot of us who are not lawyers sometimes think judges do, but is an engaged, knowledgeable, profound human act of imagination and also of understanding. I think that when she's been quoted as saying that the court belongs to the Canadian people, that's what it means. She's quoted as saying, "I've been a judge a long time, and I try to judge the cases as honestly as I can, and I don't think about the things in too strategic a manner." What I meant by imagination was not fantasy. What I mean was that by that is a creative leap into what has to be, what can be, and what human beings are capable of. And we are very fortunate to have this kind of vision in the Chief Justice of Canada, the Right Honourable Beverly McLaughlin.
Chief Justice, it's an honor to be with you this morning. In 2010, you made an important speech about Louis Riel, and you offered the following observation. To understand Canada, we must come to grips with Louis Riel the person, Louis Riel the victim of the justice system, and Louis Riel who still inhabits our dreams and phobia, end quote. Why do you think that Riel is such a dominating and important figure in the Canadian imaginary?
Well, first of all, is this on? Okay, that's better. I think it's just such a good, not a good story, but a fascinating story of mythical proportions, which obviously means it keeps coming back for anyone who wants to understand who we are as Canadians. And on that subject, as a preface to trying to answer your question, I think it is very important that we tell our stories and keep telling our stories. This is how we understand who we are as a people, what our challenges are. So Louis Riel's story is very important for our understanding of ourselves. First of all, as a person, as a human being, as a man, he is a man of combined or transsectional identities. He has indigenous background. He is a French Catholic, and he lives in the West in a new place where his father came to set up, find land and start a new life. So he represents our frontier. He represents our past in the roots in Quebec and the church and the French language. And he represents our first past and our present reality, our indigenous people. And so all of these come together in the character of that man. And we see these are great themes that we should be preoccupied with because they are still preoccupying us. And so that's one reason. Now, as the victim, it's very interesting. There's a lot of levels you can see victimhood. I don't think Louis Riel probably ever thought of himself as a victim. I like to think that even at the end, and I've read some of the accounts, he was a proud and accepting man. He had a way of accepting his fate, even though it was death. But he was you can see him as a victim of, first of all, many people have written about prejudices, it was a very difficult time in Canada. You had the people in Ontario who saw the future of Canada as a totally Anglophone. They couldn't do much about Quebec, but the rest was going to be English, right? And Protestant. And the other past, which was Catholic and French, and then the indigenous. So he was a victim, perhaps some writers have said, of the conflicts that were coming out at that time. And you see some of that in the opera, a lot of it in the opera, and it creates that amazing tension. But he was a victim, many people say, of the justice system. It's an interesting thing as a lawyer and a judge to think about how that case went. There were, from our perspective now, a lot of problems, and yet when you look at it on the surface, you can see pretty well-educated lawyers and people trying to go through the motions, and some of them very conscientiously doing their duty, and so on. So you can't say it was a total farce of a trial. But first of all, they couldn't figure out what the law should be, or if they did, they decided rather arbitrarily, because this was unknown territory up there in what is now Saskatchewan. This part of the land had been run by the Hudson's Bay Company, a corporation, for many, many centuries. And now suddenly it was changing and the railroad was coming through, but they really didn't have any laws. But it's an absolute peculiarity. They chose a law from the 14th century, 1300s, which was on the British books and had been brought over, the argument was, by the Hudson's Bay Company. And that was a treason law with capital punishment as the result. Now, there was a perfectly good Canadian law in 1868 had been passed, which allowed for imprisonment and not the death penalty. But they chose somebody in the prosecution service in Ottawa, chose the one they chose. So for lawyers, that's the first anomaly. Why? This law hadn't been used for such a long time, and it was kind of dredged up from the history books. It had even been taken off, I believe, the English books. But it had survived somehow, and there were arguments about this at trial through the Hudson's Bay Company. So he was probably the only person in the 19th century charged with that particular offense. And of
And-
course,
and
the
Chief-
significant thing was it called for the death penalty.
Chief Justice, there's another element that's odd about that because, of course, Louis Riel was an American citizen.
Yeah.
He was not actually a British subject at the time that he was charged with treason. So presumably this was also an anomalous aspect of the trial.
Absolutely. So they did provide him with, they were scrupulous about providing him with defense lawyers. Now, there's some allegation one of them was conflicted, but when you look at what he did, I don't think that was too significant. But he did have a defense team, and they were fine lawyers. But they didn't do certain things that we would have probably done right off the bat, like challenge this law he was being tried under and say there's a better law, like introduce a preliminary challenge that he was not fit to stand trial. Now, I cut them some slack there because Riel, as comes through in the opera too, did not want to go down as a person who was not mentally competent. He wanted to go down as a sane person. So his instructions to his lawyers were throughout, don't use the defense of insanity. Later on, they tried anyway over his wishes. But they didn't make that preliminary plea, and they didn't make any objection on the basis of his fact he was now no longer apparently a British subject. So there were lots of flaws with the trial, and one of the most egregious was that it was 6 jurors, all English speaking. None of them spoke French, and Louis Riel was not comfortable in English. And his final address to the jury and many of the witnesses were in French. And there are questions that scholars raise about the quality of the translation and how that could have affected it. In the end, however, the jury, and there was other scholars point to a very biased charge by the judge, Justice Richardson. By that time in the trial, the only defense appeared to be insanity. Riel kind of put the kibosh on that by giving an extremely eloquent and sane address, which he talked about his delusions. But a lot of people then, and maybe even now, think that mental illness is about not being able to express yourself clearly, or about being very confused about where your car keys are, or something like that. But, you know, it's not that way. So in the end, the jury found him guilty, and there's some very interesting interviews with jurors afterward, and they recommended clemency, which meant they didn't want to see him hang. Then there's a whole nother saga about how that clemency application went through the House of Commons, and there too, things were far from perfect. There were 3 doctors sent out to examine him. In the final debates in the House of Commons, the French-speaking doctor's report, which was in French, and he was very much of the view that Riel was not criminally responsible, as we would say now, because of his mental delusions. It was mistranslated, or so the scholars say, and the order went out immediately without waiting after that final vote. He hangs tomorrow, and he did. And then later on, questions arose about whether the House of Commons had actually had the right version. So all the way along the line, as a lawyer looking at it, you can say, this didn't work quite the way it should have. And you can see the flaws. So that goes back to your question about victim of the justice system.
There's a happier, more recent element to all of this. As the president of the Métis Council pointed out, the Supreme Court of Canada, in a series of recent judgments, has gone a very long way in providing very forceful legal recognition for the Métis people. Now, Louis Riel is in some ways obviously an historical figure, but also he's emblematic for the Métis people. In a recent case called Daniels, writing for the entire court, unanimous court, this is quite remarkable, Justice Rosalie Abella said, Both federal and provincial governments have alternatively denied having legislative authority over non-status Indian and Métis. When Métis and non-status Indians have asked the federal government to assume legislative authority over them, it tended to respond that it was precluded from doing so. And when Métis and non-status Indians turned to provincial governments, they were often refused on the basis that the issue was a federal one. This results in these Indigenous communities being in a jurisdictional wasteland with significant and obvious disadvantaging consequences. And the Supreme Court went on to decide that the Métis were indeed Indians for the purposes of federal legislation. That was greeted with rapturous applause by most members of the Métis community. Why was this so important?
Well, it is exactly for the reasons that Justice Abella writes there for the court. It was your traditional provincial federal shifting of responsibility, and I'm not saying that pejoratively, because nobody really knew. One of the jobs of a court is to settle that kind of dispute. So the federal government said, no, under the 1867 Constitution, we have responsibility for, the word is Indians. And they said, you're not Indians, you're something else. Therefore, you don't come under our federal jurisdiction. And many of the provinces were doing the same thing. Alberta was an early exception. They provided an act which provided a lot of assistance and some land advantages and things. But provinces were often reluctant to do anything because they said, no, you're an Indian. So, and it's the federal government's responsibility. But I think more than just responsibility for whatever benefits one can get under the Indian Act, it's a question, it must be, and I can't speak or appropriate the Métis voice, but it seemed to me in the case of those trials, and I say this very humbly, that it was a question of identity, of being recognized for who you are. And we know historically that the Métis people had roamed the prairies long before Canada claimed jurisdiction there. And they were people with their own distinctive customs, language, way of living, way of dressing, and so on. And no one recognized that. By being in this no man's or no woman's land, they were effectively treated as no one, and their history was not recognized for what it is. So one of the good things is that we are now acknowledging that history and those traditions in a much fuller way. There was a previous decision which was very important too, and that concerned the very issues that were going on or that are discussed in the opera, for those of you. So I'll add that, and that was the question there was about the Manitoba Act. And of course, it doesn't come clearly out in the opera, but Louis Riel was a builder. He was a father of Confederation because he pretty much, with Taché and others, penned the Manitoba Act. And what the Manitoba Act, and you saw it in the opera, MacDonald says we've passed the Manitoba Act. Well, that brought Manitoba into Confederation. And that was mainly Louis Riel's work. And in that act, you find protections for the practice of the Catholic religion and for the French language, which are constitutionally entrenched in Manitoba in ways they aren't in others. And you also found some provisions dealing with lands. And the case before us was the lands. And we said in the end, yes, you do have rights under those provisions, even though much of those lands had been sold off and scrapped. So that was very important to the Métis to be recognized in that very positive sense as a people that really led to Manitoba's entry into Confederation.
I mean, it's really one of the incredible anomalies of the history of Louis Riel. As you point out, for Manitoba, he is indeed a founder of the country, and then he goes away, he lives in the United States. Sadly, he's institutionalized for 7 years, and then comes back to Canada at the request of Gabriel Dumont, who's the leader in Saskatchewan. And at that point, he's essentially trying to reach the same accommodation in Saskatchewan as had been achieved in Manitoba. Proves to be much more difficult because it's a very different set of circumstances. And then he's transformed from someone who is, as you put it, a builder, into someone who's seen as a rebel and an enemy of the state.
Yeah, the thing that impressed me when I was, I got interested in Louis Riel, I went and I looked at some of the petitions. I mean, he was a man who thought words mattered, and that you could settle things by constitutions and by agreements, and that was what he was asking for, and it worked with Manitoba, even though as a result of the enmity and sending the army in, which you see in the opera, he had to flee for his life. But he believed in the power of the law. He believed if you could get it written down and passed, it would make a difference. And he worked through the law. He was not a rebel who said, we have to throw out the law and use violence or force. He believed that the way to proceed was to negotiate, to present your petitions, that well-meaning people in Ottawa would read those petitions and respond in an honorable way, and that would lead to the result. But just to finish off, there's all that winter before the Riel Rebellion in what is now Saskatchewan, Abatosh and all of that. There were many, many petitions written, and one of the reasons, as I understand it, and I'm so aware that I'm not a historian and I can get things wrong, but my understanding to share with you is that one of the reasons Dumont wanted him was that Louis was educated. He was extremely well educated, and he could write the petitions. And so he came almost like a legal factotum to write these petitions. And the petitions, when you look at them, are quite modest. These people a lot of them had come from Manitoba, been driven, or in their minds, driven out, or lost their lands there, sold the scrip, whatever. So they moved on. They settled around the North Saskatchewan River. And if you ever have a chance to go to Batoche and visit that community, it's a wonderful thing to do. You see their church and their school, and they had their farms and so on. And along comes the railway, right? And suddenly the surveyors are out there, and they're carving this up. And the great fear of Dumont was, oh my gosh, they're going to take our lands away. They're going to take our church away. They're going to take our school away. And all these English-speaking settlers will flood over. So they just wanted protection in these petitions that you read for their lands and for the right to live the kind of life they'd been living. And it wouldn't have been that hard, actually, looking back, to give it, but there you are, that's history, and I'm told not to comment on it.
I wonder, were any of these issues discussed when you were growing up in Pincher Creek? You're a Westerner, and it's not in some sense surprising to me that you've shown interest in Riel, but I wonder, did it form part of your education at all?
You know, I don't think so. I think I was aware of it, but it wasn't on the school curriculum, which was much more preoccupied with the building of the St. Lawrence Seaway at that time. And I kept remembering, what's this St. Lawrence Seaway, you know? But not that it wasn't important, but that's what they were teaching in Pincher Creek. But we lived in a community where there were Indigenous people. We were very close geographically to the Pagan Reserve, which is the territory of the Blackfoot, one of the branches, the Siksika of the Blackfoot people. And on a personal level, my father on the ranch would employ these people all the time. So we became, you know, I went to school. It was the first year they allowed Indigenous people into our high school, met some wonderful people. So I've always thought that we must understand this as part of our history, and we have to understand each other in a better way. So I guess that's my interest. But just to tell you how it was back then, there was a bit of the Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities didn't mix very much, except when they did for work or whatever. Even schooling was separate until very recent, late in my school career. And when the 100th anniversary of my little town, you heard about Bev McLaughlin Boulevard. Well, they had a nice little reception and a historic celebration, and Frank and I were there, and people came by to see us. And this tall young man, I'm not, by my standards, young. You figured out by now that I'm not so young. Anyway, he was a tall, very handsome man, and his wife was with him, and she was. And he said, I think his name was Eric, and I think I might have the last name wrong. But in any event, it was an Aboriginal name. And I remembered him very vaguely because his father did business with my father. And I said how nice it was to see him and to meet his wife, who was from the Cree Nation. And they presented me with a little gift, and it was a lovely handcrafted set of earrings. And I said, well, thank you very much. I'm very honored. And he said, this isn't for you. He said, it's for your parents. And I said, oh. He said, your parents were the most wonderful people. And I said, well, that's very nice. I agree, but why are you saying this? And he said, you may not remember this, but July 20th, on a hot summer day, my father drove up to your ranch house, and we had this old battered car, and it was full of kids, and my father went to discuss something with your father, and your mother came down from the front of the house, and she said, why don't you all come in and have tea, because this is my husband's birthday, and you could share it with us. So all the little kids unpacked, and everybody came up to our dining room, and we all had tea together. And Eric said, I'll never forget, he said, I got the dime in the birthday cake. And then he said, I said, still, even if you got the dime, it's extraordinary that after all these years, you're telling me, I did remember it when he revived my memory. And he said, no, the reason I remember it is that it was the first time I was ever in a white person's house. So that we're off topic here, but no. It's such a telling story about how it was then for our everybody. And I'm so happy that we have moved beyond that.
I don't think we're off topic at all, because we're really trying to struggle with these questions of truth and reconciliation today, and it brings us back to the opera. Peter Hinton, of course, the director, has expressed publicly some discomfort about doing the opera because the opera itself, 50 years old, has, in his view, I think, some elements that might be seen as dated, back to the experience of your community. He says, and I quote, the problem with Louis Riel, the history, and Louis Riel, the opera, has become increasingly clear in these past few years of truth and reconciliation. There were not two founding peoples in Canada. There was one founding group of nations and two colonizing countries. And the silencing and suppression of those founding nations for the benefit of the colonizers is a story we're just now learning to hear and to tell. And it's not a story that's easy to hear and tell.
No.
So I'm curious, you've seen the opera again. What was your reaction? Did it feel in any way as if the creators, very talented people of their time, hadn't really come to grips with that element of truth and reconciliation?
Well, you know, no work of art can encompass a century and a half of history. But I think art tells the truth in different ways. And my reaction was that this was a true opera. Of course, the perspectives we have now are different. And of course, the opera doesn't speak to the foundational nature of our many indigenous nations in a very direct way. We see the French, we see the English, and it's cast through that lens. But it nevertheless tells the truth about Louis Riel and his community and where they found themselves and how they were left out of the processes. Louis wrote his petitions, as I have said, petition after petition after petition, and he was trying to get in the process. And he was writing for the Métis people, but he included First Nations people as well. And he could see, again, this is extremely presumptuous of me, but it seems to me, looking back, that he could see that the process should have been one where people like him and people like the other indigenous groups played a bigger role and had more recognition. Now, the only thing he knew to do, and we have to remember he'd been educated mainly, he was a Quebecer more than anything else, but he saw the indigenous situation, and he was partly indigenous. The only thing he could do was use his European tools to try to push for the rights. And this is the optimistic thing. There's so much hope in that opera. If you listen to the arias that Riel sings, they're full of hope. He's not despairing. And so I like to think those are the truths that are coming through. The truths that we should have had a bigger say at the beginning. We didn't. But we will still keep pursuing what we need to pursue so that we can all live together in reconciliation and harmony. And so I believe that's the great truth that is in the opera, and it's not like it's not recognized that the First Nations people, the indigenous people, the Métis didn't have enough say. That was what it was all about. But now we see it from a different light.
And we have this wonderful mechanism created in this production of the silent chorus, which in a sense speaks eloquently without sound to exactly what you're describing, the inability to be heard, the lack of participation. And yet, as you put it, the arias of Riel are the opposite of that. They are an expression of tremendous hope for the future. So it's I think we still face a conundrum of silence and then trying to excavate the past and find the reconciliation.
Right. I've only seen the opera twice, which is probably twice as much as most people, but it has touched me each time. The first time was at UBC and a student, and I see the director here, hi, a student production. I went away so moved. You were the president at the time, you were there. And last night was a completely different experience. I loved the silent chorus. I thought that it got to, for me, what was one of the central themes, being heard or not being heard. And each time I have come away, moved is the wrong word. I felt drained last night, you know. I think this is a very important work of art. And I'm very impressed, too, with how 20 years or more of history is encapsulated pretty much accurately in this opera. The tensions are maintained, the truths come through. It's a good opera and well produced.
You mentioned right at the outset that Riel's struggle in many ways is a struggle around identity. And in the 2010 article and speech that you gave, you said the following: "The challenge Riel faced is how to master the complex task of integrating and controlling the conflicting demands of his and Canada's multiple identities." Do you think there's a sense that we all struggle with that question of multiple identities across the country? And if that's true, could Louis Riel actually be a unifying figure for Canadians rather than a source of division?
That's exactly what I think when I think of Louis Riel. I mean, I think that he did have within himself various identities, and so almost all Canadians feel the same sort of thing. And so this is, he becomes a symbol of someone who is like us, who is the quintessential multi-identitied Canadian. And our task is always to pull it all together in an authentic way, figure out who we are, which is sometimes not so easy either, and present to our friends and our neighbors and the world as a unified person in the face of those multiple identities. And I think our art explores those identities, whether it's opera or books or whatever. This seems to be a great theme throughout Canadian art.
That's why I think it is so important that we try to draw together political, legal, artistic sensibilities to help us understand ourselves better. And I think Louis Riel, the opera, is an absolutely brilliant example of that tough thing to do, but really important. Please join me in thanking our absolutely wonderful Chief Justice of Canada.
Now I'm on. Thank you so much, Madam Chief Justice, and thank you very much to Professor Toop for such an exciting and engaging opening to our program. My name is shall we?
I'm so sorry, we're going to have to leave you now.
Thank you very much for being with us. It's very exciting when you plan an event and you think, well, why don't we just ask them and see if they'll come? And they say yes. It's a thrill. My name is Sherry Lee. I'm with the Faculty of Music here at the University of Toronto, and I'm a co-organizer of today's event, and I want to thank all of you for being here with us. I have the great honor now to introduce our next speaker, whose name is Jean Théet. Jean is a lawyer who is an alumna of the University of Toronto here. It's exciting to welcome her back. She is senior counsel with Pape Salter Théet, and she specializes in Indigenous rights law with a special emphasis on Métis rights. This is a field in which she has won several awards, including the Indigenous Peoples Council Award from the Indigenous Bar Association, the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal as well. Jean is a founding member of the Métis Nation Ontario, founding president of the Métis Nation Lawyers Association. Outside of the court, Jean retains a very strong sense of connection to the arts, having pursued a 2-decade career in theater and dance before she entered law school here at U of T. And the operatic subject behind today's symposium is of particular interest to her, not only because of her artistic investment, but through a closer and longer standing connection. Jean is the great grandniece of Louis Riel. Please join me in welcoming her here today.
Here we go. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm very honored to be here, and I'm always honored to listen to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, and especially because we are more or less with Stephen and the Chief Justice reprising something that Nancy Hermiston set up at the University of British Columbia in 2010 for the Vancouver Olympics. So it's a little bit of a rerun, so hi, Nancy. I wanted to say I was at the opera last night, and like the Chief Justice, got a chance to see it again, and I also liked it. I do disagree a little bit. I actually think they took incredible liberties with the history. But then again, I don't go to Shakespeare to get my history, and I don't go to the opera to get my history. I go there to get art. So I see when I was talking to Sherry Lee many months ago about what I was going to write, I gave her a topic that said insanity, religion, history, and art. And then when I actually sat down to try and write this a couple of weeks ago, I went, oh my God, how on earth can anybody do that all in one thing? But it's sort of the story of my life with my sculpture, with my paintings, with everything. I always start out with this cathedral-like vision, and then I end up doing the little gargoyle up on the right-hand corner. So what you're getting today is the gargoyle up on the right corner. I wanted to say that I have been commissioned by HarperCollins to write a history of the Métis Nation, and that is a cathedral-like project. But what I thought today was that one of the things that I could contribute to this discussion is how the Métis Nation kept Riel alive. Because for most of us, we know the story from 1869, 70, the resistance in Red River. We know the story of what happened that the Chief Justice was talking about in 1885 in Batoche. And then all of a sudden there's a drop off, a big gap of silence until the 1960s, when all of a sudden everybody starts talking about Riel again. So I'm going to try and fill in that gap for you and let you have a little bit of understanding about how I actually think we got to the 60s. So, and I think what it is that part of what I'm writing is that for me, this isn't history because it's my family's story. So let me just give you the genealogy here. So my grandmother was Sarah Riel, and her father was Joseph Riel, and Joseph Riel was Louis Riel's little brother. So after Louis was hanged, Louis's wife and children came back to St. Vital and lived in the house where my great-grandfather's house, and my great-grandfather raised Louis's kids. So, and that's a house that I played in as a child, right? So this is my story here. So I come back, I wanted to start before I say this. Ben Okri has a wonderful statement that he says we live by stories and we also live in them. And one way or another, we're living the stories planted in us early or along the way. And if we change the stories we live by, quite possibly we change our lives. So I want to tell you a story that I'm living in and that was planted in me, and I think in all of us who are Métis a long time ago. So I call this story The Old Wolves. So, and this is actually going to be the beginning of the book, so you're getting an early shot. And by the way, I think it'll be published in the fall of next year. So, in 1909, a group of men met in my great-grandfather Joseph Riel's home in St. Vital, Manitoba, and that's what it looks like. So I call those men the old wolves. Maybe it's because they all had long, shaggy beards. Maybe it's the eyes that were old but still alert. Maybe it's because they spent their lives hunting. The old wolves gathered at Joseph's home that night. I'm sorry, I've taken you too far. The old wolves gathered at Joseph's home that night were on a mission to restore Louis Riel's reputation and to tell the truth. They would have called it God's truth. and that was about their people, la nation métisse. This was not their first meeting. So this is 1909, right? So this was not their first meeting. They had been meeting quietly since 1887, so that's since 2 years after Riel was hanged. And their mission was to correct the stories that Canada had so quickly adopted as its official history. What they regarded as a one-sided and inaccurate stories about the Red River Resistance of 1869-70, La Guerre Nationale, their national war of 1885, and the hanging of their favorite son, Louis Riel. They believed that the public version of these events was a propaganda campaign designed to justify the actions of the government and what they called the racist screamers from Ontario, who had exiled the Métis from their heartland in Red River. In 1885, they buried Louis, their best and brightest voice, and for 24 years, the old wolves of the Northwest had been struggling to overcome what they called le grand silence, the price of their defeat. Since their national war in 1885, the government had hovered over them, watching their every move. But in their ears and in their hearts, the grand silence roared with injustice, and their bones were waxing old. So in 1909, they said no more. They would not go silent to their graves. The old wolves were determined to keep the Métis Nation alive. They had already erected a monument to Louis Riel's tomb, and this they erected in 1891, and that's in the St. Boniface Cathedral. And they created a new national flag, a National Métis Association, and a National Historic Committee. And if you haven't noticed it already, the word nation and national feature prominently in Métis history, Métis institutions, and Métis language. The old wolves quietly began to collect first-hand accounts from their people. And so here's some pictures of the old wolves. On the end, there is André Nault. In the middle is Ambrose Lepine. I'm unable to find a picture of him from 1909. I suspect that's more likely from around 1885. And on this side is Joseph Riel, my great-grandfather. So this was they began to collect first-hand accounts from their own people, and they were determined to rehabilitate Louis Riel in Métis history. They vowed to defend Métis rights and promote their Michif language and their culture. Now, this was the 5th time that the Métis had taken a vow to defend their rights. The first 4 were battles. The first used to be known in English as the Seven Oaks Massacre. Lately, we've changed it. We call it the Battle of the Seven Oaks. But the Métis have always called it the Victory of the Frog Plain, obviously because we won that one. That was in 1816. The second time was a life and death battle against the Sioux in 1851, and we call that the Battle of the Grand Coteau. And that was another victory for the Métis. And the third time the Métis Nation defended its rights was during the Red River Resistance of 1869-70. And that time they negotiated what Métis have always called their treaty, and the terms of that are embedded in the Manitoba Act. Those promises were not honored at the time, but then, interestingly, as the Chief Justice has just said, that story's not over. The Supreme Court of Canada delivered a ruling in 2013 that that recognized that what had happened in 1869-70 was wrong, that they had been defrauded, basically, of their lands. And so now what's happening is the Métis are now renegotiating that treaty. So that was the third time they took a stand for their rights. And the fourth time was La Guerre Nationale, and that's what the Métis call that, their national war in 1885, and most of us know the sad outcome of that war. So now in 1909, they took another vow. They vowed to keep a vigil. They were determined but cautious. They had no intention of picking up arms in 1909, but then again, they hadn't thought that a battle would result in 1885 either. Louis Riel was very clear. He said, I'm going to Saskatchewan to write petitions, not to start a war. Still, they gathered that night in St. Vitel and they vowed to keep the Métis Nation and Riel alive, but now they would use words as weapons only. They would publish, use the press, and speak out. They would tell their truth and they would rebut every distortion, error, inaccuracy, or attack on the Métis Nation. They would tell the story as they knew it and as their people had experienced it, and they would not let the Métis Nation's voice die with Louis Riel. It took time to organize and gather their facts and to work with the legacy of fear and silence that their people, the Métis, now lived with. And they were careful not to attract too much attention to their meetings, because in those days the prairies still crackled with tension. The immigrants held the land, but they had not totally vanquished the Métis and the First Nations. They did hold the land, those newcomers, but they were nervous about it, and they were wary of another rising. The Métis signed up as soldiers in World War I, and the irony of joining the same forces that had so recently obliterated their own people, that was not lost on them. That First World War made it hard for the old wolves. World wars have a way of sucking all the oxygen out of the planet. There's little room for stories in history when all the young men are killing each other far away from home. Still, the old wolves kept their vigil. Their first public event was a recounting of the events of 1869-70, and it was a highly charged speech given by Guillaume Charette at the Jesuit College in St. Boniface on November 25th, 1923. So this is some of the old wolves. So Elziard Lajemaudière and Ambrose Lepine and André Nault. If you watched the opera last night, those are three characters who figure heavily in this. Camille Taillet, right in the middle, that's my grandfather. Joseph Riel, just up from there, is my great-grandfather. And Guillaume Charette, that's the man I'm talking about right now, who gave the speech at the Jesuit College. This is a picture of the Union Nationale from 1913. So everyone in 1923, when Guillaume Charette delivered his speech, everyone denounced it. The Catholic Church was particularly incensed because it didn't coincide with their version, mostly because the priests were not painted in a very flattering light. The battle that went on after that in the press, and it went on for 2 years. So what you have is Guillaume Charette writing the story, and you have Father Maurice disputing it, going back and forth. This is copies of La Liberté, the French language newspaper in St. Boniface from 1923 to 1925. This went on back and forth in the papers. But the old wolves were just getting started with this. In 1925, they began a tradition that continues to this day, and that's meeting at Riel's grave on the anniversary of the hanging in November 16th. They publicly objected then to the word rebellion in a monument that was being raised to the Northwest Rebellion. Now, I know in this day and age, just standing up and saying, well, we don't like you to use the word rebellion doesn't sound like much of an objection or something that's particularly, out of the ordinary. But the point is, these were men who still vividly remembered their war of 1885 and how they had been hounded for daring to claim land protection and for sending petitions. They have always said they picked up their arms only in defense. So in 1909, they were just emerging from 40 years of hiding, and that is what they call it, those years after 1885, hiding. So objecting to the victors' description of their national war as a rebellion, that was actually their first small act of rebellion in the 20th century, and it wasn't well received. The defeated are not supposed to throw pebbles at the victors, not even 40 years later. A deferential manner is expected from the defeated in perpetuity, it seems. But as far as the old wolves were concerned, the hiding and the silence were over. The Métis had paid in blood and shame, and they were done paying. Their children were already adults, and there was a new generation of children, my father's generation. The children were hearing the old wolves' stories. But then the old wolves decided that telling the stories wasn't enough. Their own people were listening, but nobody else was. Les Anglais, that's what they called the English, les Anglais. Les Anglais were too full of their own stories to hear the Métis history. After the backlash from the events at St. Boniface College, they decided to write and publish a history of the Métis Nation. So they began to collect their documents. Two members of the historical committee, my grandfather and Guillaume Charette, went to Saskatchewan to take sworn statements from Métis survivors of La Guerre Nationale. Twice in 1929, they went to Batoche, where the final battle of their national war took place, and virtually the whole town came out to their meetings. My grandfather and Charette asked questions, they listened, they wrote down the stories, and they took sworn affidavits. So I think I have right there, that is a copy of one of the sworn affidavits of André Nault, Elziar Lachemaudière, and Duncan McDougall. And if you see on the edge there, it's the témoin, the witnessed by my grandfather, Camille Théier. So their book, The History of the Métis Nation, was finally published in 1935, and that's what it looks like. There's very few copies out there these days. But it was published in 1935. The committee's original intention was to publish a simple narrative and then to follow that with the complete work supported by references. Unfortunately, de Trémardin, their author, died before he completed his task, and the committee edited and published the work accompanied by an appendix of its own. Now, the appendix is actually what we today would call a frequently asked questions section, which is exactly what it is. They asked a question and they answered it. They asked another question and they answered it. And in the end, though, they published a very reduced version. My understanding from the papers I've been reading is that the de Trémardin's version weighed in at something like 780 pages, and no publisher was going to publish it anyway, because nobody was going to publish a Métis version of this story, although they were quite willing to publish soldiers' versions and the priests' versions, but they wouldn't publish a Métis version of it. So they had to pay to have it published, and this was in the middle of the Great Depression. So raising funds to have this published, they could not afford to publish it all, so it had to be cut. And so the committee ended up cutting it basically in half. So now, many of the Riel papers that I've been talking about are in the public domain, including early drafts of this book by de Trémardin. But my family still has some papers, and my mother has some. And so when I was commissioned to write this book, I thought, well, maybe I should go look at those Riel papers. I haven't looked at them for a long time. And so then I sort of dawned on me, well, if my mom's got papers, I bet my cousins have papers too. So I sort of sent out an email blast to my cousins, and by the way, I have hundreds of cousins. Métis families are not small. Anyway, what I discovered is probably a librarian or an archivist's worst nightmare. We have boxes of papers, and most of them are in basements in Winnipeg, which is prone to flooding. I did ask if I could see them. So in one of my cousin's collections, there's sort of a pay dirt there. She has something like 6 boxes of papers. So when I asked if I could see them, and she said sure, so I went to look at them, and I was just going to, whoops, I'm going the wrong way. There. In one of my cousin's boxes, my eye was drawn to a big journal, this one. So it's big and it's heavy, dark burgundy color. The edges have sort of faded gold on them. Inside, the paper is the color of unbleached cotton. So these are pages, when I showed you this, these are pages from my grandfather's journal here. So the paper's very fragile, and when you open it, the spine's broken and some of the pages come spilling out, and some of them are ripped and torn. But the book's beautiful. It's got a really beautiful weight in it. It's a really nice book, and it's my grandfather's book. So in the journal, he wrote sometimes with a pencil, you can see there, and sometimes with a pen, but he wrote with a fairly light touch. He was not a man, I think, to attack a page. He was more deliberate than that. But then I was 10 when he died, so I have a child's remembrance of him. What I do know is that my grandfather was a member of the Union Nationale Métis Historical Committee, charged with publishing the first written history of the Métis Nation. So when I opened the book first, though, I didn't know what I was looking at. Some pages appear to be copies of Riel's writings. You'll recall that back in those days, those were not published anywhere. There were copies of sworn declarations from the Métis, which I've shown you here. There are attempts to organize the facts of the resistance of 1869-70 and the facts of what went on in 1889. And then I saw that there are what appear to be drafts of de Tremodin's book. So there are some records of meetings that are held in September and October of 1871, and these are, I know it's dark and it's hard to see. The one on this side is the September 28th, 1871 meeting, and the one on the other side. Now there's more pages to each of these. I've just given you the first page here. But to set the stage for what you're looking at, this is 1871, and it's September and October. And for those of you who know this history, the Fenian raid is very, very much what's going on in Manitoba. But it's also what is called the Reign of Terror. So there were troops in Manitoba, and I think calling them troops is a misnomer because that gives you some idea that there's an army under command and there's people actually giving orders and there's some discipline. In fact, there was none of that. These were, and I'm not the one who says this, historians call them the Tory stormtroopers. They were the French called them the Orangistes. The Métis called them les Canadas, or the Canadas. It's not a term of endearment. So the troops were in Red River, and on their way out to Red River, they had made it very loud and clear that they were out to kill the Métis. In fact, their words were that they were going to exterminate them and wipe them off the face of the planet, and they were going to kill Riel. Everything they wanted to do was kill Riel. So when they finally arrived in August of 1870, from then on until when you're talking about here and actually going on further, it's basically mob rule. 6 weeks after they arrived in Red River, the St. Paul newspaper called it the Reign of Terror. That should give you some idea of how bad it was because, you know, this is the Wild West. Violence was not an unknown factor. For a newspaper in St. Paul to call it a Reign of Terror after only 6 weeks should give you some indication of how vicious and mean this, and it's beyond mean, this was. The New York Times even, like this was known far and wide. The New York Times headline called it a military reign of terror. So this is not unknown. Everybody in Canada knew what was going on. So by the time you have these meetings happening in 1871, they'd been mob rule in Red River for a year. And they had already murdered 3 members of Riel's provisional government. Eleazar Goulet and 2 others had already been murdered. Many of them had been beaten. André Nault had been bayoneted and left for dead. There had been untold numbers of assaults, tarring and feathering, people lynched, people, and the rapes, they called them outrages in those days, everywhere. It was a terrible, terrible situation. So these men who were meeting at these meetings in 1871, these were very, very secret meetings, but they were at my great-grandfather's house in Red River. And after the September 28th one, word got out that they had met, and the mob scoured all of southern Manitoba looking for these men because they were hunted. They were being actively hunted. So now, I know you can't read these, but what they're discussing here in these meetings is how the Métis are going to deal with the Fenian raid, right? Are they going to come down on the side of the Fenians, or are they going to come down on Canada's side? That's the discussion that's going on in here. And what they decide to do is they're always very democratic. They send people out into all the communities and get everybody to take a vote. It's just extraordinary how democratic they were. So I've done a little blow up here because this is who's at the meeting. So if you can't read it very well, it says, you know, chez Riel à Saint-Vitel, and then it goes André Nault, Baptiste Lepine, Ambrose Lepine, Baptiste Touran, Pierre Parenteau, you can see the broken page, Dauphinet, another Parenteau, Louis Riel, Joseph Saint-Germain, Pierre Lavaillé, that would be Elzéar Lagimodière, Jean-Baptiste Rechotte, Baptiste Bushman. I'm sorry, I think it's Angus McKay, but hard to read that one. And then the presiding president there is André Nault. This is a who's who of the provisional government and the Métis leadership, who are all supposed to be in hiding, and most of them are supposed to be in exile out of the country. And here they are in St. Vitel meeting, and this is one of about 5 meetings they had at this time. Just trying to give you a flavor of some of the papers that are around to show you what's going on. So my point in all of this is the wolf pack. These are the old wolves who commissioned that book. And they're the ones who edited it, and they're the ones who told that story. So my point is that de Tremauden's book is the story of the Métis Nation and Riel's story as the Métis knew it, right? And as they wanted it to be told. And that's the oral history that they told their children, and they told their grandchildren, and my generation, their great-grandchildren, and we have many more generations now. So the old wolves, they lived in that whole story, right? And there's the whole story of the promised amnesty. So for those of you who were at the opera last night and what the Chief Justice talked about, talking about 20 years ago to an Métis elder in Saskatchewan, Jean Bouchard, he called it the broken promised amnesty. It's a little bit fractured English, but he actually captures with that phrase very well what that was. And that was basically when Riel's negotiated, and so a bit of the history of the opera that's wrong is that they have Archbishop Taché being the one who goes to Ottawa to negotiate. Taché was actually in Rome at the time. There was a big Vatican Council. The Roman Catholic Church was heavily debating whether the Pope's word was infallible or not. Whole other story. So Taché has been imported into the opera, but really it was Father Richot was the main. It's not a big substitution. They've just kind of substituted one priest for another. I'm just trying to figure out my notes. Right, so they're negotiating the treaty, but when Father Richot got there, what he said was the sine qua non, right? The basis of the negotiation was an amnesty for everybody who was involved. And as you saw in the opera, MacDonald promises it and then reneges on it, right? So what happened then is that it didn't come for 5 years. And in its absence, the Métis leaders were really hounded into exile, and they were murdered, as I've said. So the phrase, sorry, I jumped off my page. Let me go back. The old wolves lived through these stories. My great-grandfather Joseph saw what happened to his fellow Métis and to their lands. He lived through the reign of terror. The Orangistes, or the Canadas, broke into his family home, terrorized his mother, threatened his sister with a gun to her head. His brother lived the last 15 years of his life as a hunted man. Joseph knew men who had been murdered by the Canadas. Elzéar Goulet, one of those men, was stoned to death in the Red River. My great-grandfather was at Goulet's funeral, and he'd seen all this with his own eyes. His brother had been murdered by the state, and in 1909, when the old wolves met in his house, Joseph had just buried Louis's last child. So it's another thing that's wrong in the opera. We've got Marguerite holding a baby, no baby. The kids were already 2 or 3. Anyway, so the thing about this is that for all that terror, all of those Orangistes in the Canadas were well rewarded for it, right? So the man who held a gun to Marie Riel's head and threatened her with her life if she didn't give up her brother became a crown counsel. The Chief Justice of the Manitoba Court ran the land speculation scheme, and it was a pretty sweet scheme. He had one son who was a land speculator, another son who was a lawyer. They used to process the Métis land things in batches, and it's really nice to have your own Chief Justice in the family who can rubber stamp everything and pass it all through. They did do an infant lands inquiry several years later, and the man, Robertson, who did the inquiry, said that it was one of the most monstrous injustices he had ever seen, and the whole system was the creature of the Chief Justice of the province of Manitoba, who was also from the Orange Lodge. And the biggest land speculator was John Christian Schultz, who you saw in the opera last night. MacDonald made him a senator. Haven't changed the Senate much, have we? So, despite having lived through all this violence and fraud and injustice, the old wolves insisted that de Tremauden tone down the rhetoric in his book. It was not that they disagreed with what he wrote. It was that what Les Anglais, they wanted Les Anglais to hear the story. They wanted them to hear Riel. And if the tone was too bitter, too accusatory, or too anti-English, Canadians would shut their ears. de Tremodin resisted. There's correspondence going back and forth, and de Tremodin saying, no, the Orangistes were fanatics, and the book should attack them directly. And so it's my grandfather who's arguing the other side. He's the major member of the Union Nationale who's saying he wants de Tremodin to sweeten his work. And I'm going to quote my grandfather. He said, one does not capture flies with vinegar. So a note to all of you here, I'm actually going to come down on de Tremodin's side when I'm writing this book. I think the Canadas do need to be treated as the fanatics that they were. I'm not going to try and have a tone that will shut Canadians' ears, but I think we should know that story because I don't think most people do know it. So my point about the Riel story, which is by no means over, is that it has its roots. My point is that the Riel story, which is by no means over, has its roots in the fact that until the 1960s, Canada chose not to hear the Métis and not to hear Riel. Even today, the names we use are misleading. So you remember that house that I showed you, the Riel house at the beginning? You see, that's called Riel House, and it's a national museum now run by Parks Canada. And almost everybody who goes to it thinks, because it's called Riel House, that it's Louis Riel's house, but it's not, right? It's my great-grandfather Joseph's house, and Louis's house was totally ripped down, obliterated, and they wanted to get rid of it, every single bit of it, so badly that they even carted the rocks away, right? So that's Riel House, the museum that you go to today. So we may want the history of Louis Riel to be neat and clean, clear and easy to understand, but it really doesn't work that way. So I wanted to leave you with a couple more documents that I pulled out of the family thing that I thought you might find interesting before I wrap up here. This is a telegram from, I said telegraph, it's actually a telegram, Joseph to Louis, and this is August 18th, 1885. So that's my rough translation. It's obviously a telegram, so they shorten up things. I hear you're writing of your life. Do not give this book to anyone. Keep it for me. I feel very much attached to it. Regarding your wife, I will be seeing her soon. Oh, packed into that last sentence, I will be seeing her soon. So Marguerite is pregnant. She has tuberculosis. She's been living in a cave near Batoche. And so what's happening is Joseph's going to go and get her and bring her and the children back to St. Vital. So there's a lot packed into that little telegram there. And the last one, I think, is probably the most poignant piece. Just makes me want to cry. This is what Louis had on him when he was taken prisoner. One religious book. I think that's one toque. 2 pair of wool mitts, 2 pencils, sundry papers, 1 newspaper, 1 cloak, 1 pencil, 1 marriage certificate. That's all he had to his name when he was taken. And I think that's part of the reason that people think was so important to the Métis was because he was never fighting for himself. He was always fighting for his people, and he never got anything for it. So I think that's part of their reverence for him. You know, Riel, to my mind, he came and he went like a big comet. He appeared on the horizon in 1868, and he shone so brightly that he obscured everything else in the sky. He shone for 15 years, and then he flamed out. And most people think those years were all of Métis history, but they're not really. The history begins in the 1790s, and it continues to this day. Riel is part of the history that Les Anglais actually listened to, which is really rather astounding considering they killed him. But then Canadian historians have always said, and it's what people say about me too, is that we're too loud, the Métis, we're too loud, our emotions burn too hot, and we're not reasonable. Just as a little aside, when I went to law school, they talked to you about the reasonable man standard, but I had read Rebecca West. I don't know if any of the rest of you had, but Rebecca West has a wonderful line. She's very tired of hearing Bertrand Russell always talking about reason mitigated by love and reason. And she finally said, reason. I get so tired of hearing men talk about reason. It's really only the name they give to their emotions. Now, that'll be stuck in your brain for the rest of your life, too. And whenever you hear someone talk about being reasonable, that's what you think about, right? So we're too loud, we burn too hot emotionally, and we are unreasonable. So MacDonald never listened to the Métis, and he executed Riel to shut him up, right? But it didn't work. Riel's echo is louder than ever, perhaps louder than it was during his life. And I think we're here today because I actually think that Canadians have now started to listen and to hear Riel. Thank you. I'm going to get some water. Oh, sure.
Jean is happy to take questions. Do you want to just moderate yourself?
Yeah, sure. Maybe nobody has any. Oh, right here. Hi.
I have to say, I think you are amazing.
Hmm. Thank you.
When I was in line, oh yeah, sure. When I was in line, there was a nice gentleman next to me who made a really interesting comment. I'm sure he did get me somewhere, so I want to acknowledge you wherever you are. He said, you know, I think it's you, right? Yeah, okay. So why don't you say it? He said, there just doesn't seem to. I had been at the original opera,
Yeah.
and he was comparing, and he said, I don't think there's as much fuss about this Canada 150.
No.
And he said, okay, you should say it. He said something like, do you think it's because with the truth and reconciliation, etc., we're understanding that it wasn't completely wonderful?
Mm-hmm.
And so as you were speaking, did I get that kind of right? Okay. So as you were speaking, I was thinking and hearing about they Canada,
Yeah.
mise en anglais and all of that. I was thinking, what do we do as Canadians at this point? How do we, what about our, I don't know, collective memory? I don't even know what my question is, but it's what do we think? Where do we put ourselves? We've been all raised to admire this wonderful country of peace givers
Yeah.
and reasonable people and loving people. And of course we knew what we knew about the residential schools, etc. We knew that Riel was a big travesty. But hearing you and hearing all of this, all of your stories and about the old wolves and everything else that we're hearing and learning, where do we put our thoughts of our country? Now, that's a big question to ask you, but where are you in all of this?
I just think it's an ongoing conversation. And I actually think it's good that we don't have a fixed idea of who we are. I really do. Because if you have a fixed idea of who you are, then you have no room for growth and change. And I actually think this country is evolving and changing, and it always has been. And I sort of applaud the idea that we aren't rigid, as I think the Americans are in having to be this thing. And so I think it's actually a good thing for us. I think it's healthier for us, and I think that for me the most important thing is the ongoing conversation. And one of the things I absolutely find fascinating about Riel, and this is not even me being a member of the Riel family, but is the fact that we're still talking about the man, right? And they're writing operas about him. And I know that opera is 50 years old, but there are plays, and I think Alfred Braz did a whole book on the ways that our artists have wrapped Riel into our story, written numerous plays and novels and comic books and statues, and it's the way our artists have taken Riel and made him a voice for this ongoing discussion and dialogue. I actually think it's brilliant. Nobody's doing that about MacDonald, right? They're really not, right? So it's because, and I think the Chief Justice touched on some of it, the reason that Riel speaks to us is because he does touch all of those strands in our Canadian history that we are unresolved about and maybe never will be resolved about, right? So I think that the idea that one man can capture that, he has definitely moved into the world of myth. I think that's absolutely true. When everybody, I'm told, I don't even know if this is true, I should probably stop telling this story until I actually talk to Preston Manning. But he doesn't run in my circles, so I don't actually get a chance to talk to him. But I heard that he had a picture of Louis Riel in his office. Now, this is obviously not about Métis rights or anything like that. It was that he saw the moment of stepping on the surveyor's chain as the true moment of Western alienation, which is a matter that Preston Manning is very concerned about, right? So if you can twist Louis Riel into just about anything, he stands for this, he stands for that, he stands for this. This then to me is a man who has moved far beyond the facts of his life and into a greater voice for Canadians. And I think it's great that we have a figure that somehow has the room for us to invest so many stories in this country, because it says something about us, And I'm going to pick up on what President Chartier said earlier. This move to pardon Riel is something I'm not in favor of either. I think our history has warts on it, and we should just leave them there. Let's not go and try and fix it, do plastic surgery on our history, right? Leave it the way it is and move into the future with it. And the problem we have is that every time Canada has talked about doing something, the first thing they do is say, oh, for the First Nations, oh, well, we'll get into land claims, and oh, we'll do this, and oh, we'll do that, and then for the Métis, oh, we'll exonerate Riel. I'm sorry, it's nothing. It's tokenism on a grand scale. And as President Chartier said, it would be government pardoning itself. And so I don't think we should bother. Let's just move on and absorb the Métis people into the Canadian fabric as who they are, as a people, as an entity, and let them be there. And we've never wanted us to be there. Your Excellency. Sure. I'll do that. Okay. Yes, I will. Her Excellency asked if I could explain sort of the precursors or the beginnings of the Métis Nation and who we are. I could do that. This is, I start the book here and then I go into that discussion. So let me just if you can do it briefly. I'll try and give you the Coles Notes version of this. My take on this is that the Métis Nation begins in about 1790, and it is a creature of the Northwest, all right? So Canada has always had a Northwest. I always enjoy telling this story when I'm in Toronto, because when you hear a term like Northwest, you should always ask yourself, north of what and west of what, right? It's the same thing with the Middle East. Middle of what? East of what, right? So north of what, west of what? Okay, the Northwest was always north of Montreal, later Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto corridor, right? Which was seen by itself to be the center of the universe. And for those of us who live in the West, nothing's changed, okay? You still think you're the center of the universe, right? So the Northwest was everything north and west of that, but the Northwest has always been a shifting, changing geography, right? So as people settled further and further and further west, the Northwest shifted further north and further west. And we've always had one, and we still have one today. It didn't used to have boundaries on it, but now we have the Northwest Territory, the tiny little bit that's left after they carved out Nunavut in the 1990s, right? We were joking, I was working on a treaty up in the Northwest Territories then, and they were saying, okay, they're none of it and we're the rest of it, right? Kind of thing, but basically, and there was a big talk about changing the name to Athabasca. There was a big discussion about changing the Northwest Territories, and there was a lot of resistance to it, though. We should keep that name. The Mounties used to be called the Northwest Mounted Police. You know, there's a lot of history to it. Anyway, so the Métis are the creatures of the Northwest, right? We grew in the Northwest. It's very common to say we're the children of the fur trade. I don't actually like that phrase because I can't imagine any other people who are identified by an economy. We do not call the British the children of the woolen trade. And we don't call the French, although we might think of them this way, as the children of the grapevines, right? You know, so why we would call the Métis the children of the fur trade, it's just, I think it's les Anglais way of trying to get a handle on things, but it's really not very, you know, it's only accurate way, way, way back, right? So what happens is you have the voyageurs, and I will go in the book into the voyageurs because, God, they're amazing. It's just an extraordinary story. They were the superheroes. Marvel Comics has nothing on the voyageurs, right? They were just amazing. But if I can do another little side trip here, what is more amazing to me is that those voyageurs, most of them had wives. Some of them had wives in every port, but, you know, but they had wives. And so we have these amazing stories of the voyageurs, you know, leaping over tall waterfalls and carrying huge packs and paddling all day and all night, which they did. But did you realize, I want to do little boxes in the book that go, did you know? So did you know that their wives and children were paddling along behind them? Right? So it makes you think a little bit about these guys who are so great. You know, it's a little bit like that line that Fred Astaire was a great dancer, but Ginger Rogers did it all backwards and in high heels. You know, so it's a little bit like that because mom's in the back in the canoe, probably with changing diapers and feeding babies and paddling at the same time and doing the same portages, right? So anyway, they go out to the west. They're marrying into the various tribes, right? The Métis are primarily Ojibwe and Cree background. That's not to say it's entirely, some are Dene, some are Sioux, but primarily Ojibwe and Cree is the Aboriginal background. By the 1790s, that's why I say the Métis Nation starts in the 1790s, is because up until then you've got a lot of people intermarrying. There's no question about that, and children are being born. But you need a critical mass, right? You need a cohort where there's enough of them to gather an identity, to start to see themselves as something different, right? And that's what happens with that cohort that's born in the 1790s. That's the cohort that comes into 1816 when they're in their 20s and becomes the Battle of Seven Oaks or the Victory of the Frog Plain. They're the ones who are claiming and proclaiming themselves as a separate people. And they proclaim themselves as a Métis Nation in 1816, and others, like historians, all the people around, start to talk of them as a group then. They're no longer the Freemen and their sons or the half-breed sons. They're suddenly the Métis Nation. They're seen as a group. Is nation the right word? You know, I think they grew into that more. It's kind of an aspiration at the beginning, I think, but they grew into it. But that's not much different than Canada claiming it was a nation in 1867. And really? You know, I don't know. So the people then, I say, were born in that time period, right? 1790s, in that generation, is when the Métis Nation comes into existence. I think it exists from what I would say is Rainy River, Rainy Lake, Lake of the Woods, and it goes across the prairies up to the bottom of Great Slave Lake. It does go down into the United States, but let's just talk Canada for now, right? So, and basically stops at the Rocky Mountains. That's essentially the Métis Nation. I am not for a moment, for those of you who are from claim you're Métis from other places, I'm not saying there are not other Métis people. There may be Métis, Great Lakes Métis people. There seems to be a Mattawa crew. There may be others out there. But the Métis Nation, this group that we're talking about, Riel's people, this crew, that's where they are. And that the ties, the family ties, the history, the stories are all in that area. And they are embedded in every river, every rock, every blade of grass on the prairies. So that's who the Métis Nation is the people who came from that area and lived in that era. And I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jean, thank you for your eloquence. That was just such a beautiful address. And now we have a moment to have a break. We're going to return at 11:15, so we have an opportunity now, just about a half an hour, to talk and discuss about the things we've heard this morning. There's coffee outside, in case you need to be fueled, but I think we're all stimulated enough already. And when you return, we will have a creative discussion panel, including the opera director, Peter Hinton. Thanks again very much to Jean, and we'll see you after the break. She's really something.
Yeah, she is. And isn't exactly shabby either.
Oh, okay. These are Adrian Carson's notes. I'll just leave them.
The young man to come down and set up here in front.
Yes. Yeah. Wait, this is do it? I'll do it. Yeah, everything's fine. I have to give Jane the key back. That guy.
Yes.
don't have any more hand mics. They're giving her a headset mic.
And students will be using computer this afternoon, I know. Taryn and Sarah. Um, a lot of really interesting buzz out there. Questions, conversation. Very excited, very excited. This is very successful. Can't imagine a better start. Right. So now,
Jean probably deserves coffee.
We'll be restarting in 5 minutes. If you could return to your seats, please. We'll be starting again in 5 minutes. Please return to your seats. It's on for outside.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin again in 2 minutes. Please return to your seats. 2 minutes, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. Is this on? Oh. Is it on now? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. If you could just take your seats, please. I don't think it's on. Oh, okay. Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. Could you please take your seats? We're about ready to get started the next session. My name is Gianmarco Sagato. I'm the Adult Programs Manager for the Canadian Opera Company. And it is now my pleasure to introduce our next guest. Her name is Joanna Burt. She is a Saugeen Ojibwe artist from Lindsay, Ontario. She's both a Métis jigger and an opera singer, currently studying voice at the Glenn Gould School of Music at the Royal Conservatory. She's actively involved in her Aboriginal community. She's the Métis Infinite Reach facilitator at her school, at the conservatory, and she spreads Métis culture in Toronto through the Summer Youth Culture Program with the Métis Nation of Ontario. She teaches music and dance workshops to both children and adults, and she performed for the Pan Am Games opening ceremonies with Cirque du Soleil. And as is most pertinent to this group today, of course, if you saw the opera last night, Louis Riel, or if you're going to see it during the run, Joanna plays Sarah Riel, the sister of Louis Riel, and she made her COC main stage debut last night. So please join me in welcoming Joanna Burt.
So I'll be singing the first part of Kayas, which is all a cappella, and I'm going to be mixing it with what's called Strong Woman's Song. And this song is for all my relations. It doesn't have any specific language, but this song was made for Indigenous women in the prison system, and it's also sung for women who need to be uplifted and encouraged and empowered, because in First Nations culture, lately First Nations women have been gone missing. So whenever I sing this song, I sing it for the creator, Kesamonetho Hichimanatu, and I sing it for my sisters, many of them that are lost and who need support, who need empowerment. And so here we go. All right.
Thank you, Joanna. My name is Catherine Simsesson. I'm the Associate Director of Education and Outreach at the Canadian Opera Company, and I'm so grateful that we have this opportunity to all meet together today to discuss so many wonderful, difficult conversations around our production, Louis Riel. And so connecting all the experiences that we've been talking about this morning to the art was really important for us to address. And so thank you, Joanna, for starting us off in this conversation. We've assembled a wonderful panel here for you. Many people with various backgrounds coming together to talk about how do we move forward in art with the collaboration between Indigenous arts and Western arts, and how do we keep the conversation moving forward. So I'd first like to give a quick introduction to everyone in case you're not familiar with them. First we have Peter Hinton. Peter Hinton is our director for Louis Riel. He's had virtually no sleep since opening last night. But he has had extensive experience working as artistic director of English theatre at Canada's National Arts Centre. He's been working on so many projects for me to list right now in conjunction at the same time with Louis Riel. But most importantly, a connection to one of our other panelists is that he will direct the world premiere of Missing by Brian Current and Marie Clements, a City Opera Vancouver and Pacific Opera production. We also have to his left, Marie Clements. I'm just going to go to my correct page. Marie Clements is a writer, director, and producer who has worked to ignite her brand of independent story-making in a variety of mediums, including film, TV, radio, new media, and live performance. So she's writing the libretto for Missing, which Peter will be directing. So again, another connection to how we move forward. We also have Paula Dankert. Paula is a dramaturg, a producer of live radio and performance, a Foley artist and teacher. She was a dramaturg on Missing, the librettist Marie Clements, composer Brian Current. We are also joined here by Estelle Shook, who is one of Peter's collaborators on Louis Riel. Estelle is the assistant director on our production. She is a Métis artist from British Columbia. She is as artistic director of Caravan Farm Theatre from 1998 to 2010. And she is the current interim artistic director and managing director. An interesting note about Estelle that she has shared with us on many occasions, but to those of you who haven't heard this yet, Estelle is also a descendant of Saskatchewan pioneer Thomas McKay, who testified at the trial of Louis Riel in 1885. She makes her opera debut with Louis Riel, and we are so grateful to have everyone here today. So I'm going to turn it over to the panel because of our time. I'm going to start off with the piece that Joanna performed for us right at the beginning, the Caius from the opera. It was only a few weeks ago that, probably maybe almost a month ago, a few weeks to a month ago. This piece has been very much a living and breathing art form. It's not a museum relic that we've put on stage, and that's a great thanks to Peter. And so I wanted to first ask you how that process was when we were informed of the origins of Caius and how you moved forward once you found out about that connection.
Hello. For those of you who don't know, the Caius takes part in a colonial history of hundreds and hundreds of Indigenous songs that were collected in the 1920s by Mariusz Barbeau, amongst others. And the song the Caius is, which means long ago in Cree, has its source. It was a song collected in the Nass River in British Columbia of the Niska Nation. And it was a practice at that time that these songs were collected and archived and became the property of those who collected them in a huge, quote, unquote, interest in saving a culture. And Harry Summers wanted to capture a spirit of Canada, and there are many settler folk songs that are influenced in the score of Louis Riel. And the Cuyas was something he had set as an independent piece and had a Cree translation done for it. And at the suggestion of his partner, Barbara Chilcott, it was incorporated into the score for Riel. And it had an enormous influence in the score as themes from that piece echo throughout. And you'll hear themes of it at the very beginning of the show, at the end of the show. And so it's a very problematic part of its history. It's one of many challenges that were involved in looking at this revival. And there's a lot of different history about permission and about rights and about discussion that took place to use that song or not. And it was in a tradition, I believe, and Alexander Neef at the opera and I have talked about it, where Harry kind of approached it not unlike European composers who, like Bartók, and who were collecting folk songs and putting them into a more formal music tradition. Harry took that song and used it for Riel. And as I say, there are very different histories about it, that it was, permission was granted. There's a whole other story about a singer who sang the Cuyas getting permission from an elder, to all kinds of things. And about a month ago, we were contacted by Dylan Robinson, who is the head of Indigenous Studies at Queen's University, who wanted to have a dialogue about this. And got in contact with Mike Dengeli and Kian Tate of the Niska Nation to talk about the sources of that song, because it's just full of the collision and intersection of colonialism. A song that is collected from the Niska Nation. It is a sacred song. Songs to the Niska, as I can share with you, not authoritatively, but from my own listening and my own teachings, are laws. Songs carry great spiritual energy within them. They aren't just tunes. And they're hard for Western people to identify with because they're not objects. We don't see them the way you can see a mask or a totem pole or something that is visual. And we know full well in this room the abuses of that. So it's much more than an issue about appropriation. It's an issue about law and how we respect the Niska Nation as a people with laws that hold. And so it was very intense, and a lot of discussion about, should we do the song? Should we include the song? How will we proceed forward? And it's a song, this song of Skatine, which is a mourning song. And it's a sacred song that is to be only sung in ceremony and only to be sung at a period of time. So you've got this very shaky thing for a play or an opera, where you've got a Métis woman singing in Cree a Niska song. And there are other things in the opera that are like that too. And so Dylan contacted us and got us in contact with Mike, and Alexander and Dylan and Mike and Kian Tate began a really important dialogue and conversation about it. And we brought Mike and Kian out to meet with us and to talk about this. And if you were at the show last night, they performed and spoke both in the theater before the opera and on stage before we began. And I've learned so much doing this about how there's a very big colonist assumption that treaties are fixed things, that negotiations are contracts. You write on paper, you check off a box, and you go, it's ours now. That a song doesn't belong to one person. That songs are of the spirit, they are of the land. And it's not about owning. And that there has to be ongoing human dialogue about them. And as Mike said to us the other day when we were speaking, he's not there to say, don't do the song or do the song, because he's not the one entitled to do that. The important point is to have the dialogue about it and to honor it. And which brought a lot of thought and a lot of care into how we staged it, how we sang it, and what the future of that might be. There's going to be another dialogue and consultation. Keen is going back to the matriarch to speak to her about it, and that dialogue is continuing. So it was a kind of one of many large factors that one takes on when you're doing a piece about Louis Riel that is written by two white guys 50 years ago. And it was my intention with the production was to treat it as an artifact. And I use the term deliberately. And to look at it as something of its time in order to speak to us today, to celebrate its beauty, its power, its musical and theatrical virtuosity, and to cast light on its biases, on its colonial biases, on its absences, on its silences, on what it doesn't speak to, and not be afraid of that. Paula and I have worked together on many projects for a long time, and I've had the great opportunity to direct two of Marie's pieces in the past. And when you go into the public forum, you have to be prepared and bold to be a target for a lot of discussion. And I believe very much in that discussion, and have disciplined myself to be unafraid to be criticized. And it's hard. As an artist, I want you to love it. I want to be liked like anybody. But this is bigger than that. It's more important of other people and cultures and spirits that are at work. And so I am very, very humbled and grateful for the dialogue that this has prompted. And, you know, I struggle a lot with truth and reconciliation as an idea, because you could talk about retribution, you could talk about repatriation, you could talk a lot of other words, but let's just talk about truth. And, you know, to see a presentation Dylan shared with us of the Mariusz Barbeau in northern BC, and to see the films and saying, you know, we've got the dances in the can, the salmon's in the can, the songs are in the can. The only thing not in the can are the Indians. It fills me with such sorrow. And the Song of Skatine is a mourning song, sung to a baby. And I think there's great beauty in that, and I think Simone Osborne sings the song beautifully. And Janny Lauzon leads the Land Assembly Chorus in our own invented grass dance that Santee Smith created with the company, that is performed on chairs and is an honoring of that dialogue. So it's hard because I want to be concise, but I want to share with you the breadth of discussion, and it's ongoing. It's not, okay, now we've nailed it. That's how you do the kuyish now. Done. It doesn't work that way. I don't know what it will be for future productions of Louis Riel. I don't know how that Niska matriarch, how she will feel and how she will become included in the dialogue. That's the thing, is like treaties for many Indigenous people were discussions. They were ongoing. It's not, there's a relationship. And when it returns to the human, that is always my measure for what we can do. Because a very hard thing, you know, when you start integrating ceremony, you have to be very careful, because also too, we're working in a very capitalist commercial environment. Charge admission for tickets. So no, you're not coming to it in the same presence of spirit that one goes to ceremony with. You're there to see a show. So how do you balance those two things? It's been a very important question and dialogue amongst everyone.
Thank you, Peter. And so we'll come back to Louis Riel in a bit, but I'd love to hear from Marie and Paula and Peter on the project that you started working on with Missing. If you could maybe share the project, the inspiration behind it, where it's sitting now, and maybe I'll turn it first to Marie, since she provided the libretto.
Yeah, I was approached. Oh, am I on? No, hello.
Yeah,
oh,
you're on.
It's quieter than Peter's. But I was approached by City Opera for a commission on a libretto thematically around the missing and murdered women in Canada and the U.S. And so I was a bit tentative because, as you can imagine, it's it's not an issue, it's a theme. It's something I believe we're struggling with in this country and have been for decades. So to take it on was a little bit overwhelming, knowing I'd have to go back into an arena that I'd been before. But I really wanted to take it on, and obviously take it on in this form, because I think I'm a little bit, I don't think it's natural to say, as a Métis artist, I haven't seen a lot of opera. You know, I think this was my second opera. So I'm still, I am, you know, a theater artist. So I think I'm having just a little bit of a honeymoon period with opera, because it's so spectacular and has thematically so many things I love, and it's so human and tragic and large-scaled humanity. So when I took on the libretto for Missing, I felt that it was a great arena to tell this story in a way that I think would be challenging, but also looking to bring Native and non-Native audiences together in an issue that I believe is all our responsibility. So we did, I worked off and on writing, and then, when was it? You know how life is, so busy. But we just finished a workshop a couple of months ago. End of February. And I've been working, been working back and forth with Brian Current. He's based here, and I'm based in Vancouver. So Skype is our friend. And then we got together in a room with a workshop in Victoria and Vancouver, and taking the first, I think, 60% of the opera to the community, the Native communities in Victoria and also in Vancouver, and kind of presenting the first kind of voice of it, or the first idea of it, to those audiences in the downtown east side, and to different nations that came to witness it. So we're still, I think, in baby steps, looking at another workshop this summer with Mr. Hinton and Paula, and just starting to build the layers of the story, you know, from the first kind of guts of it, really.
And what was your inroad into opera?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, I don't know how really to say it other than, you know, if you haven't gone to opera as a kid, if you haven't ever been around it, it's really what other people do. And to be honest, it's really what I always thought, it's people with money went to go see opera, because a lot of our families probably couldn't afford tickets or access to it. So what was my... Well, to be honest, I think I went to an opera in high school, right? Because we got free tickets, and it was this foreign land, you know. It's kind of the scale of it is what I think is so magical. Like you can't to sit in a theater and to understand that these all, I don't know, you know, when you're kind of a theater geek, you just go, oh my God, look at those lights, look at that screen, look how big that stage is, look at those costumes, oh my God, right? There's something just so magical about the idea of it, the presence of it. You know, there's nothing feels small to me about it, and I love that. You know, I love theater that has that kind of scale and kind of, and even in this workshop, you know, working with opera singers and having conversations, you know, with the composer and the conductor and these beautiful, beautiful native and non-native opera singers, where you're going, oh my God, like the technique of it it's mind-bending. And I think, you know, as an Aboriginal artist, I go, the idea that voice comes from their body in such a muscular way, in such a way that they have to live and breathe it and express it in such a technical way, is extraordinary to witness, that kind of craft. So I think you can get really romantic about opera, right? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people here, but I mean, for me, you can fall in love with the craft of it. Is just kind of so breathtaking.
And Paula, one of the biggest things is the collaborative aspect of opera. So if maybe you can speak to your role in the production of Missing, and your experience in that.
Yes, hello, everyone. So I came to Missing, well, Marie and I have worked together for, well, a very long time now. We've done many shows together over a couple of decades. Peter and I have worked together over many, many years, and the three of us have done a few shows together. So coming into Missing, and Marie began the libretto, I came to it as a dramaturg. That is what I do. I'm a dramaturg. And I'm a dramaturg because I love the telling of the tale. And it sounds so simple when I put it that way, but really, once you start to take that apart and think about what it really means, what it takes to tell a story, and what it takes to do it live on stage, whether it is in the form of theater or opera, it becomes very complicated very quickly. Who is doing the telling? To whom are they telling the tale? How is it being pieced together? The concomitant parts of what it is to make the production, and the decisions, as Peter spoke to, about how this retelling now of Riel is going to be made and delivered to us, the audience. And it is in that process of decision-making, the way the story is told, put that together with history, the institution, and then cap it off with a celebration of nationhood. And it's a very complex process, this process of telling. So when Marie was asked to do a telling of murdered and missing women, I couldn't quite imagine how she was going to come at that. And I still don't know how you kind of came to it the way that you did, with great beauty and a deep respect. It's very beautiful. I think that was, and a language of poetry, because Marie is also, among the many things of an artist, she is also a poet. And language became very, very helpful to us when we were working on this libretto. And I'm not a musician, I'm not a musicologist. Neither am I an opera person. I'm new to opera too. This is the third opera that I've worked on. So we are newbies in this form, but we are not new at telling stories, and we're not new at bringing them to the stage and making decisions about what the process is of how the story will be told. So that's very, in a general sweep, the job that I enter in on, and the relationship with Marie that I have. And it was so very interesting, of course, because opera is all about the music, and it's all about the composer. And this is where I think this question of our panel, the idea of indigenous art and Western forms, well, what is more, Eurocentric than opera? So how do we operate in this form with this content? And that was it remains a huge question. So, and for me as a dramaturg, in terms of the process of influencing, informing, questioning, complicating a process of choice making, how this content meets this form continues to be a big issue for us. And Brian Current, the composer, and I started off very, very early when he said, this is going to be his opera. And my response is that, no, it won't. This will be Marie's opera. This is about what it is about. But that's my newbie self coming to this old form. And so within that continues this discussion that Peter speaks of, this dialogue that is ongoing, not just about the development of the piece and Marie's libretto and the story she's telling, the retelling of this Riel, but this coming together of this content and form. And how are we going to do that in this time that I believe is the time of handing over the story to the people to whom the story belongs. So.
Thank you, Paula. I'm going to bring Estelle, and that's a good segue also to Estelle's work in our production of Louis Riel. To those who have not seen the production yet or have not read up fully on it yet, but there is a silent chorus, the Land Assembly, and I had the pleasure of watching Estelle work with a group of people who are not necessarily used to being in a theater and working as actors or opera singers do. So Estelle, I just want to invite you to maybe share some of the insights or the learnings that you had in welcoming people from the Métis and Indigenous communities to be part of this production, what that dialogue and what that process was like for both you as someone who also has made their operatic debut as well.
Thank you. It is.
It's on.
Hello, everyone. Well, I first want to preface with how I came to be involved in this project. I am a newbie to opera, but a longtime admirer and to some degree mentee of Peter's. When I first learned that Peter was directing Louis Riel, I wrote him right away, and for the first time in my life, I played my ancestry card and said, listen, please, can I be part of this project? Because I have a great-great-grandfather who was a pivotal player in the events leading up to Batoche, and my ancestry is Swampy Cree and Scotch, and I'm going to lay it on the table. Let me in. And he thankfully did. And it's been a fantastic learning curve. And I have to say, I feel like I have been more of a facilitator, handmaid to Peter's great vision. I won't claim any creative material in this piece. It's really been in support as a sounding board, as a supporter to this incredible artist. And so my work with the Land Assembly was really here and there to to explore Peter's great idea for the piece, which was to have Indigenous and Métis people present in this opera in any way to crack it open, to have it be in some way representative for a piece that doesn't really represent it being written by two white guys, as we all know. It was a way in. It was a way to interrogate the piece, as Peter describes, to put the idea of this opera on trial, the ideas in the piece, the idea of confederation, and to include a community that was never included in the creation of it. And I find personally my interactions with the individuals who make up the Land Assembly, it has been fantastic. They are so, they bring such a gravitas, such a sense of ceremony to the piece for individuals who, for the most part, haven't worked in theater or in performing arts. The grace and the respect and the dignity that they brought to the whole process has been really awe-inspiring. And we have, you know, a little girl, Autumn, her mother, and like the whole gamut range of ages in the Land Assembly, and they've become a little community. And there are some, you know, some really interesting personalities in there, but they all manage it. We're sorting it out, and to me, that's again indicative of this process and the process that Peter has led, where we talk about things, we work it out. There aren't unilateral decisions being made. As easy as they would be, it would be so much easier to cut something out, to ask somebody not to participate because they're causing too much of a ruckus, to avoid the messy problems of this piece. But instead, what has characterized this whole process of rehearsal, and in fact the year or so leading up to the first day of rehearsal, has been conversation, meeting, dialogue, and in that, bringing all of us forward all the way. And it just makes for slower going to some degree, which might be frustrating for an institution that is used to moving swiftly within some really clearly defined grooves. But I think the process shows on stage, and it shows in all the people who have participated and how we feel about the project. Thank you.
And so this is always the hardest part because we're coming to our time, but I do want to invite the audience to ask maybe if there's two questions to invite to ask the panel. Yes, right over here, and I'll repeat the question. So the question, we'll say it quickly. One question was, would there be opportunities to have a Q&A after operas like this so that there's a lot to unpack? I'll have a conversation with Alexander Neef at some point, and we'll make note of that. And then the second question was, there's a moment in the opera when the parliamentary chorus puts up masks or images of Louis Riel on sort of sticks handheld, and there's a question to the symbolism of that, so I'll turn it over to Peter.
I'm always a little hesitant to explain images that I create that excuse me, that I want to be ambiguous. And there's a huge difference between ambiguity and vagueness. I'm not trying to be vague, but I do want it to have a meaning that you're doing right now, that you're thinking about. And there are two sources for that idea. One is in the vision at Frog Lake that Riel sings in the opera. He talks about being in a hall of justice that is all mirrors in which he can see his reflection. So that began it. But I also am trying to keep a skeptical viewpoint on that chorus, and that how we wear the mask of Riel to subsume his story and the Métis story into one of nationhood. So it's a mask, it's a paper mask that this chorus who condemn him and execute him and murder him wear a mask saying, but we're all for you. What's your problem? We're not against you. So there's an irony in that. It's a very interesting discussion in the opera has been about, is it a tragedy? And I think in '67 it was. A big feature of that version that I know from recordings and the CBC is a sort of exploration of madness and ecstatic vision. And Russell and I talked a lot about it not being about that, and about it being a story about a murder, which places it quite differently than a tragedy. And that doesn't mean I don't think it's tragic what happens, or full of sorrow and beauty and things. But it's a more aggressive take in that regard.
And we have time for one more question. I will go straight to the gentleman at the front here.
I want to start with you, Peter, with this, but I think it might have application to everybody on the panel. I got an undercurrent from your comments, and Paul, yours was explicit about respect. Respect for culture, respect for the nation, respect for individuals. And I know that could inspire creativity, but maybe it could sometimes also make you fearful to be creative. How do you walk that tightrope?
Don't be afraid. It's better. It's always better. It's always better to include other points of view. And yeah, you gotta man up. Shut up, sit down, and give it over.
Paula, Marie, did you want to talk about that fine line about respect and how it gets...
I think Peter said it. Yeah, you have to man up. You know, you really.
I woman up.
Woman up. Yeah, it's not for the it's not for the weak. It's we're a country that has to look at each other and ask hard questions so that we can create great work. And that doesn't come easily. But I think we're not here to make things easy or nice.
The deeper, the closer you go into the problem, the way more interesting it is. I mean, come on, you're opera people, you know that, right? Going in all the way, as deep, as hard, as close, and risking, and loving, and trusting, and all of that, that's what gets you the goods. That's really the best place. And hopefully you can deliver it then on stage. And that's what artists are all about, really. Handing it over from the really, really deep, complicated place. Courage.
I wanted to add something too that I've learned the hard way in my life. If we're in a good environment, we can have dangerous conversations. If there's respect and we feel safe, we can think and do dangerous things. If the environment is dangerous, it gets really conservative really fast. If you don't feel safe, you won't say anything. We've all seen that sweet little child. Are you okay? You sure? So it's really important that if we respect each other, we can have the hard conversations.
And so on that note, I would like... Oh,
No,
Maurice.
it's good. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Is it a quick question? If it's a quick question, we could probably do it, but
I don't know if it's a quick question. Maybe I'll put it out there and you guys can decide if it's quick or not. And then I can just corner you later if it's not a good question. So first of all, I was instructed by David Dean to say hi to Peter and Joy. He's the reason that I was first introduced to opera, and I've worked with him on his history and opera stuff for a while. So that's partly why I'm here. My question is, first of all, I love hearing these conversations that you're having behind the scenes and putting up the opera and asking these really tough questions. In my background of a mix of performance and public history, that's sort of at the root of where all my questions come from, so I just love this. The next question for me is, when you've done that behind the scenes, when you've done that as a director, as a dramaturg, as performers, do you think that that is then sort of built into the performance and the audience is going to pick up on this discussion and continue it, or is there a need to specifically, like how do you then translate or create that discussion for the audience? Like obviously this is something that you put on and people will take from the performance what they will, but is there a desire to sort of build these critical conversations in? Do you know what I'm kind of saying? Is it when we have these critical discussions and staging it, does that translate to a critical discussion in observing it?
so I'm going to just mention the question, so I think that is something that we could probably talk about after and open it up to also the audience to think about. The question was, when we have all these conversations behind the scenes in the backstage area, do we have to have an implicit conversation about it out with the public in order for the context to be really understood? Or is it enough to sort of trust the artist and trust the art that whatever was discussed backstage will permeate and will translate up on stage? I think that's a very big question, and I think that's an interesting one for all of us to ponder over lunch. So no, thank you for asking it. Just let you know, thank you very much to our panel, very much for spending time with us. And thank you to everyone watching online. We're just going to let everyone know quickly that the doors will reopen at 1 p.m. for the afternoon session. We welcome you to have lunch in the cafe, which is immediately to your left when you exit. There's also Bloor Street if you'd like to take a little walk, and we thank you so much for joining us this morning.
a question I wanted to ask after your presentation. So, where are we going to go?
I don't know. I don't think I'm going with you.
No, you folks have. This is why the husbands got fired, is because you folks have.
You got fired.
We got, yeah. You folks are not fired. You guys have the lunch and the.
That the three musicians will have to eat lunch together, though.
Well, we try.
You might not have anything to talk about.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a political scientist there, so we'll have plenty to talk about too.
All right.
So the presentation earlier today.
Yes.
So my family is, I'm from Manitoba, and I'm Métis, but I'm country born. So that's the English that we're so I wanted to know how Riel's vision for the various quite different and distinct mixed groups in Manitoba.
I don't think they're all that different and distinct.
So then at that time, with a lot of that divisive language, like les mots anglais.
Yeah, no, but you have to look at it also.
And they were Protestant.
Métis lived in the, yeah, that's true. But they're all intermarried, right?
True.
So I don't think the lines are as hard and bright as people think they are. And they did work together.
I know. My
to do
family
this, so-
they worked with Riel, but they also disagreed a lot.
Well, of course they did. But you know what? I don't know. You're a Métis family. If I've got 8 of my cousins in one room, there's 9 opinions. Because by the time we get back to the first person, they've changed their mind. Nobody agrees with anybody on anything, and nobody has to agree. Right? So I don't think we have to have a consensus. I don't think everybody had to agree. That's one of the things that's aboriginal about Métis is that the Riel didn't lead by saying, okay, everybody do what I say we do. Aboriginal leaders lead by getting people to agree with them about what it is, and then they take that and go. But on every decision, everybody feels the absolute right to change their mind and do something different. And so that's what's different about it. It's not a hierarchical imposition of command. It's one of the big differences between Aboriginal people and European people, and essentially it's one of those things that shows up in all of this stuff. It's this complete acceptance of the fact that people can change their mind, people can disagree, people can go back and forth, people can be. The lines are drawn differently than they are in English. And the English one, you want them to be drawn on language and religion, and they never do that. So I think it's a misnomer, and I write about it in my.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give you my card. I'd love to keep the discussion going and ask you more about this, but for now, I got some. We're going kind of.
We're going for lunch. Yes. Okay. Well done. Yeah. I didn't see him after. You'll hear.
Time frames. I wish that I could have a program.
This program
at the door.
In the center area.
I kind of
not
got
the door, but in the center.
kind of hustled past the line.
Yeah, I know. So did I. Okay.
I'm on a panel talking about the opera tomorrow for the American Musicological Society. Here to shake their hands and help really inspiring doing great work. Russell.
Take a picture too? Oh, Hannah from
Sure.
UT.
Yeah, please. No, I actually am a stage manager at McGill. I do all of Opera McGill's stage management as freelance singer, opera guy. Oh yeah. it's really hard to sum me up in three words.
Yes. So, but it doesn't look like that.
I've seen it twice. I went to the piano technical, and I also went to his last night's opening.
Green, yellow.
This is new ground.
I have a big.
It's not a surprise to me to learn
Yes.
that
But
the
you have to,
individuals
like,
involved in the creation of the show are first-time
But you can
operators.
like get a bunch of this.
They have brought
The Métis Nation gives
shocking, audacious new ideas to
You're down to come to
the operatic process,
It's in Kenora.
redefining the way that we include people, the voices and bodies that we include, and the way that time is represented. I'm not being, as Peter said, I'm not trying to be vague, I'm trying to be but it's a fantastic piece of culture that is far more than just 3 hours of show. So if you feel free to ask a follow-up question.
No,
I'm really bad for interviews because I always speak around them.
I just wanted to know what you actually studied. Today, you saw the opera last night. Did you come down specifically for this?
I'm on a panel to speak about Louis Riel, and for me, opera is a process. It is not a product. It is a living community of people that come together for weeks and months at a time in order to tell stories that linger far beyond the red curtain that frames the show. And to experience the process of Louis Riel is to experience a new community that is radically different than any other community I've seen. It is a community of voices that are not strictly operatically trained, that they aren't class-oriented. They're all about breaking down human barriers and talking about who is and how and why.
Are you going to miss your, are you, no, I was going to say, are you, no, if you want, I can put you up there.
I am Facebook friends with all of them. So
Okay.
don't
Okay. So what's the panel that you're
I'm speaking at the American Musicological Society. I am on the Hearing Reality. I want to say it's Hearing Reality. I actually don't know the title. It's one of those academic rethinking. It's a panel on the modernity of Riel and the applicability of the show as a modernist opera of 1967 and now as a contemporaneous production that has to still speak to us as people and as audience members, as performers. And how are we going to choose to go through that process? And what does the product say about what we create?
Interesting. And so do you have a particular interest in Riel as a...
I will freely confess I'm an American.
Okay.
I do claim a bit of an ability to speak about it because I'm a Minnesotan, so I'm from the place where he was exiled to, so I claim a bit of an amnesty. But Riel it's an exception to the endless stream of poems and trabajas, of Carmens and Carmelites. It is a piece that sits so far in the canonical fringe where no one does it. The only people who do it are Canadian opera companies with something specific to celebrate. And yet, it is a Finland, about Finnish copper miners, and done at Finnish National Opera, and then amounted in Michigan. You know, a huge flop in Finland. Sorry, I'm completely glossing over a very big story, which is like weeks of my life. But this opera was the brainchild of a resident of the ghost town, a population of 26. We found in their archives a diary from his great-grandfather telling about the strike that killed the town. And he found a Finnish composer who would be interested in setting it. And Finnish National Opera opened it. It's never been seen again. When they brought it to Houghton, Michigan, which is the closest place that still had a functional opera house, they sold out 4 performances of a 5,000-seat auditorium.
Oh, wow.
So you're looking at like 20,000 people who went to an obscure town in Upper Peninsula, Michigan, to see a Finnish opera about something that was local.
Yeah.
And it was this astoundingly connected experience that I didn't really value at the time, because I didn't realize how rare it is to do a show that you really resonate with. For me, I'm an actor, so I'm finding something in the text of what I'm working with at any given time, but to really have that, the ability to go to the city and see the house that your character lived in.
That's incredible.
To see the place where the gunshot hit, like where the bullet hit the guy, that defines that moment of the show.
That's amazing.
That's an amazing connection.
And what was the show called?
It's called Rockland, the Opera.
Opera, okay.
There's a documentary about it, just between you and me, about, it's called Yoopera, Yoopera.
Okay.
Because they're Yoopers, which is the UP, Upper Peninsula, ERS.
Interesting.
It's so, again, it's so local, and there's so much local enthusiasm about it. They want to remount it. But of course, like Louis Riel, it's an incredibly expensive production to put on. Huge orchestra, huge cast, lots of set, very technically demanding. To have, what is rare about Louis Riel is to see a remount of a production that is this complicated to put on, and an investment by the COC to make sure that that story is retold in a manner that isn't cut down in order to try to minimize the budget.
Right.
And to make the dollars really flow towards a fine A-grade product. That's rare.
Interesting.
And it's really amazing.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Yeah,
Who's
that's
Hannah?
amazing. Yeah, Hannah.
And are you here with the COC, or are you here?
No, so I work for UT. I report on sort of all kind of Indigenous topics on campus, and the Truth and Reconciliation. There's Truth and Reconciliation, like the university came up with their own sort of TRC report or call to action. So kind of been looking at how the university is implementing it. So that's
Cool.
Yeah.
For my title, it's probably best if you just say opera director. Freelance opera director.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry to.
No, that's okay.
I'm in this point where I'm, 26 out of grad school for singing, and now I'm stage managing to earn my rent. But what I really, I just need to brand myself as the thing that I want to be. So
Yeah,
just keep
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very interesting. So you're now in Montreal, living in Montreal?
Yeah, my paycheck in 90% of my life is running all of the logistics for Opera McGill.
Oh, okay.
So I make sure that the apples are in the right place, and that people have rehearsal time, and that they're, so I do a lot of scheduling and personnel management, conflict avoidance, management.
Yeah. I can imagine.
We did invent these. No.
Totally. Take these.
Yeah.
I think, I won't be able to use it, but take those.
What is this?
Like free drink tickets or something.
Oh. For the thing after.
I think so, or maybe now. They might be
Maybe.
reception now.
Well, thank you.
Not
No, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, very nice to meet
Find
you.
me on Facebook. Let's connect. I'm always looking for people with a different community in mind.
Yeah, for sure. So the job, the TRC job was kind of created for me here, and I'm just on a short term. I'm a freelancer as well, but my background is documentary, and that's what I've been doing up until now. So.
Actually, if you should totally check out
you're going to be speaking from the...
Probably from here. Yeah.
Okay. If anything, we can just switch screens because right now it's partnered up to one on that side.
Okay.
But yeah, this is already connected to internet.
Okay.
So you can pull it up here. I guess we can do it closer to the time.
Okay.
But if you wanted to do it now, it's also cool.
There's no coffee break in the afternoon, eh?
Sure. Are you right after lunch?
No, I'm at the end, but I don't know if there's actually a break.
No, I don't think so because they would have said right there.
Yeah. So maybe now is the best time if that's all right.
Yeah, you can set it up.
Sorry,
and then...
guys, I'm testing with that right now. Can I
really? Okay.
keep on with that? Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. Hey, so I'm
So I guess
here.
we can do
So
that
one
closer
sec.
to closer to the time when Ed comes back.
Okay. Sounds good.
Before lunch.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries.
than these. Would we? Yep. Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay. Good. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so I'm gonna disconnect and we're good to go. Yep, no problem. Okay. Nice. Okay. Nice. Beautiful. Cool. Thank you so much. Hey, so he just fixed it.
Okay. It was the same fix as before?
It sounded like it was a bit different because it took a bit of troubleshooting.
But he was able to start it?
Yeah.
Confirmed on screen so I can tell images were good?
Let me just ask if I can do that. I don't have controls down here, so I'll have to keep it playing and then bring it up.
I can stand here and do something.
Sure.
If you want. What do you need me to do?
So this Orgus ML is 25 frame.
Yep.
It's Sun Ra playing the organ. And then SR portrait.
Brandon's tapping. Are you tapping?
Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, I'm broadcasting, yeah. Hey, are you still on headset? No.
Oh, it's just showed on this red screen, but we know that.
Oh, I see, yeah.
I just wanted to say it's on the screen behind you.
Perfect, thank you.
That door was locked. Is that locked on purpose, or did I just forget to unlock both of them?
It's possibly forgot to unlock it.
I wonder if Sarah's up there. You know this content enough to know?
Yeah.
Is this a free copy?
I have no idea.
Worth a turn, okay. Hey Sarah, it's Ian. Hey, one of the doors down here is locked. Do you know about that? They asked to lock it, or? Oh, okay. So
30 frame.
Bebop Mothership, is this like a Parliament Funkadelic presentation or what?
Well, it's all about Afrofuturism, right?
Oh, it is? Oh,
Yeah. So that looks clean to me.
Yeah.
And then I'd like to find some 30 frame or some 24 frame, but she might not have any.
So I've got to leave today at 3:30.
Yep.
So I'm going to make the covers for those signs, but I was hoping you could go up the ladder and put them up
Yep.
at 4:30.
Yep.
Is that cool?
Yep.
Ready? Good?
I think so.
Did you talk to him about the other thing or no?
Oh, no, not yet.
Do you have a second or do you got to run off?
I do gotta get out of here, but what's up?
Let me call him. Chat with you.
Okay.
computer here for everybody, or?
Well, it's interesting. I don't know. That's what I did this morning for Jean's presentation, and I don't know what Robin Elliott has. He's the next one, and then I'm the one after that.
Okay.
And then the presenters after that have their own, I'm quite sure.
Oh, okay, cool.
I don't know if they have any display. I know they have audio, but I had suggested to them that what I did was actually just fake some display to get the audio into the display in case that was the easiest way to put it out there. So I don't know if they did that, but they're going to be coming down to check their sound soon.
Okay,
so,
cool.
Yeah. Did you have time for a break?
Yeah.
Thank God.
I went, got this.
Oh. That's it?
Oh, no, no, no.
Oh,
I
okay.
just, had time to go out.
Oh, thank God.
already signed in. Do you think it's okay if I sign out for them? Oh, share your, yeah, okay. Sorry, are you
Did you
waiting?
want to use your own computer or this one, Adam? Is that okay?
Is it okay if I use this one?
It's totally okay.
Is this yours?
It is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you don't be sorry. I just didn't check with you what you want to do.
No.
Is it all right with you to do it this way?
Yep.
You've got a key. Oh, you're getting it online.
I'm getting it on Dropbox.
Perfect.
If that's all right.
Oh,
yeah.
you're lucky that I have a U of T ID then.
Yeah, sorry. I thought this was the IT computer, but I guess not.
It is for today. Were you there last night?
I was.
Just noticed we have an audience member who's dressed like Sir Johnny MacDonald right there. The big plaid.
Those I really like those costumes. The
Yeah, weren't they great?
McDonald and Cartier.
Yeah.
Those are pretty cool.
So, do you have any audio in this presentation, or just a PowerPoint?
No, it's just PowerPoint.
Okay.
What did I do? Sorry, I feel weird looking around your computer.
No,
but,
no, please don't. That's why I put it up here. I wanted to ask Robin, who's on next, what he's doing. So why don't you do that?
And you're good with just this mic? Cool.
Should I just leave it up like that, and I can minimize it? And is that?
Yeah, you can just put it like you're next, right?
No, I'm actually near the end,
okay.
but there's just nothing between
Gotcha.
now and then for me to do this. So
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you can
minimize
just
it.
leave it or minimize it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
That works.
great.
Thanks so much.
want the podium or the table? Okay, you got it. What is this? What's this?
Oh, your eyesight's better than mine. You're still on 12-point font. I've moved up to 14-point font.
It's not a bad idea because it doesn't matter what your usual font size is. This is a weird kind of thing, right? I mean, I should have moved up.
Hi.
No audio, no display.
Okay, so just nothing.
Just talking.
Perfect. And are you okay with this mic?
I'm fine with that mic.
All
Thank
right.
you. Perfect.
Sounds good. And are you on after that?
Yes. That's right, right?
Yeah,
Me
yes.
first.
Yeah.
Now,
okay.
did we decide if we're just
Yeah,
going to
no,
go
I
back
think-
to back and do collective
Yes.
question?
I think
we
we've
did?
more or less tacitly decided that.
Okay,
I don't know if
okay.
we overtly
We
expressed
never,
that.
I never got from Carol what she wanted to do.
Okay. Well, she'll have to do what we want.
She will.
Okay, so you're all good?
Yeah.
I
Ready
think
to go?
so, yeah.
Yeah, just give me like the eye contact or a little wave when you're ready for me to
Oh,
switch it over
okay.
to that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hi.
Can I? Sorry, I wondered if we could have the Indigenous land slide back
Yeah.
instead of
or-
that one once we get going.
Yeah, sure.
Before me, yeah.
Okay, no problem.
I have audio clips in the next presentation after these two.
Okay.
And so I'm wondering how that will work. Is
You're
there-
playing them from here?
Yeah. I
Okay.
also have USB if you want to play them from up there, but
No, that works fine. You can just take.
yeah.
So this wire will be plugged into here, and you can just take it out and plug it into yours instead.
Okay, so it's just a
think.
lightning
Let me just-
port? Yes, it has on the other side. So we have to be up here. Am
yeah.
I good?
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
And that'll be both projection and sound?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
So yeah, you've got a PowerPoint with audio clips in it. Okay.
It's
Perfect.
just one big one, so it should be fine. I can
Great.
hopefully start and stop it. Yeah, will you have to come over here to do that? I guess. That's a good point. We'll be sitting over
Thank
there.
you. I wouldn't have known which one.
I'll just get up for that and you'll.
I've never used it.
Can you probably use this?
Oh yeah, and then my screen resolution.
Yeah.
is great.
That's right. Great.
Just give me a nod.
Okay. Thank you. That's fine.
When it's my turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I can start.
I'm doing the first year and then you're doing the second year. That's actually good.
Did we get our sound?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. If I could invite you to, oh, sorry, John Marco? Oh, sorry, one thing, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would just ask quickly before Carol makes any formal introductions, if everyone can please take their seats now, because there are some people who unfortunately couldn't get in this morning and would love to get in, so we just want to take stock of how many empty seats we have so we can invite everyone in. So I think we're pretty good. I'm going to turn it over to Carol.
Okay, so while we are getting settled here, I'd like to welcome you back to the second half of our event on Hearing Riel. I was saying to my co-organizers earlier, Linda Hutchin and Sherry Lee, and you'll be hearing from Linda shortly, and my name is Carol Clark. Sherry and I are both at the Faculty of Music, and Linda is retired from the Department of English here at the University of Toronto, but obviously very much engaged in doing the kind of audience outreach that you are being part of today. So the last question that we had at just before our lunch break about what kinds of things is the COC doing to educate audiences. In fact, it's through this partnership that we have on the interdisciplinarity and interdisciplinary approaches to opera, and what a better place to do that than in the university, where we are privileged to have so much talent that we can work with and partner with the University of Toronto. And partner with the Canadian Opera Company. But you should also know that I will just call your attention to the very, very small logos at the bottom of your program that suggest that none of this happens without funding and lots of effort to make this possible. So the original catalyst for this was the Canada 150 call that came out through the Provost's office here at the University of Toronto to suggest that if you had events that the Provost's office would provide seed money for you to then start planning for 2017. So it was back 18 months ago that we put in our initial plan for Hearing Riel. And with that seed money, we then went to the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, for which we are grateful for the bulk of the funding that was to provide this event, which brings the speakers that you have here today. This just doesn't happen by accident. It's through hard work and effort of writing grant proposals and making a case for this kind of work to be done. Of course, we have generous sponsors within the university, and that is the Munk School of Global Affairs, who primarily thinks of themselves as working with sociologists and political scientists, whatever, but they have a huge mandate in wanting to understand how the humanities fit into their overall mission. And so hence the way in which art that we've heard so exquisitely today being such a force for giving a voice to our history and our past is what we're capitalizing on here. And then the Faculty of Music at the University of Toronto, which is where Sherry and I are both employed, and make this place of creativity for this to happen. So I did want to acknowledge that before we move into this afternoon's panel, which is two presenters who are colleagues of mine. And the first speaker is Robin Elliott, who is a professor of musicology at the University of Toronto and holds the Jean A. Chalmers Chair in Canadian Music. His interests in Canada's musical legacy begin in the 19th century and extends to the present day with numerous publications, including 10 edited book collections. I remember the one that you spoke on most eloquently I heard last was on Istvan Anhalt and his amazing career and through the Queen's University. So that was amazing intellectual legacy that you explored there, and the compositions and his gifts of composition, but also teaching. That was a really amazing contribution that you explored there. And now, in fact, the paper that we're going to hear today from Robin is about looking at the Riel in 1967 and the climate for the centennial of the composition. So going back to the Mabel Moore and Harry Summers origins of putting this piece together. So Robin, I think we're going to be enlightened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. To start with, I'd just like, for my own curiosity, to ask, is there anybody that was here at the 1967 production? Oh my gosh. That's fabulous. Or the 1968 and 75 revivals? Well, on behalf of the Canadian Opera Company, thank you for your long support of the organization. That is wonderful. I missed both of, yes, indeed. I missed both of those, all of those productions. I was only 11 in 67 when it was first done. No excuse for missing it in 75. I don't know why I missed it then, but I did. So my account is pieced together from newspaper reports and what people have written about the productions. So those of you who were there, feel free to correct me at any point. So my comments will concentrate on the early history of the opera Louis Riel, covering the period up to 1975, but focusing on the 1967 premiere of the work. I'd like to begin by observing that the concerns of the many artists who brought Riel to life in 1967 and the expectations of the first audiences were very different from those of today. The linguistic, cultural, and historical circumstances of the 1967 Louis Riel are not those of 2017. I am lost in admiration for Peter Hinton and the Métis and Indigenous artists whose vision has added many new resonances and depths to this significant but troubling and difficult work of art. However, I will be talking about the 1967 production and its interpretation. The origins of the opera can be traced back to the play Riel by John Coulter. Dora Mavor Moore, who was Coulter's exact contemporary, gave the first performance of that play with her New Play Society, and that took place in Toronto in February of 1950. Dora's son, Mavor Moore, played Riel. Coulter's play had a number of subsequent revivals, including a CBC radio production in 1951, a two-part CBC TV show starring Bruno Gerussi in his pre-Beachcomber days as Riel, and a production at the National Arts Centre, directed by Jean Gascon and starring Albert Miller as Riel in 1975. The day after the premiere of his Riel play in 1950, Coulter met Floyd Chalmers, who told him that Riel would make a fine subject for an opera. Chalmers knew that Coulter was already an experienced librettist, having provided the words for Healy Willin's two operas in the 1940s, Transit Through Fire and Deirdre. It would be a dozen years, though, before Chalmers followed up on his suggestion of turning Riel into an opera, and when he did so, he turned not to Coulter, but rather to Mavor Moore, the creator of the role of Riel in Coulter's play. In 1963, Chalmers decided to commission an opera on a Canadian subject for the forthcoming centennial celebrations. Coulter was 75 years old at the time, Moore was just 44. Youth carried the day, and Moore was entrusted with this important project. He had not written an opera libretto before, but he was an experienced opera professional, having directed 3 earlier productions for the Canadian Opera Company. The opera was commissioned by the newly established Chalmers Foundation for performance by the Canadian Opera Company. According to Moore's account, it was his, i.e. Moore's decision, to choose Riel as the subject for an opera, to ask Harry Summers to write the music, to write the libretto in both English and French, and to enlist the assistance of Jacques Languirand for the French portions. Coulter claims not to have been upset at having been passed over by Chalmers, but he did insist on being given credit in the opera program for the use by Summers of the song We'll Hang 'Em Up the River from his play. Moore, on the other hand, downplayed the influence of Coulter's play on his libretto. In a letter to the Globe and Mail in 1975, he stated, I quote, "We wanted to take a different approach than Coulter's and started not from his play, but from the historical source material. Coulter was responsible for arousing my own interest in Riel, but the opera as it developed owed more to recent biographies and to John Quincy Howard's marvelous novel, Strange Empire. Eventually, we decided to use one Orange song that Coulter had unearthed and asked his permission to do so, which was graciously given. But aside from that one song and a few direct quotations from primary sources to which we both had access, the opera and the play have not a single line of dialogue in common," end quote. Coulter, in response to Moore's attempt to remove him from the history of the opera, noted that the similarities between the libretto and the play will be obvious to anyone who compares the two works. Moore was by no means alone in choosing Riel as creative inspiration for his centennial project. The Royal Winnipeg Ballet presented a new work titled Riel in November 1966 as an early contribution to the centennial celebrations, with both music and choreography by the multi-talented young American artist James Clouser, who is both a composer and a choreographer and a dancer. In Regina, another Riel play by Coulter titled The Trial of Louis Riel was being performed 3 times a week that year in the ballroom of the Saskatchewan Hotel, which had been remodeled for the occasion to look like the original courthouse in which Riel was tried, which had burned down soon after Riel's trial. And in Montreal, the Théâtre du Nouveau Monde premiered a play about Riel by the company's artistic director, Jean-Louis Roux, also in that same year. 1967 was also a banner year for Canadian opera commissions. In addition to Riel, 4 other new operas were premiered, 3 of them hour-long radio operas produced in the CBC studios in Vancouver, Winnipeg, and Halifax. And incidentally, the one premiered in Winnipeg was Maria Daskin's Grant, Warden of the Plains, which is about an earlier Métis hero, Cuthbert Grant. The other new opera, The Luck of Ginger Coffey, by Raymond Pennell, was done in tandem with Louis Riel and 4 other standard repertoire operas during the COC's month-long 1967 season. The first draft of Moore's Riel libretto was ready by 1964, and Summers worked on the music for the opera more or less continuously over the next 3 years. In August 1966, a year before the scheduled premiere, other key members of the creative team were enlisted. The conductor, Victor Feldbrill, the husband and wife team of Murray Laufer and Marie Day to create the set design and costumes, and Leon Major as the director, all of whom are still alive. Feldbrill was making his debut with the company. The others had established track records with the COC. The very first music from the opera that was heard in live performance was Callas, of which we heard some interesting discussion this morning. Marguerite's Lullaby, which opens Act 3. It served as the test piece for the 1967 Montreal International Vocal Competition. A requirement for that test piece was that it not be using a language that was the native language of any of the competing singers, so as to create a level playing field. This stipulation was one reason behind Summers' contentious decision to use the Cree language for the text of that aria. Rehearsals for the COC's 1967 season began in the Edward Johnson Building in late August. It is astonishing to me that the company managed to mount 4 repertoire works and 2 premieres with less than a month of rehearsal time. The first of the 3 performances of Riel took place in the O'Keefe Centre on Saturday, September the 23rd. The large house, which seated over 3,000 people, was only 3/4 full, but the audience was enthusiastic and greeted the work with a lengthy standing ovation, as it did last night. Thanks to positive reviews and word-of-mouth praise, the 2 subsequent performances were sold out. With the premiere of what would turn out to be the most important work of his career out of the way, Summers took a little downtime and married the actor Barbara Chilcott on September the 27th, the day before the second performance of his opera. The local press was enthusiastic about the merits of the COC production. John Cragland in the Globe and Mail wrote that, quote, "The total effect was first-class music drama that merits the attention of all opera goers, not just those inclined to support the work because it is Canadian," unquote. William Littler in the Toronto Star was a little bit more guarded, stating, quote, "I wouldn't call this the great Canadian opera. It has nothing of greatness about it, but it does have the look and sound of something creative, and that's rare enough," unquote. The New York Times sent music critic Raymond Erickson to evaluate the opera. He stated, quote, "It is a constantly interesting theater piece, even to a non-Canadian, but noted, presciently as it turned out, that, quote, its complicated format, with a score that seems a stumbling block as often as it is a boon, will probably keep it from being exportable," unquote. But the English critic Harold Rosenthal disagreed with Erickson. He stated that Riel, quote, "may well do for Canadian opera what Grimes did for the English opera. It is massive, moving, and probably exportable historical opera." Rosenthal was not impressed, however, by the theater or the audience. Writing of the O'Keeffe Centre, he said, quote, "It is really too big for opera in a city of Toronto size, and the acoustics are not at all sympathetic," a widely shared opinion. His strongest criticism, though, was reserved for the spectators. The local audiences seemed quite ignorant of what was good and bad. They applauded at every possible opportunity, and as every stage picture was revealed, good, bad, or indifferent. Thankfully, Rosenthal was there to set the record straight for us all. Critics were unanimous in their praise of Bernard Turgeon, who turned in a tour de force performance in the title role. Turgeon himself stated, quote, "I'm trying to live this part. When I walk on stage, I literally forget that I am Bernard Turgeon." He added, "It is the most difficult role of my career. You could compare it with Othello." Victor Felbril added that, quote, "Turgeon gave us the uncanny feeling of being a reincarnation of Riel. As he immersed himself in the character, he began to look more and more like the photographs of Riel. By the time performances were mounted, many of us were calling him Louis." After the Toronto run of 3 performances, the COC gave a further 2 performances of Louis Riel as part of the Expo 67 World Festival. The opera played to half-empty houses in Montreal, perhaps because the COC was competing with extended runs at Expo by some of the world's leading opera companies, including the Vienna and Hamburg State Operas and the Bolshoi Opera. Riel was an expensive opera to mount, with its large cast, 17 scenes, and intricate staging demands. Despite generous financial support from the Chalmers Foundation, the Canada and Ontario Arts Councils, and the Centennial Commission, the COC rang up a deficit of $100,000. But Riel was the biggest success of the season, due to popular demand, and perhaps also in an effort to recoup some of the extra costs involved in mounting Riel. It was decided to bring the work back for 3 further performances in 1968. Most of the same team that had premiered the work in 1967, aside from a new singer in the role of Sir John A. Macdonald and a few other minor cast changes, returned. The reviews were again positive on the whole, but now that Riel was a familiar entity and Centennial fever had passed, more reservations were voiced. Critics noted weaknesses in Moore's libretto. There were too many characters and not enough character development. Only Riel emerged as a multi-sided and complex personality, while Macdonald was a caricature rather than a worthy opponent of Riel. The opera was more of a history lesson than an engaging personal story. The music was too often subservient to the text, the vocal lines lacked melodic urgency, and the orchestra did not contribute to the flow of the drama, as it either overwhelmed the singers or for long stretches was completely silent. Littler in the Toronto Star offered a damning summary. Quote, "All I ask is that we refrain from kidding ourselves. What have we got? 3 hours of biased history, flawed drama, and deferential music," unquote. In light of these judgments, it is perhaps not surprising that discussions about planned productions in Brussels, Geneva, Amsterdam, and London all came to nothing after the 1968 season. In January 1969, a few months after the 68 performances concluded, most of the cast, although with a 3rd singer tackling the role of Sir John A. Macdonald, headed into the television studios in Toronto to perform their work for CBC TV. About 20,000 people had seen Louis Riel in the 8 live performances in Toronto and Montreal to date. Perhaps 100,000 or so had tuned in when the opera had been broadcast on the CBC AM and FM radio networks in October 1967. But when the opera aired on CBC TV on the evening of October the 29th, 1969, well over 1 million Canadians tuned in. It was by far the largest opera audience ever for a Canadian opera. Toronto critics writing about the TV production were favorable on the whole. In fact, the consensus was that many aspects, for instance, the multiple scene changes, actually worked better on TV than in live performance. TV audiences, however, had a different opinion. The show received the lowest audience enjoyment rating of any CB show that season. Outside of Toronto, enthusiasm for the broadcast seems to have been minimal. A review in the Edmonton Journal stated, quote, "Louis Riel should never have been made into an opera. The music is irritating, distracting, unsuitable, and unmelodic," unquote. The CBC logged phone calls from approximately 150 viewers, 130 of which offered unfavorable comments such as, "I'll be glad when this trash is over." Can't understand a word they're singing, and I want English on an English station. There had been plans to broadcast the opera on the CBC French television network in the spring of 1970, but as far as I can tell, that did not happen, perhaps due to the negative response to the broadcast on the CBC English television network. The opera was, however, rebroadcast on the CBC English network a number of times over the years, and in 2011, that production was issued on DVD. The final outing of the original production of Louis Riel, with most of the original cast members, took place in 1975, the final year of Herman Geiger-Torell's tenure as the general director of the COC. The idea to rebound the production one last time was occasioned in part by Torell's wish to revisit in his final season one of the greatest successes of his time at the COC, and also in part by the fact that the International Music Council was holding its 16th General Assembly in Toronto. This provided one last chance to interest the international music community in the opera by having them come to Toronto rather than by exporting the opera abroad. The production was repeated for 3 further performances at the National Arts Centre in Ottawa, and one final one at the Kennedy Center in Washington as part of Canada's contribution to the celebrations of the American Bicentennial. The Washington performance was broadcast on CBC Radio, and the broadcast tapes were used to create an LP recording of the set, which was released in 1985 to mark the centennial of Riel's execution. To conclude, as critics in 1968 were quick to point out, each component part of Louis Riel suffers from significant problems. And yet somehow in the end, the opera succeeds despite these limitations. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. It seems that Summers and Moore left Louis Riel as an essentially incomplete work of art, which invites, indeed demands, substantial creative input and engagement for the large team of artists required to mount a production of it. When that team brings as much creative insight, imagination, and brilliance to the task, as did Peter Hinton, his Métis and Indigenous collaborators, and the entire COC team that brought Louis Riel to life last night, the results make for a memorable evening of music theater. Thank you.
Right. We're going to move straight on to a presentation by Sherry Lee and then take questions on both presenters at the end. So yes, our second speaker now is Sherry Lee, who is an associate professor and the associate dean of research over at the Faculty of Music. Her research and teaching interests are focused on 19th and 20th centuries and include music and cultures of modernism, opera, music and technology, sound studies, musical discourses of nature and landscape. And she has a forthcoming monograph entitled Adorno at the Opera. It's being published by Cambridge University Press. And her title today on her presentation is Radical Modernism, Operatic Failure, and Riel's Challenge to Reconciliation. Please welcome Sherry Lee.
Louis Riel, the opera, is a dissonant artwork in many respects. Arguably, that is its principal characteristic that has motivated our gathering here today. The term dissonance refers to concepts of incongruity, tension, and conflict, and thus, as a transgressive element, what is dissonant might also be considered dissident. If musical dissonance may be related to dissidence, not merely aesthetic, but philosophical, social, or even political, then composing a dissonant opera can quite readily signal a dissident agenda for it. It will at the very least rub against operatic tradition, even very recent manifestations of it, which so often cling to tradition. Given that the opera-going public's resistance, even sometimes hostility to musical modernism proves stubbornly durable, the project of musically dissonant modernist operas such as Louis Riel, in offering the immediacy of an aesthetic experience of dissonance, can suggest the crucial role that aesthetics might play in the arena of the social and the political. coming out? Do we have audio from the presentation or none? Let's move ahead and hope that by the time we get to our next clip, we'll have an audio moment. What I want to do here is return actually to the quotation from my colleague Robin Elliott's presentation from the review of Harold Rosenthal, the UK critic, who came to attend the premiere of Louis Riel and wrote about what he thought as its potential to do for Canadian opera what Benjamin Britten's Peter Grimes had done for British opera. What is perhaps most striking to me about that statement is not the strength of its assertion of the opera's promise, its testament that Louis Riel did indeed achieve recognition by a truly international operatic audience, but rather how utterly wrong it has proved to be. The comparison of Louis Riel with Peter Grimes, tales of outsiders, anti-heroes, social prejudices of closed communities, the dire consequences of meting out legal justice, and perhaps by extension the comparison of Summers with Britten, precociously gifted young composers with considerably fluid stylistic ranges. Undoubtedly, this is all very intriguing. There'd probably be some fun in running with it for a while to see how far the similarities can be carried and at what point they falter. But the most crucial difference is this, that Grimes has without question entered and become a key part of the international operatic repertoire, that in doing so it did indeed put English opera on the map, that it presented a sonorous image of 20th century musical modernity that audiences could not only tolerate but love, and that it has been repeatedly recorded and re-recorded and staged and restaged and filmed and broadcast and DVD'd over and over and again. It is known, in a word. And Riel is just as surely not any of those things. So if this was the measure of success, then Summers' Louis Riel undoubtedly failed. Anything but a celebratory commission to celebrate the Canadian centennial, this is where the challenge of Louis Riel began, by presenting a tale of dissonance, resistance, and disunity, of a conflict never resolved, as a commemoration of nationhood. What always arrests my attention in this opera is the way it so deliberately embodies the dissonance and disunity of its subject matter on multiple levels within its very structure. This opera takes up and reflects back uncompromisingly the challenges presented by the historical figure of Louis Riel, not just in its narrative, which is what we speak about most often, noting how its undeniably sympathetic portrayal of its ostensibly rebellious protagonist is counterpointed by a highly critical and even mocking presentation of the nation's government. Not only in its production also, but in its music, which is largely atonal. In fact, it is mostly 12-tone serialist, its orchestral timbres punctuated by bursts of electroacoustic noise. When the CBC broadcast it on television in 1969, you heard how disastrous the reception was, eliciting viewer comments that it was incomprehensible garbage and that the producer must be nuts. On every level, then, it is challenging and difficult and a confrontational work. We've already realized this. If you're trying to celebrate the nation, Louis Riel is manifestly the wrong opera. Now, Summers himself described his musical output in terms of 3 different approaches to composition. And I have a longer quotation from Summers on the screen, but just to gloss, the first one is what he called community music, or music for use, such as that for amateur or educational purpose. The second one he called functional music, background music for television, films, theater, in which music is serving the demands of another medium. And the third, music that he said was, quote, created without consideration for any limitations, sometimes completely experimentally. In short, the first 2 relate directly to the environment and society, while the third relates to a more restricted audience and to my personal development as an artist. It's interesting that Louis Riel fits primarily into this third compositional level. Although its intended use was definitely public, marking the foundation of the nation, and so it might appear to coincide with the goals of community, or with functional music, since it's supposed to work together with theater, that Summers characterizes both relating directly to society. And yet the opera's music is undeniably experimental. Murray Schafer described its sound as lean and often arid, with brutal outbursts in the brass and angular string lines. Electronic sounds are used when extreme tension is required. Let's see if we have any audio now. Not, in other words, a very comfortable effect. Despite its interesting range of stylistic reference and convention, which combine, or better yet, juxtapose elements of traditional musics with modernist 12-tone musical idioms and an electronic sound palette, it can rarely, if ever, be described as either traditional or easy to listen to, or for that matter, to perform. As a modern and largely experimental work, it bespeaks Summers' personal development as an artist. In his own words, convey his recognition that the audience appeal of this kind of music is limited, and yet he chose to utilize it for the work in which he presented himself on the very broadest national scale on a national occasion. While we know then that the music proved dramatically effective to the audiences attending the work's premiere, it has had precious little opportunity to make a similar effect since, and we have to admit that it's not the kind of sound most audiences or performers readily warm to. The music is extremely difficult. It poses challenge to the listener. Its post-tonal language eschews resolution. If the opera's subject was historical, its setting was relentlessly modernist. Summers' engagement with experimental composition speaks to his membership in the then small group of composers in Canada, often dubbed the Radicals, who resisted the prevailingly conservative aesthetic of their mid-century colonial surroundings in pursuit of the ideals of the European avant-garde. I think we sometimes fail to recognize how very conflicted this agenda was. Summers and his cohort were active throughout an era of nation building in which they acted simultaneously as creative individuals, establishing themselves at the forefront of artistic modernity that was internationalist in character, derived from Europe, and also as activists making a strong bid as Canadian artists for the institutional support of this country. The existence of publicly funded institutions as commissioning agents, which became, perhaps predictably, especially active in the years leading up to the centennial celebrations of '67, were significant markers of their success in this regard, but note very well that the mandate of such institution was and remains the support of Canadian national art. The avant-garde is virtually, by definition, dissonant in this respect. It is arguably even dissident in vital ways. In the middle decades of the 20th century, atonal music stood for a lot more than an aesthetic affront to traditional listening pleasure. The modernist avant-garde was manifestly internationalist, and the European composers who had first forged the dissonant atonal styles that Summers and his colleagues drew on were notably condemned, exiled, imprisoned, or exterminated by the nationalist regime, first of Germany, which declared such artists degenerate. Nationalist ideology was openly threatened by modernist dissonant art and music precisely in its pan-European cosmopolitanism. And after the end of World War II, the insistence of North American composers on pursuing European modernism's radical, abstract, dissonant musical language was an act of dissidence in the face of the enduring repression in the name of nation in the form of Soviet socialist realism, which mandated that art be accessible and representative of its ideology of everyday people. This is dissonant composition as a political act of resistance against totalitarianism in Europe. In a national context where there was scarcely any operatic tradition to speak of, Summer's dissonant and dissident Riel confronts all of the challenges of modernity to a traditional art form. And rather than trying to resolve them, it capitalizes on them. Unquestionably a creative fiction, it still deliberately draws the real into itself, where it stands in stark contrast to the fantastic and extravagant element that is part of all opera. And a rift widens between its historical context and its avant-garde musical and technological means. To the audiences of the premiere, it flaunted its modernity, not just in its musical language, but in its up-to-the-moment incorporation of technology, in the inclusion of electronic sound, and also in the use of projected slides, featuring contemporary news headlines which thrust the realist element of historical documentation into the imaginary, sonic, and scenic and dramatic scapes of the work. As much as it is a representation of history, the opera Louis Riel is equally a strong artistic statement rooted in its present. In its antagonistic opening, which I have up on the screen now, a recomposed historical song that portrays Riel as an upstart and a usurper, Summers, as many of you probably will know or even remember if you were there, literally inserted his own voice, his singing voice, into the work through recorded performance. This has changed in the current production, with interesting and I think important effects. This performance of Summers, whose desired details he meticulously notated in the score that you can see up there, betrays Summers' growing interest in experimentation with new vocal techniques like color inflection, bending of pitches, minute ornamentation, and phonetic sounds manifest in other works that he also composed around this time. I hope we have some sound of this. The percussive opening.
And all his broad wings spread out in style so great.
The voice of Summers. This elaborate vocal style is heard again in the technically challenging aria that Summers composed for the character of Riel. Yes, there are quotations and references to traditional music within the opera, but Riel himself sings as a modernist, not as a traditionalist. Inasmuch as Summers gave Riel his own modernist voice then, he also took up the voice of Riel in turn as his own, in which he proclaimed his status as a dissonant and indeed a dissident artist forging a path of aesthetic conflict. This is how Riel, the historical visionary, became the voice of the Canadian musical avant-garde. The military origins of that aesthetic term's denotation of innovation and revolution are worth remembering. Let me conclude here. The musical and operatic challenges in Riel, its dissonances and its fractures, I would argue are marks of its authenticity, of the refusal to stage a work that pretends to an audience-pleasing resolution of historical issues that remain unresolved. If the opera were less difficult to listen to and to understand, less aesthetically riven, arguably it would be less true. This is how a 50-year-old work may sound more timely than Canadian operas composed more recently, which take up historical subject matter and set it in a palatable musical style that eschews dissonance in favor of resolution and reconciles dissonance, allowing audiences to applaud the comforting sense that beautiful music, aspiring to universality rather than specificity, simply transcends conflict rather than sharpening it. They can sigh and dab at the pre-programmed tears that spring up in response to the heartfelt arias of heroes and heroines, and then go home as happy consumers of an elite art. Even 50 years down the road, throughout its run at the Four Seasons Centre, the opera Louis Riel will fail again and repeatedly to give rise to this effect. What I am saying is that this is its strength. In prompting a reconsideration of what constitutes an operatic failure or success, it smooths over nothing. In leaving its dissonances unresolved, it challenges and provokes us instead to reconcile them. Thank you.
All right, we have a few minutes for questions for either of our speakers, Robin Elliott or Sherry Lee. Questions, observations? Invite them now. Yes, oh, sorry, I'm not seeing them over here. Yes. Okay, we'll go with this one first. Please stand up and speak loudly. So is the style of the opera unique in Harry Summers' output or different?
Well, he developed very quickly. He came to music quite late. He didn't start piano lessons till he was 15, I think. But he developed very, very quickly as a composer, starting in the early 1940s. And his idiom went through many different styles over the years, developed quickly through a kind of Baroque pastiche, late Romantic idiom. For my taste, his best works come from the 1950s when he reconciled kind of strong non-tonal language with firmly terraced Baroque compositional techniques. Later, after Louis Riel, he became very interested in more experimental vocal production. He did lots of voice play and other kinds of, which was an incredible solo vocal performance that he did for himself. He had very wide-ranging and diverse compositional techniques, frequently including within the confines of a single composition many different kind of stylistic idioms, and the contrast and tension between those different styles was one of the things that was characteristic of his work. So in that sense, Louis Riel, not only his greatest work, but perhaps very characteristic also in that, as Sherry pointed out, it does include atonal music, references to tonal folk song, vocal and instrumental idioms that are quite different from one another. So he was extremely talented, but something of a gadfly in terms of his idiom.
Great. Was another question over here? Yes?
I was intrigued by the fact that both the speakers, I think, articulated a kind of ambiguity about state funding for experimental music. When we heard of Stalinism, Nazism, and so on. But if the alternative is funding by large capitalist corporations, how do you secure the future of a truly authentic experimental art form?
Okay, Sherry, I'm going to invite you up here. Repeat that.
This is a wonderful forward-looking question that suggests the challenge. I'm doing so. That suggests the challenge of securing state funding for art that is experimentalist in this way. And the interesting thing to me is that by and large, in terms of commissioning history, especially during this era, these composers were quite successful, I think, in gaining state funding. And indeed, they were strong advocates for building the institutions that then supplied that funding. What has tended to happen, though, this is an issue that is somewhat of a cliche, talking about Canadian composition, especially modernist composition, is to refer to the premiere syndrome, which is that a work wins funding and support, and it is premiered, and it is then never heard again. And we move on to other things. And part of that has to do with audience response, as well as other things, because state funding provides for the premiere, and then if we are fortunate enough to have archived materials, we have archives. But after that, it is up to audiences and companies working in tandem in terms of what they're interested in doing to maintain works. If we decide we want to build a repertoire, now maybe we don't. Maybe we want to hear things and then continue on and keep hearing new things instead of continuing to hear the ones we've heard. That's a different approach as well, but it's an excellent question that you ask in terms of what the role of the state is. And certainly it has been very distinctive in Canada as opposed to what it has been either south of the border or obviously in the periods earlier that we were referring to overseas. Yeah.
Okay. Keys. Actually, atonality, we're really not working in a key, right? We're actually in a modernist world that's breaking down that sound. And so we are operative in a different, yeah. So I'm afraid to keep to our schedule, we really need to wrap up this particular session. So please save your questions. We will have a large reception at the end of the afternoon, and then that's when you can all invite questions. So please join me in thanking Robin Elliott and Sherry Lee.
As we get set up for this, gives me a chance to welcome you to A Year with Riel. My name is Linda Hutchin, and it's my pleasure to introduce to you first those two, one here and one over there, very busy students who are at the heart and soul of this panel. Taryn Jackson, who's over there, and Sarah Koval here, the creators of the podcast on Louis Riel. Louis Riel the Man, Louis Riel the Opera, as seen in 2017 and earlier. So Taryn Jackson, just returning to the seat, has just completed her MA in musicology at the U of T, coming here as an award-winning student and trumpet player, I believe, from Brandon University in Manitoba, and she's heading off to Yale University to start her doctorate in the fall. And Sarah Koval is heading to Harvard. Big time hitters, these two. After doing her BA in at Queen's in English and her MA in musicology here at Toronto. So she's a double threat, so a real interdisciplinary person. Together, these two inaugurated a series of podcasts, which if you haven't heard them, I hardly recommend them to you. Now, you'll want to hear them after this. They're hosted on the Institute for Canadian Music website and on SoundCloud. And they've been releasing episodes weekly leading up to this week, and I gather you have all kinds of more material that would keep coming out, so stay tuned. They've talked to artists involved in the current COC production, to cast and production team members from the original cast and the conductor, and scholars who are here today. They're going to tell you more about this shortly, though. To respond to them, we picked the perfect person. Cheryl Grace, Professor Emerita of English at the University of British Columbia. Her credentials are impeccable for this. Not only is she a preeminent Canadianist scholar who has written eloquently on Riel, by the way, she's the author of Canada and the Idea of North and On the Art of Being Canadian, among other works. But she's also one of the country's most distinguished biographers, having engagingly told the life story of artist Tom Thompson, playwright Sharon Pollock, and this fall, her biography of novelist Timothy Finley is going to be published. And obviously I'm not the only one who's really eager to read this one. So I'm going to turn this right over to Sarah and Taryn, and then Cheryl will respond, and then we'll have questions from the audience.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. To start out, we got started with this podcast based on an interest in Louis Riel, the opera. I think like many of us, I was excited that it was going to be performed in my lifetime and that I would get to see a professional production of it. But I also had a lot of questions as to why Riel in 2017? We've heard over and over again, this is a provocative work, and there are a lot of questions that come up. And I set out to do a podcast to start a lot of conversations about why Riel now.
And conversation was extremely important to our idea for this project. We wanted to foster an ongoing conversation outside of musicology, or including and outside of musicology, outside of academia, something that we could continue on for months rather than one single one-off situation. And we wanted to offer a behind-the-scenes view of what happens when you are putting on a modernist Canadian opera, a huge production. Taryn is going to play some clips for us.
I will.
So from our podcast, because it was about conversation, so it was never about us speaking. It was about us listening. So our first clip is from Métis scholar Adam Gaudry, who is at the University of Alberta and a panelist this afternoon. This is an excerpt from his response to our question, why does Louis Riel, get taken up in these nationalizing projects, such as the centennial and sesquicentennial celebrations? Our second clip is from our interview, our very first interview actually, with the original conductor of the opera, Victor Feldbrill. We asked him about his feelings about seeing this work performed by a completely new cast and crew 50 years after the original production.
Well, it will be pretty exciting to be in the audience for you next year when you come see. What are you looking forward to with the 2017 production from the audience?
Well, from the audience, I'm looking forward to seeing a new interpretation of it, to see what happens. And it'd be pretty difficult just to sit there because, 50 years is a long time, but it's still a short time because I can remember practically every moment of those rehearsals and how involved we all were. And I'm sure that all of us who will be attending that, I'm assuming that some of the original cast will be there as well. They'll all be thinking about the first performances, I'm sure of that. It's only natural. But at the same time, we have to go with open ears and open eyes and realize there are other ways of interpreting this thing. You can't change the music. That stays. So there may be a little difference in tempo here and there, but basically, everything was so clearly marked in the score that you can't go too far afield with that.
Next, we spoke with Eleanor Stubley, who is also here in the audience with us today. She's a Canadian musicologist who was very involved in the 2005 McGill production of Louis Riel.
One of my biggest fears is that with any of our myth-making and our attempts to reconcile, we can do it for a day and we give a lot of service and recognition in that day. But what change does it actually facilitate that is lasting and meaningful? And that's a very, very hard one. So how do we take whatever this production does, along with all the contributions of the past, how can we take that and find ways to make it so that tomorrow is what it is, can be better than what it is, because we don't have answers. We haven't looked at the cracks. And part of being Canadian is part of constantly having to work on the cracks.
And finally, we'll show you an excerpt from our conversation with Simone Osborne, Alison McCarty, and Joanna Burt, who we all got to hear this morning, about sort of, you'll hear the question and the answer, the question in the clip.
So, could each of you tell us a bit about the atmosphere of rehearsals so far? Perhaps you could tell us a bit about working with Peter Hinton and Johannes Debus and any other members of the cast who aren't present at the moment.
I was really scared at first. So I
The first day we both said, I'm nervous, so am I.
Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. We're like, oh. Because I hear these ladies are seasoned professionals.
We were so nervous.
Amazing.
We were nervous. What about this?
Oh my God, I was like shaking in my boots. I was like holding on to my chairs like, here we go. Here we go. Like, gosh. And once I got into the rehearsal process and getting to know you lovely ladies and the lovely gentlemen who make up the cast, I became so comfortable, and y'all are just so welcoming, and it just makes me feel like I'm at home, you know. I don't feel out of place. I feel like I'm where I'm supposed to be. And Peter, I owe him everything. He's the one who pushed for me to be in this opera as well. And Johannes, he's, you know, just watch him, and he's got me. Just like, whenever I get lost, I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, we're good. But it's just, everybody is so great, and just being a young, new Indigenous opera singer, I was scared, and I felt like, okay, I'm not gonna belong here, but I feel like I definitely belong here. This is what I wanna do for the rest of my life. And I have you guys to thank for that, and everybody in the cast, and Peter, and it's a wonderful feeling. I can't explain it. It's just beautiful. Yay.
Wow. So, why did we choose a podcast instead of a paper, a presentation like this one? We really, really wanted to foster a dialogue, and we thought this was the best way to do it. Since we built our project on the notion of conversation, we thought this would be the easiest way to share interviews over a period of months, and especially to capture the spirit of people's voices when they actually speak. Transcriptions just don't do the same thing. And it was flexible. We've had a varying length of episodes. Some are short, some are quite long, and we didn't want to have to cut anyone's conversations too short. And finally, it really facilitated conversations across time and space. Some people just couldn't be in the same room at the same time, so we could create a conversation artificially to bring people together who wouldn't normally be able to speak.
For our interviews, we provided questions in advance, so we gave everyone the chance to sort of look over and prepare for the interview, but we tried to keep them very conversational in nature. We tried to ask broad questions without too many leading questions, with some continuity, such as, how did you first encounter Louis Riel the opera or Louis Riel the historical figure in school? We had to check ourselves to keep our questions from becoming either too specific or too related to our own interests. We have a curiosity on the magnetic tape and the electroacoustic sounds, and it was hard not to ask a question about that in every single interview.
We did. And listening was a central question as well in our podcast. We were wondering, we asked a couple of people, can opera listen? And through the process, we asked ourselves if we could listen and if we could learn to embrace the silence. It is an amazing technique in interviews if you just don't say anything. You can leave an awkward pause, you can edit it out later. and people will start to say things that you didn't expect. So that was something we learned, to embrace the silence. And we were constantly reminded of how productive it is to have a live conversation, be face-to-face or via Skype or over the phone with someone you're speaking with. It holds you really accountable. So we couldn't bring our critical academic eye to this as much as we might have anticipated we could. We were really held accountable to the people we were speaking with.
And as you can tell with my excellent slides, technology was not our strong suit going into this. We've learned a lot through the process of editing, through the process of taking our recorder with us and experimenting with different settings. But editing was a lot of the behind the scenes work. So we do an interview, take it back, and try to not clean it up too much, but definitely work with the sound. And we didn't want to take anyone's words out of content, but you can't listen to unedited audio. It gets to be too much. We were careful not to change anyone's meaning, but we did have to pick and choose sometimes sections of a conversation to suit the theme of an episode.
And I just want to talk briefly about our foray into social media. We hosted our podcast on SoundCloud and on the Institute for Canadian Music website. And in order to reach a broader audience, we shared our podcast also on Facebook and Twitter at Riel Opera Talk. You can follow us. And to our delight, we started to get followers and we had a bit of a social media presence, which facilitated even further dialogue. Outside of our scheduled interviews, we heard from some listeners about the accessibility of our podcasts, whether they were able to download them, and we'd adjust our settings to suit them. And then Bernard Turgeon's daughter reached out to us and told us how incredible it was to hear from the original cast who knew her father really well. We had a little bit of a back and forth via Twitter. That was new for me. And then we heard from an author of a book who is here today, Maya, about Riel. And she reached out to us, and that led to further paths of inquiry because we ended up interviewing her as well. Forthcoming episode, get ready. And then also, those who were interviewed in the podcast could then comment on their own episode on SoundCloud and clarify certain points that they maybe felt they didn't get across or that they wanted to be more clear about. So it was really interesting to be also a part of social media.
Overall, I think both of us had our expectations completely overturned through the process of creating this podcast. For myself, the power of listening was evident in every single episode and every single interview, but especially and in particular, speaking with the original cast and crew, I was blown away by the community that was formed in the creation of the 1967 Louis Riel. I was ready to dismiss it as a very troubling, provocative work that we shouldn't perform anymore, and instead talking with them and the care and attention and collaboration that went into 1967 is something I really cherish that we had in those conversations and got to talk about.
And I'll just briefly add to that I came in with a lot of my own ideas and expectations, and my main takeaway from formulating questions and speaking with different people is just really what the power of listening to people is. I think that's something that we can really use moving forward with creations of opera and other artworks.
Finally, we definitely we got to go see the opera last night, and our viewing was really impacted by doing this podcast. For myself, because this has been all about a conversation, the moment in the opera that really struck me was right at the very end when there was a hesitancy of the audience to clap. This isn't an opera that you can go to and immediately applaud. It's one that's going to stay with you and provoke conversations for a long time, and the success of that was really wonderful to see and witness.
And we would just like to close with one more clip from our interview with the three male leads of the opera, James Westman, who does most of the speaking, I think, Michael Colvin, and Russell Braun. And that's all I have to say about it.
What do you hope the audience walks away from this opera with? Like, what do you hope they listen or watch for, and then how do you hope they take this opera home?
For me, it's really simple. Like any opera has a message, Traviata, OM, a lot of times it's love, but in a political sense, almost like Don Carlo, in Verdi's Don Carlo, there's promises that are made and promises that are broken. And I hope the audience comes away with realizing that your actions and your intent to look inward instead of outward to other people is a huge consequence in everyday life. And I think if we can get that across and maybe get the history right, that's all I'm hoping for.
I cannot say anything that to add. I think that's such a beautiful idea.
Absolutely.
It's not, we're not aiming for them to walk away going, oh, this music just, it's not, in a sense, it's not about the music. It's about what James just said.
And that's us.
That's it. Oh, wow.
Is this on? Yes? That's it, she says. I think it's just beginning. My goodness. But I want to
thank you and make a few comments, and then maybe there'll be time for the audience to become able to ask questions if I'm brief. I'd like to go back to Riel. His voice is the one voice we can't capture now, except through the words he wrote. And I'm quoting Riel when he said that his people, and he meant the Métis, his people would sleep for 100 years, and when they awoke, it would be the artists who would give them back their spirit. The artists who would give them back their spirit, and to a very considerable degree, a voice, especially in this production of the opera. I also want to go back with one brief quotation to Mavor Moore, to his autobiography, Reinventing Myself. He published that in 1994, and explains how he was captured, passionate, emotionally moved by Riel, and saw in Riel, and I'm quoting now Mavor Moore, as the champion of a small, oppressed nation, a mythic archetype. And when he said nation, he meant the Métis nation, as well as, of course, hoping to embrace a larger notion of inclusive nationality when he wrote the opera. For myself, I was asked to reflect on what I'd written about Riel, and I felt in 2008 that he was an icon of, in some ways, our missed opportunities, but as a Canadian nation, missed opportunities are opportunities that we don't have to perpetually miss. We've heard a lot about stories, we've heard a lot about process, we've heard a lot about reinventing and reimagining, and Riel had vision then, and we can find ways to recapture elements of those, of that vision through our artists and our legal system. It was Beverly McLaughlin who first started talking about stories this morning, wasn't she? But I'm astonished by what I heard last night and what I've heard today. The range of speakers, the singer, the panels, and the power of music to move us beyond words in any language, as we had in that beautiful a cappella reprise of the Kayas this morning. But more than that, I am full of hope for what Riel said so many decades ago by this generation, because they're speaking from a young generation to a generation I can't, Twitter, Facebook, podcasts. This is the beginning of an ongoing process of conversation which they have captured and which this opera has provided the occasion for and the stimulus for. So congratulations. It's very exciting for somebody of my generation to see you engaging in this way. And they're not getting credit. This isn't a course. This isn't part of a dissertation. They've done this out of the love of the project and of music. So brava, brava. And I have questions, but I think maybe our audience has questions. One I would have is, did you talk to any of the musicians performing in this production, and how did they feel about producing that music?
No. We should have, and we're both musicians, and we're not singers or actors, so maybe we should have. Maybe that's why we didn't think of it. No, but maybe we will.
Now, can we have time, finally, for some questions from the audience? Yes.
Would you care to share with us some of the feedback that you got from people on your podcast? Some of the more interesting responses?
Every response has been interesting. I really have to say that my favorite, not my favorite, I don't have a favorite interview, but our very first discussion was on Skype with Victor Feldbril. He was in Florida. We were in the music building, and his memories of 1967 are like it was yesterday. He can remember conversations. He will tell you stories about Bernard Turgeon. Everyone calls him Bernie.
He knows the whole score off by heart still, every detail.
Other questions? It's over here.
You said that you were very interested in the show, and and that you were surprised that you liked it because you weren't sure you would. And I was in the show in 1975 when we did it at UBC, and again I experienced people who have never been to an opera, but they come to Louis Riel and are blown away. And I was interested to hear you say that you were converted too. I feel like this is a major work. I think it could rival Britain if the critics hadn't killed it in 1967. And I don't think they should listen to critics, but why do you think that is? Because you're both musicologists. Let's hear from you.
Well, the question is sort of like, how did we become interested? How did we become converts to Louis Riel the opera? What sort of sparked our passion for it? And mine is, I'm from the West. I'm from Saskatchewan, and I went to school in Manitoba, and my musicology professor taught me about the opera, and it was so wonderful not only to have a Canadian story, but a story about a part of Canada that doesn't get talked about very much. And so that's part of the interest for me. I also worked as a heritage interpreter at Fort Battleford as a Northwest Mounted Policeman for a while. So I knew a little bit about the history then, but getting to see the opera and sort of dive into it even more, especially when it had only been performed 2 times since 1975, was fascinating.
And the work is just really powerful. Like, I wasn't expecting that. I've seen the TV production, but seeing it live, hearing the electronic sounds fill the space and the timpani just take over, it's really captivating. And Riel, his parts of the music are so exposed, and they just draw you in. I think it's hard not to get drawn in.
Russell.
Oh, musicologists. Oh, why did it get panned? Why do you think it got panned?
Was it fair? When the critics panned it, was that fair?
I would recommend listening to episode 4 of our podcast. We've spoke with a lot of musicologists, and I'm going to refer this actually to Professor Elliott's discussion about the difficulties of the opera and its performance and its structure and some of the problems to it that maybe can help us understand why the critics were so hesitant to appreciate the work for what we now see as its greatness. So I would highly recommend episode 3 and 4.
Her question was, should the critics be listened to? Should they have that power?
You can't
In the
stop
age
them.
of social media, we all have the power.
There you go. Russell.
I'm very excited to see young people interested in opera. It's a big agenda of my own. One of the most interesting quotes that I heard from this was, I was ready to dismiss it as an opera that should go by the wayside and never perform anymore. And meeting these people and seeing this, the care that they had in 1967 changed my mind. I recently experienced Opera McGill, and we mounted a Handel's Alcina that got really bad student press, and I watched young people say, I don't want to engage with the show if it doesn't fit my political beliefs anymore. And watching the care that Louis Riel we've had in mounting this production, very interesting to see people come further into the politics of the opera because they were invited to. I wonder, looking as musicologists beyond Louis Riel and through to other canonical operas, do you see this process and the work that you've done as kind of in between musicology and critic and explorer? Is that the work that needs to be done to expose these conversations for those of us who love opera in general, but want to love it more?
I think so. I mean, speaking as a young person, I have a little bit of time left to do that. I do like traditional productions. I love opera. I go all the time, but I think that I'm just an anomaly. But I take my little sister, and she definitely prefers the productions that engage her in some way, that she can think about. If she can read the program notes and get an idea of something that feels relevant to her and contemporary, I think, at least for speaking for my sister, she definitely engages more with something. I think we can really, opera is a live medium. It's not a dead art. We don't need to revive old, not works, but productions. We can make new statements with existing operas, I believe.
I think it really comes back to a question that we started to ask ourselves during the process of creating the podcast, is can opera listen? Can it react to our current day? Can it change? Can it hear our own anxieties about producing it, like we had when we started out with this project? And I think as we all witnessed last night, it really, well, most of us, and hopefully many of you will see in the upcoming productions, this really can listen, and it can overturn our expectations and be incredibly worthy of conversation and study and inquiry.
On that eloquent note, I think we'll bring this session to a close.
Okay, I'm Karen Rice, and I'm the interim director of the Center for Indigenous Studies here at the University of Toronto. I have the enormous pleasure of getting to introduce two people this afternoon. The first one is John Ralston Saul, and I was able to introduce him last year as well when he spoke in Indigenous Studies. So I know that all of you who haven't heard him before are in for a real treat in listening to him. He's the former international president of PEN International and the co-founder and co-chair of the nonprofit Institute for Canadian Citizenship. He's also the author of many books, and maybe the most relevant of those books is the 2014 book that's called Come Back: How Aboriginals Are Reclaiming Power and Influence. It's a study of the recent strides taken by Indigenous people about things such as residential schools, and what he defines as a position of power, influence, and civilized creativity that Indigenous people hold in current Canadian society. Last year, when he talked about this book to Indigenous Studies, he just held a rapt audience for, I think, over an hour. We don't have that much time today, unfortunately. And he just engaged with the students and staff and friends at the University of Toronto in this with a lot of feedback from the widest range of students. So I know that he's going to keep our attention, and we'll really enjoy his talk. He's talking, this topic is on Louis Riel, Métis and Canadian Histories and Tensions Between Martyrdom and Power.
Yeah. No, I've got a thing here.
Okay, you're fine.
Yeah, I'll try to notice it. Good afternoon. Ignore the title. No, it's a very long title. God. It's a great honor to be here. President Chartier, wonderful to see you again. I'm sorry you have to listen to me again. I apologize. I don't know where Jean is. Jean's here, Jean Taillé, but over there. And of course, everyone from the opera. It is a great honor to be here. I'm neither Métis, as far as I know, but I'm pretty sure I'm not, nor a music expert. On the other hand, I have a very, very profound and strong admiration for the Métis Nation and the Métis people. I think it's one of the greatest stories that I know anywhere. And I've been a lot of places, and I'm like Zulika Dobson. I don't know much about music, but I know what I like when I hear it. It's a very obscure reference, but anyway. I was last night, and I think Jean put it perfectly. I mean, it's not about history as history is taught or studied, but it is about art. And by the end of it, it's so interesting to hear everybody talking about the reactions to the music and so on. By the end of it, I was so drained emotionally that I actually couldn't applaud for quite a while. I just had to sit there because there's something in that music. I don't actually know what the music does to me. It's like this thing that goes in and gets hold of your guts and turns it around and rips it out, and you recover as best you can. I'm still moved by what I heard last night and the amazing performances, and I think that the description that Peter gave of that whole process of how it was done, the discussions, and we often say in things like writing and different parts of the arts, it's one of the few places where a dictatorship is allowed. Because there are enormous egos and somebody has to be in charge and everything. So it was astonishing, and opera is one of those places where God knows there is a lot of authority. Otherwise it goes mad. And I think it was amazing to hear Peter discussing how it was done using a whole other civilizational method of discussion. And it shows that it is in one of the most difficult places to keep order, that it was possible to do that. So if I'm neither a Métis nor a music expert, what in God's name am I doing up here? What I am is a treaty partner, as are many of you in this room. And we have enormous responsibilities. And therefore, I make only two comments on the opera in terms of not historic, but what I sort of was sorry about, which was, of course, that Cartier was, in fact, one of the most interesting figures in that period, and in many ways was on the other side for MacDonald. And he died, and I think history might have been quite different if Cartier hadn't died, and Joseph Howe hadn't died, and Charles Tupper hadn't gone off to represent Canada in London. There would have been a whole other force in Ottawa opposing MacDonald from inside the cabinet, but that's not what happened. So history turned into a terrible tragedy. But the other person who really is so important in this history is Gabriel Dumont, and I know that many in the room would agree with me about this. I mean, in some ways I've always felt, and I don't know, President, what you think or what other Métis in the room think, but in some ways when I think about the Métis nation and Métis people and the great figures, and Jean, of course, gave us so many of the great figures, many I didn't know, those two, apart they are remarkable. I mean, Riel, many don't know Gabriel Dumont as well, in spite of that amazing book by George Woodcock, but he was one of the greatest military strategists and fighters, guerrilla fighters in the northern half of North America. Probably, in fact, all three of them were probably indigenous, because it's Brant and Tecumseh, the other two. But I mean, Dumont was an astonishing soldier, but he was also an astonishing leader. But he belonged to that other side of the Métis tradition. He wasn't a man of the written word. He wasn't a man of the written law. He was a great leader of the people. He spoke, 7 languages? Very tough cookie in a totally different way. The nationalists in Quebec tried to, with the ultramontanes of the church, tried to recuperate it when he came back from exile, and brought him in to speak at during the Mercier election. And after he'd given about 3 speeches, they basically invited him to leave town, because he just went around talking about the betrayal of the priests. And that was just not what you were supposed to be doing. A very, very interesting figure, but you can only have so many enormous heroes in an opera. And I don't suppose it would have been possible to have built that opera with the two of them at an equal level. I thought that it was very interesting, the conversations about the need in Canada for constant, honest conversations. And I thought both what Peter said, and here it is. Peter said, if we're in a safe place or environment, we can have dangerous conversations. And Marie Clement said, we have to ask hard questions in order to create great art. And this is very, very true. This is true about creating an opera like that and having the kind of conversations that have just been taking place here. And in a way, when they started talking about the 150th anniversary of Confederation, and I just thought, I mean, can I leave town for a year? I'm going to come back to this, but there is a tradition in the European, U.S., Westphalian monolithic nation state which all of those, I forgot to mention the owners of universal values. I forgot to add in, whether you're French or British or American or German or whatever. That there is a tradition that you have these celebrations and everybody shuts off their mind for 12 months. And there are fireworks and there are appalling speeches with closed language. And you just sort of sit through it. And the fireworks are actually the best part, to be honest with you, because there are an awful lot of bad shows and things. And so what was amazing was that the opera took on the most difficult thing they could take on in many, many ways and talked their way through it and did something really interesting, which is a conversation, is part of a conversation. I actually would recommend, I won't be around, but when we come to the 175th or the 200th, why don't we save money on fireworks, spend more money on works of art like this and new works of art, and basically have 12 months of difficult, honest conversation. We could just say what Canada does is talk about these things. And I think we'd come out of it thinking, gosh, okay, we're ready now. We can maybe not have quite as much conversation for a couple of years and we can make some serious changes. A number of people have talked about reconciliation, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which did an amazing job, and I do hope the government is going to fulfill its promise to do what it said it would do, which is to accept the recommendations. But what's not said enough, I mean, truth is really tough. Art is about truth, right? Reconciliation is the conversations, it's the human relationships. But there's a third part, and for me, I mean, some of you have heard me say this before, for me, truth, of course, but reconciliation cannot work if there is not restitution. It simply can't happen. And in a way, it comes back to this thing that I often say, which is that Canadians are, non-Indigenous Canadians are mentally and emotionally in a much better space than they have been on these issues. And they're ready to apologize endlessly and to feel bad and to feel sympathy and to identify with. And my point is very simple, that, sympathy for people, if it is not accompanied by action, money, policies, and agreements, is almost a way of avoiding the issue. If it's creating art, that's one thing. But if it's actually, gosh, isn't that terrible? Oh, did you hear about that horrible business? Oh, what are we going to do? As opposed to, this is going to cost billions of dollars. This is going to involve land. This is going to involve taxes. We need to raise that money, spend that money, do that decentralization of powers, stop trying to extinguish rights. Jean and I had a conversation about the Department of Justice is still in the same old business, the same old lawyers that cost you $125 million a year in order to fight against using your money, $125 million of your money every year in order to fight against justice for the Métis people and First Nations. This is unacceptable. This is totally unacceptable. And so restitution has to be central to what we're talking about. Treaties and the rights that go with treaties have restitution all over them. And it's going to cost. And it should cost. Because those of us who are not Indigenous are getting those benefits through our side, and the others are not getting the benefits. And I would break this down into two parts. And I've read a lot of Louis Riel's writings, which are really quite amazing, and because they're both influenced by the Métis tradition, the First Nations tradition, the Prairie traditions, but also the American Revolution, the better side of it, not the slave side of it, the French Revolution, the Enlightenment. It's really incredible stuff. And I'm sure that he would say, look, there are the treaty rights and there are human rights. They're completely related, but you can actually tease them out, because one is a kind of civilizational right, and the other is a human right. And the human rights are things like water and schools and education and energy and housing and so on. And it's in that whole area of human rights, which would exist whether there were treaty questions and Indigenous questions or not. Though in that area of human rights, Canada has failed and failed and failed and continues to fail. And I'm not going to spend the time. Most of you, I think, the numbers of what's spent on an Indigenous kid, particularly living outside of the cities, versus what's spent on kids in Toronto. These are appalling, that if there is a water crisis in Walkerton, it is a crisis, and within 48 hours, the authorities from all over the country, or all the province and the feds, are there fixing it, making sure there's clean water, doctors are brought in, and if the same thing happens in Indigenous communities, which it is happening all the time, then we say this is a question of management, this is a question for administrative study, gosh, that would be expensive, and 15 years later, they're still on water alert. Right? So I mean, we have to be very honest with ourselves about the hundreds and hundreds of things which apply to millions of people that are not being handled. And then there are the treaty rights, which are real in and of themselves. They go together, and I think in Riel's language, they go together and they can be separated out, the human rights and the treaty rights. And we have to be thinking about, those of us who are treaty partners, about the fact that are we playing the conscious role that we need to be playing in order to make the sacrifice that Riel made something that is deserving of the art in that opera. And you know, that moment, and it's very clearly documented, you know, when he said, "I will not plead insanity to save my life, the cause is greater than me." You know, frankly, lots of people in public life have mental and emotional challenges. Very few of them are as brilliant as Louis Riel. You know, you just look around the world today, you know. So this is a great man who had challenges, but you know, what comes through in the opera is the drama of a great leader faced by reality, MacDonald, Canada, etc., and the limits of that reality and the limits of his own physical reality. Every leader is faced by that. But we act with dignity if we accept that as treaty partners, we have an enormous role to play in all of that. And I don't want to go on and on about it, but I just checked with Jean, and she's been in Ottawa more recently than I have, and there doesn't seem to be any change in the Department of Justice in the section of lawyers who are spending your money to oppose justice. They seem to be opposing the government, opposing the minister, using subterfuge, using the old methods, and you know, there's a simple solution. You basically just take about, 15 to 20 very senior and a little bit aged lawyers, and you transfer them to, I don't know, traffic. And you bring in new young people and get on with what I think Canadians are ready for. The same thing is true in what is in its heart still the Ministry of Indian Affairs, whatever it's actually called. The Daniels decision is a wonderful decision. It only took about 100 years too long, but and it seems to be a wonderful decision. And again, I'm sorry, Jean, I'll try to make this the last time I mention you, if that's possible, but she wrote something from my book, The Comeback, and where she said, well, you know, really the answer is 1.4 million acres. That was the promise. So the opening position of the Métis people, I don't know, President, I'm not trying to interfere here, but you know, the opening position in the negotiation should be 1.4 million acres. We've got them. You know, we've got them. And in fact, if I were you, I'd ask for 2 million if it's a negotiating position, frankly. But so we have to start thinking more about what are the outcomes of this sense that injustice has been done and we want to move towards justice. We have to stop the Department of Justice from working for the extinguishment of Indigenous rights. How can a Prime Minister win an election on nation-to-nation relationships, and then the department working for the government is working for the extinguishment of rights to try and reduce the Métis Nation to the status of a municipality? That's what it's essentially about. You know, that's what it's essentially about. And then I want to come back to culture, which in the context of restitution. As we all know, there are about close to 60 Indigenous languages in Canada. Michif postdates the arrival of the settlers, obviously, but the others predate it. And many of these languages are in danger. We have two wonderful imported languages which we've done quite well at Canadianizing in various ways. But there are actually almost 60 languages that are from here, that are true about here, and that includes Michif. And until recently, there was virtually no money for these languages. The idea was just let them drift away. We did everything we could with the residential schools and so on to make them disappear. And as a former president of Penn, I came into the presidency of Penn saying to 35,000 writers in 155 countries, you know, as a Canadian, I insist I will only be president if we can take on the issue of the Westphalian nation state's belief that there can only be one language in a country and that the job of the government is to eliminate all other languages. Because that's what we're really talking about. That is the model, the political philosophical model that to some extent Canada was built on, which is one of the reasons why the authorities automatically understand, well, in order to strengthen our power, we've got to get rid of the competing cultures and languages. And in fact, this is not an accurate or a true representation of what's interesting or could be interesting about this place. And you know, as you know, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission talked about cultural genocide. The Chief Justice talked about it, I think, 2 days before it came out, very intentionally, I would say. I wouldn't ask her. You know, one doesn't ask the Chief Justice things like that. But she obviously chose to say it before the report came out so that it was clear in my mind that she was trying to say, this is what I believe. I don't have to make a comment on the report. This is what I believe to be justice. And some people said, from a strictly legal point of view, that was to avoid the question of genocide, that it was somehow a lesser thing, cultural genocide. I'm not a lawyer, and there are a number of lawyers in the room, and so I'm not going to enter into that side of it. But I would make the other argument, which is that the opera, Louis Riel, has a power which only art can have. Novels, great novels, go on for hundreds and hundreds of years, if not thousands of years. Great stories, that's why they're protected in many ways. Great stories go on, and they have an enormous impact, which politicians and laws and police cannot stop. And as President of Penn, I saw in country after country, governments spending billions of dollars, police, armies, listening to people in order to stop stories, in order to stop conversations. And so the cultural genocide is actually, in some ways, yes, it's worse to kill people, yeah? But in some ways, cultural genocide is killing people doesn't stop anything. Cultural genocide actually does, because it removes the guts and the hearts of civilizations. It is the most evil thing, I think, that can be done. And so I think that we have to think very seriously about the importance of those languages and supporting those languages and making sure the funding is there, that the schooling is there, that the programming is there. Out west, I shouldn't say out west, that sounds like a Central Canadian. In the West, there are increasingly numbers of programs of Korean, of Ojibwe, and so on in the public schools, which is great because other kids are learning it as well. Which is as it should be. But civilizations live and die by their cultures. They are created, they live on by their cultures, by great art, but also songs that people sing to each other, and the small things of their cultures, their way of acting, their social intercourse, which is a form of culture. And so that the essence of civilizations is not race. And I think this was dealt with by a number of people this morning. It's not race, it's culture. And so the idea that the Métis nation or the Métis people are essentially a racial phenomenon is as true as it's true of any other people anywhere in the world, which is to say it's not true. And you know, 1870 to 1945 in Europe was a civil war which killed 100 million people based on a fundamental lie, which was there was such a thing as racial purity, right? That's what those wars were really fundamentally all about. That's what the Westphalian nation state was all about, was the exclusion of minorities, of differences, of languages, of cultures. But it was all tied into this idea of the control of blood. So I think the ideas of métissage or mixetage, I think is a word which I don't know as well, but I was reading a very interesting historian, Chris Anderson, the other day, and he was very, very good on this issue in a book of his called Métis, where he, you know, this is a very dangerous way of thinking. Everybody comes from somewhere. And of course, it was described this morning how people come together. But that doesn't explain the culture. That doesn't explain the way of life. It's just what is true about all of us. And it's very important to remember that the essence of colonialism, I'm not making a post-colonial speech, the essence of colonialism, the essence particularly of British colonialism, the worst of British colonialism, they were better at it than the French, maybe slightly beaten by the Belgians, I'm not sure. But I think the British were actually the most sophisticated at organized racism, which was that they, as you know, developed something called social Darwinianism in order to, they completely misrepresented Darwin, in order to explain a sort of ladder of superiority based on racial blood purity. The whole British Empire was built on that, I'm sorry. People like me did very well out of it, you know? And the constant measurements of blood. The whole Indian Act is based on measurements of blood, right? I mean, this is something brought from Europe here, the enforcing of a racial blood-based idea onto the indigenous peoples of Canada. But of course, there were attempts by people like the Orange Order to also impose it on French Canadians and so on, you know. Because, you know, once you've got a sort of nice pyramid like that, you impose it on everybody because you're at the top. So you just build this little pyramid, right? And so phrases like, you know, half-breeds, which really meant that if there's any watering down of a pure British hero of their blood through marriage, then it's watered down blood. It's half the blood, right? And so this gives you the excuse and the right to act in unacceptable ways. So I think it's very, very important for us to be saying to ourselves all the time, yes, we are partly the creation of the Westphalian model of the monolithic nation state. And much of the evil that the British did and we did, as Canadians, came out of that. We took it on without asking a lot of questions. There were arguments back and forth. But at the same time that the Orange Order was running amok, wanting land under the excuse of blood purity, which gave them the right to do all sorts of unacceptable things. At the same time, there was a whole other thing that was happening here, which was that, as I've said many times, for many centuries, the settlers, the immigrants, were dependent upon indigenous peoples, were partners with. It can't be understated, the power of the Métis Nation, particularly in the West and in the North. I remember traveling up the Mackenzie River with Adrian, and every single community you go to, and you go up the Mackenzie, they're basically Métis communities. It's the fur trade, but it's more than that. And then First Nations would come in and leave, and you know the policemen would come and leave. But that whole area was governed by Métis people. The prairies were governed by the Métis Nation. And one can go on and on and on. You're going to write that story, that history, so that people really know it well. And Richard Atleo, by the way, was a great Ahousaht philosopher, hereditary chief of the Ahousaht, 2 books, Tsawak, I don't know if you've read, has written a lot about how we have to struggle against this social Darwinism, this tool of the empire, this idea of blood, that Western nation states, France is struggling with it this weekend. Britain is in the middle of struggling with it. The United States is in the middle of struggling with it. They have not escaped. They have not escaped. And we have to ask ourselves, we have within us different personalities. And are we going to fall back into that personality, which exists, it's here, it was always here. Or are we going to look elsewhere within ourselves and within our treaty relationships for other possible ways of acting? Things which are honest, which are true to our history. And I think that, you know, for example, we have a problem, which is that we took all the land. And now there is this question of justice and treaties and restitution and so on, and how's it going to be handled and what's going to be done. I think there are millions of things that can be done, but I was listening to a speech given by Adam Gaudry the other day. I gave it last year at the University of Manitoba, where he was talking quite rightly about the much more sophisticated ideas of relationship between human beings and land in Métis and First Nations community than in the Westphalian nation state. In the Westphalian nation state, you get a lawyer, it was yours, now it's mine. Or I send an army, it was yours, now it's mine. There are other theories of relationships between human beings and land. There are theories in which human beings are part of the relationship as opposed to on top of the relationship. There are theories in which, and the same theories in which human beings learn how to share. And if you read the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of letters from Louis Riel and other Métis leaders and other First Nation leaders going back, Joseph Brant and so on, they're all about invitation, about conversation, about sharing, about being together. So much more interesting, so much more sophisticated than some crappy lawyer trained in London who says, okay, here's a piece of paper, now that was yours, now it's his, and he gets to do whatever he wants with it. And if you actually look at the environmental crisis today and you ask which legal and philosophical system can handle the environmental crisis today, the reason we're going so slowly with such difficulty is because we're still under the power of the European philosophical legal system, whereas we actually have postmodern ideas on the relationship between human beings in place, which are those of indigenous peoples. So we have to move towards a much more sophisticated approach. And it means walking away from this other side of us, which is the monolithic, which is the Westphalian, which is the excluding, and something much more complicated, much more honest, much tougher, filled with doubt, filled with contradictions, filled with what I call a multiple personality order. The fact is that today we're at a wonderful moment. There's still an enormous amount of suffering going on, but indigenous peoples are getting stronger by the minute and will continue to get stronger, and they will get what they want and deserve whether we go along with it or not, in my opinion, thank goodness. But it will be ugly and difficult if we don't realize our responsibility as treaty partners. We need these treaty discussions to be done in an honest and open way. We have to take seriously the idea that it's possible for people to be separate and part at the same time, that it is possible to have the Métis Nation, and yet many Métis are living in cities or they're professors in universities or whatever. But there's still that concept, which we have an opportunity with Indigenous people to be reinventing how we imagine belonging, how we imagine nation to nation, how they imagine nation to nation, what being a part is, and having the right to exist in your own right, in your own terms, and at the same time belonging to other societies and being part of other societies, being more than one thing at the same time. I think culture, languages are absolutely central to that. So this is a moment, I think, where the sympathy is there. There's a lot more understanding than there was. As people have talked about, what was it like to write that opera when it was written versus putting it on today? I mean, so many people know so much more. The kids know so much more. When they open up these Cree classes or Ojibwe classes in Saskatchewan, or I was just in Winnipeg yesterday, maybe you've got an Ojibwe kid going out with a Ukrainian kid, and guess what? If the Ojibwe kid goes to the Ojibwe lesson, the Ukrainian kid goes with him, right? Because you don't want to be separated from your partner, right? So, I mean, there's all sorts of interesting things that are happening and can be happening. But it's going to require an enormous amount of sophistication and honest and serious conversations among us about how do we share cities? How can nations be reimagined? We must not get caught up, whether we're Métis, First Nation, Inuit, or the rest of us. We must not get caught up in the old European American models. Those are the models that cause the violence, that cause the wars, that cause the killing, that cause the stealing of the land. We're part of that, but we also have the ability not to be part of it to a great extent. We have to make that choice. It's a difficult choice. It's an interesting choice. It's a leadership choice. It's the sort of thing that people like Louis Riel, if he was around today, he'd be a very serious candidate for Prime Minister, because he would be thinking about how you put this kind of stuff together, how you make it work, how you do it differently. So let me just finish by saying that what lies at the heart of all of that is that for hundreds of years, Indigenous people had an enormous influence on the settlers until we became large enough and strong enough that we betrayed the treaties, the relationships, and so on. But that influence was there. That influence is still there. And I think one of the questions you almost have to ask yourself when you get up in the morning is, what do you admire? What is it you want to imitate? What is it you want to be influenced by? Of course, we all want to be influenced by many, many things. If you're a painter or a writer or an intellectual, it comes from all over the place. But the question is, do you really want to go on endlessly believing that Canadian democracy is what it is thanks to British parliamentary democracy? Because if you want to believe that, we're in deep, deep trouble. Deep trouble, because they're in deep trouble, because because it comes with a whole bunch of baggage. Or do you want to wake up in the morning and say to yourself, some really interesting things have happened in our history. And there were long periods of time in which we were learning from Indigenous people how to be more than one thing at once, how to have relationships which were about sharing to a great extent. I'm not being romantic about it, but to a great extent, we're about sharing. And if that's the case, then we can have, I think, a very interesting conversation, treaty conversation, human conversation, philosophical conversation with President Chartier, with others, about how are we going to live together on this land, as a former Chief Justice said, since we're all here to stay. How are we going to do this? And I do think that if non-Indigenous Canadians will really in a serious, not romantic way, admit to themselves the extent to which they were for a long time dependent on Indigenous peoples. They learned a great deal from them. They can still learn a great deal. This will be a mind-shifting event for us in every way. And this opera is an example of how complex that can be. But it is entirely possible to do it if you take the time, and turn off Fox and turn off CNN and don't think about nationalism. Just think about how are we going to live together, and who has interesting ideas here that we've already learned from and which have already helped us in the past. In some ways, I think this is central to the treaty relationship working. But when I read Riel, that's the sort of thing Riel was saying. He's saying, look, there's no problem here. We can do this. We can actually live together. We can work together. It's not about there isn't enough pieces of the pie. That's not the problem. The problem is you think that the pie is mine or it's yours. We think there's a whole other way of thinking about this relationship in which we're able to live together. I think that you see that opera, you read about Riel, you read about the Métis Nation, you read about what the Métis people have gone through, how strong they've been for 150 years while they were betrayed, how they fought back and found new ways of finding back. And you realize that these are the kind of people who understand what it is to be powerful within yourself and to be true to yourself and not to give up. And those sound like the kind of people I'd like to be allied with. Thank you very much. Good 34 minutes. Okay, so apparently we have a few minutes for questions, if you would like.
There's somebody over here.
Yes. Well, I think I would put this slightly differently. There are the people who came and the people who are from here, and the Métis people who are in a different position since they, in a sense, straddle both worlds while being at the same time a people in and of themselves. And there's great complexity inside the Métis Nation, religious complexity, language complexity, geographical complexity, all sorts of different traditions. I think it's really, really important to understand the extent to which what was here was here. You can say that that is a pillar that stands in and of itself and has several parts in it, or you can say that it's one of the 3 founding pillars of Canada, which a lot of people would disagree with. But that the multicultural aspect of it is the complexity. And I think it can be argued that the complexity which the Europeans found here, with many, many languages, many more than the almost 60 languages today, many, many cultures, some wars, but not, relatively speaking, not, European-style warfare in terms of the quantities and the number of people killed, that there were ideas about how you can live in complexity. And it's that lesson which is the lesson for Multicultural Canada. It's not that Indigenous peoples are part of Multicultural Canada. They're not. It's that Multicultural Canada, one of the reasons why we're able to take almost 1% of our population a year and not feel that we're falling apart or about to have a civil war, whereas, many other countries take much smaller numbers and are having nervous collapses, is because somewhere deep within the civilizations of this area, there is a tradition which is very, very strong, which I think is an Indigenous tradition, of complexity, of multiplicity. And I think that is a building block. You could say it's a building block for Canada, but you could also say it's a building block for treaty relationships. You don't have to make it a nationalist thing. It's about human beings and how human beings are going to live together. And I think that's the really important thing. Nations come and go. The question is, how many people have those human beings killed along the way? If you can keep the numbers down, if you can develop relationships, and yet have people strong within their cultures, then you've done something remarkable. And I think the Indigenous people are great people to give inspiration on that front, and the Métis people in particular. Anyone else? Where, sorry? Yes.
You've talked quite a bit about how the Eurocentric colonial tradition and history has had negative effect on the experience here in Canada, the history here in Canada. Do you think there are any positive aspects of that tradition?
Well, not the... Yeah, sure. Sure. Well, there are all sorts of cultural aspects which are very interesting. There are all sorts of sides of painting, of writing. There are all sorts of things. I'm not saying there's nothing happening in Europe, or that nothing happened in Europe. I'm talking about a political philosophy which, on the one hand, produced, the Enlightenment, and on the other hand, produced the Holocaust. Nobody has managed to kill 100 million citizens of their own population in 40 years in the history of the world. Nobody's done that, right? So the paintings are great. I love them. But if you ask me to trade 100 million lives for the paintings, I'd take the lives, right? And if we have to, we have to have, we say tough conversations. Of course, fabulous things happen there, and our wine industry is enormously influenced by wine industries mainly in Europe, and blah, 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 But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something more fundamental, something more philosophical, something that has to do with an idea of humanism, a different idea of humanism. You could reach back into Europe, into the pre-Enlightenment period, to people like Erasmus, and find many of the same ideas that I'm talking about. So, there are all sorts of ways of dealing with this. I'm dealing with something very precise here, and we have some very precise decisions to be made. And one of the things that's stopping us from actually saying it is possible for the Métis Nation and First Nations people to have treaty rights, full treaty rights, and be inside the context of Canada, however you define that. In order to do that, we have to put aside the European tradition of how you construct a nation state. We have to put that aside because it doesn't exist in that tradition. There is no European philosopher who's written in favor of that. You have to go back to Erasmus and to Vico to find stuff like that. And that was eradicated by the modernist movement, by which I mean the Enlightenment on, the Renaissance on. That was eradicated in Europe in favor of this other approach. So am I being a little simplistic? Absolutely. In order to not spend longer than I'm supposed to. But But we actually have to break ourselves away from the belief. I mean, you know, I'll stop with this. I remember in the 90s, they asked me to chair the Governor General's Awards on bilingual French-English. And in those days, they did them outside of Rideau Hall, and they needed somebody bilingual. And a friend of mine had done it the year before, and I think he suggested me, a francophone. And so I agreed, and they send you the whole thing, the run-through. And I got to the very nice and very good then Governor General's speech, which was in the run-through, and he had one quote in his speech. This is the Literary Awards, and it was from an American poet. Now, it's not a question of nationalism. It's a question of appropriateness. It's a question of, you know, obviously what you would put in there would be maybe a poem from one of the earlier winners who were Canadians or something like that. And so I rang up the person, and I said, look, you know, there's a bit of a problem here. I mean, it's a bit of a problem of just, do you know where you are? Do you know what we're talking about? And they said, oh, no, you know, the speechwriter really likes this quote. So, I mean, I've gone through most of my life listening to Canadian leaders when they need to quote somebody, quoting John F. Kennedy or Winston Churchill. They've got one Canadian line they use endlessly, which is, you know, 21st century will belong to Canada, it's the 20th, 21st, and they can't use that anymore. And that's about it. And everything else is, you know, colonial. And so it's part of the answer as to why an opera like this would be knocked down by the critics here and would have difficulty going elsewhere. Things have improved a great deal, but it's this inability to say, you know, do you know some of the fantastic things that Big Bear said, or that Joseph Brandt said, or that Louis Riel said? Why aren't you quoting those things if you want to quote something? So it's about focus, in a way. Is that it? Merci. We're good.
I hope if you have more questions, you have time during the reception to ask them and to enter into a conversation about these really fascinating and age-long topics here. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is Adam Gaudry. And I haven't had a chance to meet Adam yet, so it's a real pleasure. Adam is Métis, and he is currently teaching at the University of Alberta in the Faculty of Native Studies and the Department of Political Science. He got his PhD from the Indigenous Governance program at the University of Victoria, and if you don't know about that program, it's a really unusual program that he was able to be part of. He wrote on historic Métis Canadian relations, so you could see why he was invited. He spent a year at Yale University with the Henry Rowe Cloud Dissertation Writing Fellowship in 2012-13. And he's interested in exploring 19th century Métis political thought, the formation of a Métis Canada Treaty relation in 1870, and the subsequent non-implementation of that. It would be easy to say a lot more about the very interesting work he's done, but I think I should let him speak for himself.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think if you didn't context. Okay, so why don't I tell you when there's 10 minutes left?
Right.
So it's still 5 minutes now.
Perfect, thanks. Hello, everyone. Thanks for sticking around to the end. I was glad to see that the room stayed full. So thanks so much. My name is Adam Gaudry. I'm an assistant professor in the Faculty of Native Studies and the Department of Political Science at the University of Alberta. I'm Métis. My family is from a small community on the Lake of the Woods called Sioux Narrows. It's a few hours outside of Winnipeg on the Ontario side of the border. They came there via Saskatchewan and before that Manitoba. And so a lot of this history and the major migrations actually within my family are related to the major migrations caused by the events that we saw, or that many of us saw in the opera last night. I want to begin by acknowledging, of course, the Mississauga, Huron, Wendat, and Haudenosaunee peoples, whose territory we are all on. I grew up not very far from here in a town called Ancaster. And in 2004, my parents moved to another small town where my mom grew up, actually, called Caledonia, which
probably in a better world, would actually still be part of the Six Nations of the Grand River Territory. But that, I think, in 2006, when I actually started to study this stuff, coming home to the so-called Caledonia standoff was something that really made me realize that this exact situation is still ongoing. That these moments, I think, are vitally important, and events like this, because they create spaces like this. And that we get to come here, talk about things through, I think, a fairly unique avenue, opera, right? Which isn't usually a very kind of a space where Indigenous voices are featured prominently, right? So I think that this is a really important moment, and that I think that this can be the venue to some difficult, but I think important discussions. So I'm just going to. Is that, do I need to? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I tweet at Adam Godry, and I tweet about this stuff a fair bit, although not as much as I used to, and I hope to get back to it. But if you want to follow me or you want to talk to me about this, you can tweet at me or email me, and I'm happy to kind of continue the discussion. But I want to start by talking about, I guess, a theater faux pas I committed last night and didn't really know it, but I think is an interesting way to start this conversation. So I took this photo, and about 2 seconds after this, the usher was telling me that I couldn't take this photo because of the image being copyrighted. And so initially I was like, I don't know about this. It's a public domain photo, and yes, I mean, someone has taken the time to edit it, to blow it up, to put a grid on it, to make it stylized in a certain way. But it's also a photo of my ancestor, right? Not as close as Jean in relation to Louis Riel, but we are related. And politically, he's definitely my ancestor, in that I try to think about Métis politics in a way that's informed by Louis Riel. He's an intellectual predecessor for me as well. But in taking this picture and promptly being corrected by the usher on it, the thing I actually immediately thought about was the Niska performance I saw probably 30 minutes before, which revolved around the Niska lament that found its way into the original score, and kind of a lot of the problems with intellectual property, for lack of a better term, that revolved around that. And so this got me thinking, and I ended up editing this a bit last night into the early hours of the morning. Who owns Riel? And I think this is the fundamental question. Not only who owns Riel, but who gets to tell the authoritative stories about Riel, right? Because I think, and I want to maybe push back a little more, I guess, about the source material than the performance that many of us saw last night. But I want to look at, in this presentation, Riel's contested legacy, because I think it's still very much contested, and it definitely is for a lot of Métis. And then, after kind of looking at a little bit of the background of this, I want to talk about Riel's political vision. And I want, as much as possible, to use his own words, because I think Riel's political vision, as he states it, in many ways kind of clashes with the popular perceptions that we get of Riel, that he thought differently often than he is portrayed to have thought. And finally, I think, especially in this era of reconciliation, that having these conversations is important. Like a lot of Indigenous thinkers, I'm a firm believer that truth comes before reconciliation, and that truth is a very difficult, if not awkward, process. And so if there's going to be a little bit of awkwardness, if there's going to be a little bit of discomfort, I think that's a good thing. And I think that we need to embrace that, because I think what has become comfortable for some has left a lot of other people, I guess, more than uncomfortable, right? Facing kind of very severe situations. So Louis Riel's legacy. If we were to kind of just focus on today, Riel is basically perceived as like Canada's champion of multiculturalism and bilingualism, right? He's also kind of very often talked about in his kind of a push for equality, Western equality and confederation. And at various points in his life, he definitely did argue for bilingualism. Manitoba was supposed to be officially bilingual. It was until 1890, until there was kind of an Ontario majority, and then they stripped that out of Manitoba Constitution. He believed in multicultural prairies, although multicultural prairies with a lot of Indigenous people still in firm control of those spaces. And he did champion Western provincial control of Crown lands, mainly because Manitoba, a province that was supposed to be majority Métis, at least for the foreseeable future, didn't have control of Crown lands, and there was very little way to raise taxes because of that, which basically left the province in a dependent position on the federal government. So while he did advocate all of these positions, I think it's important to point out that very often he did those in the context of an ongoing Métis independence. And so we can't really talk about those three things without also recognizing that Riel's prime goal, his mission, which is repeatedly talked about in the opera, his mission was actually an ongoing political future for his people. Everything else that flowed from that was in support of that vision. What happened though in Canada, in the 1960s, there was a shift from that kind of orange mob kind of mentality. In the 60s, Riel became increasingly popularized. I read a couple weeks ago, actually, there was an attempt, very short-lived, in the 1970s to actually rename Simon Fraser University Louis Riel University. It was a student-led movement. It ultimately remained Simon Fraser University, and it was led actually by a young white guy from Saskatchewan who had read about Riel, was inspired about Riel, identified with Riel, and found that that actually was transformative for him. In some ways, French Canada actually always had this view of Riel, that he was a patriot, that he struggled for what they considered a French-Canadian cause. But in many ways, Riel's struggles often get subsumed under a Canadian nation-building argument. And I think that is something that we should be a little bit more cautious about. Because I think the Riel we see now, the Riel that was portrayed in the opera and many other popular works, is very often the representative of the values that Canada aspires to hold, rather than the values that Riel would have stated in his own words during his own lifetime. So like I said, Riel's primary goal was an autonomous Métis nation. At some points in his life, that was within Confederation. At other points of his life, that was outside of Confederation. But his goal was to form a relationship with Canada that was mutually beneficial, that was based on treaty relationships, and that would protect Métis political, social, cultural, economic interests into the future. That was his prime focus. Very often, though, when we talk about Riel and telling the kind of authoritative stories about Riel, the people who get to speak loudest on Riel tend not to be Métis. And I think the discussions, I know Jean and I have had this conversation on Twitter, the discussions Métis have about Riel are very different than the discussions non-Métis have about Riel. And so much so, and I mean, Métis, I wish we had the kind of cultural power that the larger Canadian society does, but very often we can't compete with those narratives. And so these old school works, I study political thought and political history of the Métis people, and so a bunch of these, particularly the George Stanley and Tom Flanagan works, are kind of very central in developing that. The stories that define Riel, that define a lot of our history, and the discussions that happen outside of Métis contexts are very often dominated by white voices, and for a long time, actually conservative white voices. And so the kind of key work that, say, a grad student learning about Métis history, or someone that's kind of introduced to the canon of Métis history, probably the first work they're going to read isn't actually Métis authored. It's George Stanley's The Birth of Western Canada. And this work, which has influenced basically all subsequent histories, either in support of it or pushing back against it, is very much based on a conservative assumption. One, that Métis history can primarily be explained by a conflict between civilized and savage peoples. It uses those words explicitly. And second, that Canada was always inevitably to become ascendant, to win over Métis struggle, and that Métis decline was the inevitable result. So on the very first page, he articulates what he calls the frontier thesis. He says, both the Manitoba insurrection and the Saskatchewan rebellion were the manifestation in Western Canada of the problem of the frontier, namely the clash between primitive and civilized people. In all parts of the world, the penetration of white settlement into territories inhabited by native peoples has led to friction and wars. Canadian expansion into the Northwest led to a similar result. Here, both the half-breed population and the Indian tribes rose in arms against Canadian intrusion and the imposition of an alien civilization. He argues essentially that Métis were too primitive to be truly capable of self-governance and political independence. He writes, by character and upbringing, the half-breeds, no less than the Indians, were unfitted to compete with the whites in the competitive individualism of white civilization, or to share with them the duties of responsible citizenship. They did not want to be civilized, they only wanted to survive. To the half-breeds and the Indians, unable to maintain even the advantage of numbers, civilization meant demoralization, decline, and ultimate extinction. 1936. So a while ago, but this language gets either reproduced in that kind of language or in kind of a little bit friendlier language that ultimately means the same thing. That Métis are inevitably kind of doomed to disappear when faced with this civilized Canadian power. And so I think that this translates, especially in creative works, to Riel being seen as kind of like a semi-civilized noble savage, right? He is someone inevitably going to lose, but he's going to struggle because that's who he is, to protect his people, but the outcome is always going to be the same. And so he's leading, at least in the portrayal of these works, the Métis in an ultimately fruitless struggle against a foreign civilization. And I think the reason that we see so much about Louis Riel and comparatively little about Cuthbert Grant or Gabriel Dumont, although I hear there's a Gabriel Dumont opera, which is pretty cool. But I think it's so captivating because this narrative ends often with Riel losing. When I teach introductory Indigenous studies to university students, one of the biggest struggles isn't actually teaching about about colonialism or disempowerment or dispossession. One of the hardest things I find to teach, because there's very little reference point for it, is the idea that Indigenous people were incredibly powerful in the 19th century. And that the opening scene to that opera, when the Métis expel the Canadian governor McDougall, basically happened like that. And there was very little Canada could do with it. And the negotiated outcome that happened in 1870 was because that was essentially Canada's only option. Because Métis were militarily ascendant, politically competent, and able to kind of determine the grounds on which the two parties met. But ultimately, in these older narratives, Indigenous peoples are not supposed to be powerful entities, right? They're supposed to recede over time. But this is interesting because this is a story about Riel ultimately at the head of a powerful movement, but ultimately losing anyway. And I think that that is a story then that is really about Canadian ascendancy, and that the opera and so many other creative works, and again, the source material, not necessarily this specific production, is about Canada triumphing. And that, I think, is what makes it a very kind of popular form of consumption. As many authors have argued, there's actually more works written about Louis Riel than any other Canadian figure in history. There's something captivating about this man, and I don't think it's just what he did. The more kind of common narrative about Riel is really a more progressive one, and I think that's one which is much more common today, but it's also, I think, something that needs to be interrogated a little bit. This narrative often revolves around Riel being, a man ahead of his time, someone who fought for the values that Canada now has, but didn't have in his lifetime, right? So he's like prefiguring Canada. And in many ways, such as religious studies scholar Jennifer Reed, I think it's in the last one, Louis Riel and the Creation of Modern Canada, she actually argues that Riel is representative of a multi-ethnic Canada. And indeed, the Canadian state should be understood as having its origins in Riel's thought. She writes, Riel might well direct our attention to the process of métissage as a primordial source for the Canadian state, since it refers to the creation of radically new individual and social bodies. She goes on to suggest that Métis might actually be regarded as, quote, quintessential Canadians. In other words, Riel's supposed mixedness is, translated into Canada's bicultural or bilingual nature. And so Métis are also assumed to be bicultural. We never have a culture of our own. It's always different cultural elements seemingly borrowed from First Nations and French and Scottish cultures. But this is also a process of Canadians beginning to identify with a Métis leader and ultimately, I think, as Métis themselves. And I think in this opera in particular, Riel isn't actually a Métis martyr, but he is a martyr for Canada. And that he dies, ironically, at the hands of Canadians, but so that Canada could gain control of the West, kind of become supreme, and become, you know, the wonderful, compassionate nation it is today. So this multicultural or bilingual vision supposedly makes Riel Canadian. He's a unifying figure, and increasingly he is chosen as this kind of quintessential Canadian over figures like MacDonald, right? Who in the opera is not someone you would identify with, right? He's kind of surly. There's a scene where he's drunk, he's manipulative. He's not someone that has a whole lot of integrity, right? But you're not meant to identify with him. You're meant to identify with Riel. And so in this sense, Riel is seen as a founding figure of Canada. And I think in a sense that's true, but not necessarily in the way that we often think about that. So what do I mean by that? So I think it's important to look at Riel's writing. And actually quite a bit of it goes verbatim, you know, right into the opera and actually right into many other works. But I think the most important piece of writing that Riel ever did often gets overlooked. And that's his 1885 last memoir. It was written in October 1885 in his Regina jail cell. It's a memoir. It's only 10 pages long. But it's important because a memoir is a legacy project, right? This is him knowing, you know, his end was probably near. And so he was going to write what he thought at that moment in time was the most important thing, not only about his life, but about the life of his people. So it's a 10-page document that spans about 7 decades of Métis history. And it articulates, I think, a fairly clear Métis political philosophy, and it does so in a way that isn't exactly compatible with the narrative about Riel as this quintessential Canadian. So, Riel begins his memoir by describing Métis authority as a long-standing political fact in the Northwest. And he notes that Métis were already self-governing when Canada arrives. And so he always treats Canada's arrival not necessarily as a wanted kind of thing, but something that has happened and that he is working towards finding a workable solution that works for everyone. But he often presents Canada as actually quite antagonistic to Métis people. And so despite this idea that he is a quintessential Canadian, he's actually quite resistant to Canadian governance of Métis people. He writes, "When the government of Canada presented itself at our doors, it found us at peace. It found that the Métis people of the Northwest could not only live well without it, but that it had a government of its own, free, peaceful, well-functioning, contributing to the work of civilization in a way that the company from England, the HBC, could never have done without thousands of soldiers. It was a government with an organized constitution whose jurisdiction was more legitimate and more worthy of respect because it was exercised over a country that belonged to it." So for Riel, Métis governance was legitimate primarily because it was Indigenous governance, that it was rooted in the land, it was rooted in Métis indigeneity, it was shared with other Indigenous peoples. And the constitution he speaks of is the buffalo hunt. So these massive summer gatherings where Métis would elect leaders, create laws, form political communities, not just in these like abstract social contract terms, these were literal social contracts. And Riel describes this as government based on true conceptions of public freedom and equality. But all of this is to say that in 1869, when MacDougall shows up in the Northwest on behalf of Canada, that Métis people already had a government, and they were quite content with that government. In fact, the way Riel sees it, the Manitoba Act didn't actually create Manitoba, but this pre-existing government joined Canada. And I think that's an important distinction, right? He also argues that Canada's claim to Métis land was inferior, right? Canada wasn't indigenous to this place, right? So in order to move on to Métis land or the land of other Indigenous peoples, Canada needed to do what was expected of all outsiders arriving in a new territory, which was, become family, negotiate a treaty, come to a formalized agreement where people could benefit from that presence. If they couldn't do that, they were expected to leave. He says, however, that Canada laid its hand on the lands of the Métis as if it were their own. And with armed force, they even took away their right to use it. So Riel denies, quite stringently, that Canadian authority cannot be unilaterally asserted over Métis governance. Canada can't just show up and say, we're governing you now. You may not like it, but that's how it's happening. He says, in fact, that the Canadian government cannot become trustee of a Métis government unless by consent of the people. Because this consent had neither been asked nor given, the Council of the Métis, their laws of the prairie, continue to be the true governments and true laws of that country as they virtually still are today. It's important to note that that last one was written in his last memoir in 1885. So after all of this, Riel still thought that Canada did not legitimately govern Métis people. And that with, the agreement in Manitoba, the creation of Manitoba, or the joining of Manitoba to Confederation, all of this, didn't actually follow through. And so until that agreement was upheld, and Riel constantly returned to what he called the Manitoba Treaty as the basis for a future partnership between Canada and the Métis people. So I think this statement that, Métis have not given consent to be governed by Canada is as true today as it was in 1885, which means that our relationship is still very much in negotiation. I think what's important to note as well is in 1885, as the opera and many other sources depict, not only is there an issue with how Riel's understanding of Canada is depicted, how Canada's understanding of Riel in those days is also kind of, it appears in certain ways, but isn't really, I don't think, done justice. Albert Braz, who wrote a great book analyzing all the creative works on Riel up until the publication of that book, it's a fascinating work. He writes, if Riel becomes a Canadian patriot by opposing the federal government, what is the national status of the volunteers who battled him on behalf of that government? Are they traitors? Indeed, it's probably not an accident that the 1885 volunteers have vanished from the consciousness of Canadians. Following the fall of Batoche, the young soldiers who responded to the call to fight Riel and the Métis became the toast of the young nation. And indeed, a lot of that stuff lives on. On the left here is the regimental colors of the RCR, yes, thank you, which contains two battle honors from 1885. One, Northwest Canada, 1885, and Saskatchewan included on it. There's a ton of regiments and other military units in Canada that still have these on their regimental colors, right? And so, well, in some ways, I think this orange rabble, or the reign of terror, has disappeared from the kind of Canadian consciousness. It's still very much a part of Métis consciousness. And this is something that is still very much talked about and is very like an integral part of our history. But I think what the opera and many other creative works does, I think, is interesting, because it's ultimately asking Canadians to empathize with someone who fought Canada and to question the actions of their own country, which is not portrayed in a particularly favorable light. And I think this does something that we don't often get asked to do, which is to invite Canadians to empathize with Indigenous people for a short period of time, to actually become part of that community and watch it, as Canada does some pretty reprehensible things. But I think, though, if people can empathize and celebrate Riel today, in these kind of short periods of time, there's also an opportunity to empathize much longer, right? To take action, to use this experience to do something more. Because I think, honestly, if the easiest way to deal with this issue is to actually empathize with Riel. I think for a lot of people, to empathize with people like MacDonald during this period would be very difficult. It would be very challenging, right? It's so far off the kind of mindset of most Canadians today that being asked to think differently, being asked to empathize with people in which MacDonald is undermining, can have, I think, some transformative consequences. But I think ultimately, this opera is not actually about Métis. Métis figure prominently in it, but this is actually a story about Canada in which we are the medium. In this story, Riel, I think, becomes much like Longfellow's Hiawatha, right? The aging Indian about to fade into the mists of time, and before he does that, he turns over his culture, his land, all his inheritance to the young American Republic, right? And I think that this is also a story, at least the kind of 1960s vision of Riel losing, being hung, and his inheritance being turned over to Canada. Essentially, Canada either becomes Métis or Métis become Canadian, but in the end, we're all the same, right? Which, again, moves away from that vision of Louis Riel in which Canada and Métis people are treaty partners. We're not the same, but we live together. We have a way of understanding one another. There are, I think, like I said, some important contributions that this opera makes. It invites us to identify with people that don't often get identified with. It invites us to kind of continue that identification afterwards, to do something about it in the present. We can't obviously change what happened in the 19th century, but there's a lot that we can change today. But I think in doing this, especially in creative and academic sectors, it's really important that we support Indigenous artists, Indigenous scholars who are doing this work. Because, like I said at the beginning, I think Indigenous people tell different stories, and they tell the stories differently. And I think that that voice moving forward is the one we need to focus on. When I work with students that are doing community engaged research, I give them a bunch of advice, and it usually kind of revolves around these four key commitments, right? When you're doing research, or when you're thinking about writing, when you're researching for a creative work, always apply to Métis or other Indigenous peoples, always apply to their voices, and respect their interpretation of events, right? Like I showed, Riel has a very clear interpretation of events. It doesn't often get represented in the works about him, particularly those works not written by Métis people. Second, it's important to deauthorize non-Indigenous truths, to be critical of stories that are told about us, particularly those that have marginalized our voices. The doctrine of discovery may not exist in law, but the logic behind it is still underwriting the Canadian legal system, right? The idea that Indigenous peoples were ultimately too primitive to own our own lands, to govern ourselves, and so when European power showed up, they could trump that authority. That logic still persists, and we need to start thinking of other stories to tell. Third, we need to ensure that Indigenous artists or Indigenous scholars are the ones telling the stories. And if there are not enough people doing that now, we need to all work together to support the development of those artists or scholars. Finally, at every step of the process, we need to make sure we're collaborating with Indigenous communities. I do this even as an Indigenous researcher throughout the entire process. In New Zealand and Australia, they have a great slogan, which is "Nothing about us without us." And I think that would apply in the creative sector as well as the post-secondary. Yeah. So one of the things that I want to leave you with is this, a way I often end lectures I give about Riel. And that's the question of, if Riel was alive today, what would he be doing, right? If Riel was alive today, would he be the champion of Canada that many have made him out to be, right? Or would he be in places like the north end of Winnipeg, the north end of Edmonton, the west side of Saskatoon, organizing his people, right? Fighting injustice. I think that the latter is what Riel would be doing. And I think that focus needs to be the legacy of Riel, that he would continue the struggle. And I think in many ways has continued the struggle even after his death by his example. So thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll open the floor to questions now.
If Louis Riel had actually stayed in power, would he personally have sanctioned the participation of Métis in World War I?
Ooh, that's a interesting hypothetical question. You know, that's tough to say. Jean may be the person, she works a little bit more in that era than I do, the early 20th century. But that's a good question. I honestly couldn't tell you, yeah. Yeah, you know, and the question, correct me if I don't get it right, what would a young Indigenous artist do in a artistic landscape that most of the kind of major things have been cherry-picked for decades, which I think is actually a very similar situation to Métis historical scholarship, right? There's tons of work, and it's challenging, but I think that the key element as a Métis scholar, as a Métis artist, is that even though these stories have been told, we can tell them differently. You know, we have access to different archives, we know different people, we can have different types of conversations, and there's a lot of work to be done, I think, even reading against a lot of these kinds of older works that are out there, right? Like George Stanley, or Gerhard Enns and Joe Sawchuk's recent Métis history, which I think is actually a lot of, you know, it was written in 2016 and reproduces a lot of the same narratives that George Stanley's does, right? So I think that there's still important work to be done pushing back against those, and I think we can find creative ways to kind of read against those sorts of works to kind of get people thinking about Métis perspective a little bit more and kind of make interventions to kind of get those kind of things out there. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah, so the question was if I could comment on the execution of Thomas Scott and the impact on the life of Louis Riel. Thomas Scott is interesting. So what they did when they executed Thomas Scott was violate a Victorian racial hierarchy in which any kind of violence that people higher up on the racial hierarchy did to people lower down gets invisibilized or rendered invisible. And when people lower on the hierarchy, Métis, kill someone higher up on the hierarchy, like a North Irishman, that is, repugnant, it's scandalous. So actually before the execution of Scott, there was a party of men that kidnapped a young Métis guy, Parisian, who was held by this kind of orange mob for a while until he escaped. And he stole a gun, he escaped, he was running in the snow. A guy came riding towards him, had nothing to do with that group, didn't know that, was afraid, shot him and killed him, and then was subsequently, quite willingly and knowingly murdered by that group. So Parisian, not really in the historical record, right? Scott is. When they were negotiating with the government of Canada in 1870, nobody really wanted to talk about this except the Liberal opposition. So when it comes up in the actual negotiation transcripts, it's usually Macdonald or Cartier saying, oh, that unfortunate incident. Like they didn't even want to name it because it would derail this kind of larger thing. And so I think that a lot of the kind of elite government of the day in Canada didn't want that to kind of derail this larger thing and more or less saw it as like a casualty of war or conflict, right? The way that these other deaths were kind of ignored. And it was really only kind of taken up by people strategically to advance their own interests in Ontario. And so it's unfortunate because it does impact Riel's life. I doubt he's executed if Thomas Scott wasn't executed. But I think a lot of it is that Riel was racialized in a way that made what he did to people scandalous and what people did to him normal. Well, I mean, we're all here talking about it, right? we probably wouldn't be having this conversation if it wasn't for the opera, right? And if that's the outcome, is that there's like more honest conversation about Métis history, about Canadian history, about Métis-Canada relations, what that looks like now, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's actually, it's a good thing. And I think it's important to have these dialogues, to have this discussion, to engage not just the folks here, but the people who go to the opera as well, because I think a lot of people may not have the resources at their disposal to have these types of conversations. And so I think any kind of opportunity for critical engagement with the opera is, I think, a really powerful opportunity to kind of have different discussions, to move forward, to do something differently. Yeah, so I agree. Yeah, I think it's important. Yeah.
Adam, you spoke quite a bit, although in passing, maybe not completely directly, about the idea of empathy. And I wonder what role, or if any role, you feel that empathy has in moving forward, essentially.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of like oh yeah. What role does empathy have moving forward? Yeah. Yeah. So I think empathy is powerful. I think it's important. And when I think of like old diplomacy, which is something I've been thinking about a lot, like so old Indigenous prairie diplomacy, a lot of this was actually about assuming roles of relatives, right? And so in the number treaties in Canada, like Treaty 6 where I live, that creates a relationship between Canada, Canadians, and Treaty 6 Indigenous people as brothers and sisters, right? The Queen is a mother, although mothers didn't really have a whole lot of dictatorial power in Cree society. But the mother, had her kids, but the kids were equal, right? Neither ruled over the other. There wasn't an older brother, there wasn't a younger brother, etc., right? And so the model for how to get along in kind of old school Indigenous prairie politics was actually based on family. And I think that's true in a lot of places, right? So to take people in, sometimes strangers, sometimes enemies, as family, I think is a really kind of important empathetic move. There's actually this great story that Alexander Ross, who's a Scottish historian, the first historian of the Red River settlement that wrote something down at least. And Ross writes down this exchange between Métis and Dakota, who had just spent the last couple summers basically fighting one another, right? And this conflict is resolved when the Dakota come to the Métis camp and offer to actually adopt the people, the Métis warriors who had killed their relatives, to give them their relatives' clothes, to give them their horses, and for them to become relatives, right? And that's how they would make peace. This is in the winter, I believe, of 1841. And so the end result of this relationship is actually finding profound empathy in people who, up until recently, were trying to kill one another. And I think that these sorts of things were commonplace, right? And I think when Canada arrives in the West, it arrives in a fully functioning diplomatic system like this and is expected more or less to conform. And so I've always thought of Canada coming to this place and basically asking to join in the political reality that already existed there. And so Canada was kind of joining this, diplomatic world, which Indigenous people had for centuries, millennia even. And so I think empathy is really important. And I think that the role that empathy plays in being good treaty partners and being good relatives is like really central to how we move forward. Yeah.
This opera will reach us and a number of Canadians, but there are a lot of Canadians who won't be able to see it. Should we not be having some organization take on the role of making a positive feature film about this man, or a television series about this man, and get the truth out?
Yeah. I think, yep. Yes. The question was, would there, since the opera is not going to be accessible to everyone, would a feature film or television series about Riel and his life be able to reach a larger number of people? which I think would be cool. It would be awesome to get the, I guess, the production resources to do that. I mean, Jean and I, we can write the script, eh? Yeah. But yeah, I think that this is an entry point, but it's also not the only entry point, right? Riel was executed in 1885. So were seven Cree warriors, who we don't, maybe it was six, but we don't often talk about them, right? And I think that there's a little, I think, closeted racism there, right? That a lot of Métis also didn't get hung, right? And I think that that's important too, right? That Métis in some ways were seen as more redeemable than their Cree relations, and many of these communities were actually very much related. But I also think that we could tell stories about Big Bear, we could tell stories about Poundmaker in 1885. There's also dozens of stories, local stories, and I think the Louis Riel stories on the prairies would be in some ways most effective, although they very rarely seem to get told in Ontario. They seem to be a Southern Ontario thing, less of a prairie thing. And I think that there needs to be more of that. But I think that there's also plenty of Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe stories, heroes, people that in Southern Ontario, in many ways, are better suited for that type of intervention. And I think thinking of different ways to engage different local contexts is important too. But yeah, I would love to see a well-done Louis Riel feature film. That would be amazing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say miigwech to both of these speakers. I think they've left us with lots to think about. And I'm going to just go.
I know. Thank you very much, Karen, for chairing that session. Before I add two more short sessions to this and add two more voices to our conversation today, on behalf of the University of Toronto team that's been working on this, we'd like to thank the COC. They have been absolutely wonderful. It's been years now we've been working with them. I'd like to thank Alexander Neef personally, because it's thanks to him that some of our speakers today have agreed to come, I believe. And so but I want to thank the education department at the COC, especially Catherine Semsesin and Gianmarco Segato, who you saw earlier this morning in the session. They've been wonderful to work with, and we owe them a vote of thanks too, so thank you. Now, I would like to, I believe, is France Picot here? She's not. Okay, then I will. Please,
transition. France Picot sends her regrets. She wasn't able to come today on behalf of the Métis Nation of Ontario, but we do have Todd Ross, who's the chair of the Toronto and York Region Métis Council, to give us one of the closing remarks for this evening. So it's a pleasure to welcome Todd here again, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, President Chartier. Good to see you again. Your Excellency, good to see you. I'm the chair of the Toronto and York Region Métis Council. So we are a contemporary Métis community in Toronto and York Region, and we are one of the chartered community councils within the Métis Nation of Ontario. I want to talk a little bit, and I won't take too much of my time because I know I'm at the end of the day, but I want to talk a little bit about my story, and that I am a Métis. My mother's from near Duck Lake in Saskatchewan. So I'm not from the Toronto area originally, and my dad's from New Brunswick. So I actually grew up on the East Coast and then ended up in Toronto, where I got involved with the Métis Council. And that's the story of a lot of people here in Toronto, a lot of Métis people here in Toronto, that we come from different places, but we come in and we come as a community into the city. We actually created a sash just last year, and I didn't wear it today, but it talks about the community in Toronto. It has 3 blue stripes in it that represent the 3 rivers that join Toronto and York Region. And so that to us is using our culture, using the history, but also bringing it forward to where we are today. The Métis Nation of Ontario represents a number of historical communities, mostly along the Great Lakes. And if you took a fur trade map of the early 1800s and you put it up on the map of Ontario, you can pretty much point out where the traditional communities in Ontario are. And that's, I've been traveling to a lot of them recently. It's Sudbury, it's Mattawa, it's North Bay. We're going to be going to Cochrane, to Timmins, to Fort Francis, to Kenora, to Dryden. And along the Great Lakes, or along that top part of the Great Lakes and up towards the James Bay, that's where you see the traditional community in Ontario. We've talked a lot about stories today, and the story of the Métis in Ontario is a story that we don't hear very often, if at all. So my challenge to you is, this is an amazing story, the Louis Riel story, and I was pleased to see it on Monday at the dress rehearsal, so thank you for inviting me to that. But it's an amazing story, and I love the Riel story. I'm one of the Métis in the room who wasn't related to him, but my great-grandfather did fight alongside him. But the Riel story is an amazing story, but I challenge you to learn about the story of the Métis in Ontario as well. And this is a story that we're just beginning to talk about. Jean's been involved with a lot of the research around this. We've got a Métis artist here who's looking for stories to tell. So I challenge you to, I think you're a Métis artist. I challenge you to look at some of those stories, and we have them on our website. And I want to thank the Canadian Opera Company finally for your work and for your collaboration with the Métis Nation of Ontario. It's been a great process. I went in and met with you about 2 months ago, I think it was, to talk about the opera. We had a call out. We had a number of our youth who came and saw the opera on Monday, and representatives from both the Toronto and York Region Métis Council as well as the Métis Nation of Ontario. So I want to thank you for reaching out to us and being inclusive to us. And I just want to finally thank all the speakers who are here today, and to thank all of you for coming, for sitting here through the day, and some who are watching online. It's been an amazing program, and I hope it's just the start. Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you very much. And I'd now like our final, not speaker, our final concluder perhaps. I'd like to welcome Charlie Keel, who's the principal of Innis College, where we have been today, who's made it possible for us to meet in this space, to bring our long day of hearing Riel, listening to Riel, to a close, and to invite us to continue the conversation in an even more congenial way. So, Charlie, over to you.
Well, it seems grossly inappropriate that I should be the final speaker, as I have less to do with this topic than anyone who has been at this podium, but it gives me the opportunity to say a few things. First of all, thank you for coming to this event. I hope it was enjoyable for you. I was not able to attend the entirety of it, but I was here for the final two speakers, and what it brought to mind for me is that this was the perfect setting, not just Innis Town Hall, but the University of Toronto, because this work fuses art and politics, raises issues about Indigenous rights, and then, as both speakers that I heard advised us, to continue that conversation in a thoughtful way. And that is why it's appropriate to be here, because the university is meant to foster such thought and such conversation. So if this work is debatable as its ultimate merits as a work about Louis Riel might be, if it fosters that conversation, then it's work well done. And if this particular forum has helped to elevate the terms of that conversation, which I believe it has done, then it's, and this will be my final point, it's particularly to be credited to three people whom I imagine would not be immodest enough to claim the responsibility for the organization of this event, and that would be Sherry Lee, Carol Clark, and Linda Hutchins. So I think we should be giving them a great round of applause. And as Linda intimated, another thing the university sometimes does well is to provide a forum for more relaxed conversation, and that will be in the foyer. And there will be food provided by Joel White Duck Ringat of Nishdish, I believe. So please depart from the back doors and work your way to the lobby. Thank you very much.
And just ladies and gentlemen, we actually have Adam from Nish Dish, who is kindly going to give us a little bit of an overview of the menu that you're going to have this wonderful reception. So welcome, Adam.
Ani, Adam Dijnikaz, Neashingnaming Donjba, Wabsheshi Dodem. My name is Adam McLaren. I'm from Neashingnaming Reserve, which is also known as Cape Croker. I work for Nish Dish, and Joel Ringett, for the last 12 years, has been building this company up, and he has this excellent business plan, and we're happy to come here and share all this food with you. We've brought a number of items. A lot of them are gluten-free as well, which is, you know, good for the finicky stomachs out there. So we got some meatballs. One of them is caribou. It's very savory with cranberry sage coulis. We also have elk meatballs, which is a spicy alternative with a strawberry wild ginger coulis. And then a buffalo meatball, which is sweet and has Saskatoon berry coulis. We've also got a mushroom and water buffalo cheese tartlet, which has dairy and gluten in it, but it is still delicious for the other ones who want to try it out. We have a wild rice casserole, which is vegan and gluten-free. Salmon corn cakes with a lemon tarragon sauce. And that is 0 dairy and gluten-free. So I hope you guys enjoy the food. I just want to take a minute to talk about the storefront that we're opening up, which is at Bloor and Clinton. We have our grand opening next Friday, April 28th at about 6 p.m. We're going to have Indigenous artists as well as traditional dancing and, you know, just an open door session so that you can come in and try some of our food as well as, you know, get the lowdown on what our business actually is. We're trying to source all of our food material from reserves in the area and farther to try and create a community of, you know, with Indigenous food and, you know, Indigenous background. We've also, sorry, just brain fart for a second. Yeah, well, it's really good food. You guys think you're going to enjoy it. It's question? Nish Dish. Yeah, so go out, enjoy the food, and you know, hope to talk to you out there as well.
Oh my God. No, it wasn't up there. Word on the screen. Like, oh, how appropriate.
The reason I asked that question is because just like somewhere on the arc of your talk, somewhere about 3/4 of the way in, it almost sounded like you were drifting into territory of arguing that there was a place for a sort of kind of gentler but still essentially totalitarian Canadian official art.
No.
I realized,
no.
I realized
Yeah.
you weren't, that
Yeah.
you moved away from that. But that was what really got me going. The arc seemed to be sort of going in that direction.
Yeah, I think that the era of Summers and the other, well, not just composers, but obviously I think about the composers most of that time were very much in a position of having to make it evident how